Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is Working the Midnight Shift at a Bowling Alley. The pins reset themselves. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first thing wrong with Lane 8 was the sound, not the crash of pins. We were used to that. Even after closing, the building kept knocking and clacking to itself, like it was dreaming about league night. Pin setters cycled if you looked at them funny. Balls thumped around in the returns. The soda machine hiccuped. The ice maker dumped a tray hard enough to make you flinch if you were carrying hot mop water past the snack bar. But Lane 8 made one neat, careful click. Then another. 10 plastic-coated pins stood back up at the end of the lane, arranged in their perfect white triangle under the dull yellow glow, without a ball going down, without the sweep bar dropping, without any of us touching the scoring console. I stood behind the foul line with a spray bottle in one hand and a rag in the other, watching the pins settle into place. "Okay," Tasha said from the counter behind me. "That's not supposed to happen. My name is Eddie Warren. I was 26 then, male, and I had been working nights at Lakeview Lanes in Erie, Pennsylvania, long enough to know the building's bad habits by ear. Lakeview sat on West 12th Street, not far from the tracks and the warehouses, in that flat part of town where the lake wind could find any crack in your jacket. It was a squat brick place with a faded sign, a parking lot full of old pothole patches, and a roof that made the owner sigh every time it rained. I worked the midnight shift because it paid a little more, because daytime interviews had not been kind to me, and because sleeping through the morning felt better than explaining to people why I was back in Erie after almost making it out. Tasha Monroe, 31, female, was the shift lead that night, 5'2" in worn black sneakers, with a silver nose ring and a ponytail so tight it seemed like it was helping her think. She had 2 kids at home with her mother, and a way of talking that made you feel she had already decided which parts of your story were nonsense. She was counting the register when Lane 8 clicked, her lips moving silently over the drawer totals, because Tasha trusted math more than she trusted people. Behind her, the fluorescent lights over the snack bar buzzed like trapped flies. "Maybe it's on test mode," I said. I said it too quickly, because I liked having explanations ready. It was one of my bad habits. If I could name a problem, categorize it, put it in a drawer, it became less personal. That worked fine with jammed ball returns and shorted out scoring tablets. It worked less well with rent notices, voicemails from my father, and the little blank spots I sometimes had when people asked where I saw myself in 5 years. Tasha looked at the console for Lane 8. "Test mode doesn't set pins by itself after we shut down scoring. It can if somebody left the machine on back there. Somebody being you, could be me. It was you, could be spiritually me." She snorted, but she did not smile all the way. At the far end of the building, the pins gave another faint plastic tick, one against another, as if they had shifted their weight. Lakeview Lanes had 24 lanes, all wood synthetic overlay, with teal gutters and scoring monitors old enough to have that fat-backed look from the early 2000s. Half the screens had dark corners. Lane 16 showed everything with a green tint. Lane 3 sometimes called everyone Player A, no matter what name you typed in. The carpets were patterned in purple and blue swirls designed, I think, to hide nacho cheese, beer, and small childhood disasters. After midnight, with the birthday parties gone, and the league bowlers finished complaining about oil patterns, the place smelled like Lane conditioner, fryer grease, disinfectant, and damp rental shoes. It was a gross smell, honestly. It was also familiar. I had been dragging the mop bucket out from the utility closet when it happened. The front doors were locked. The neon beer signs were off. The jukebox had stopped on its own after playing 2/3 of an old Journey song, leaving the last note hanging in my head in a way that irritated me more than scared me. Outside, a pickup rolled by on 12th, tires hissing on wet pavement. Inside, the only people left were me, Tasha, and Mark Feld. Mark Feld, 44, male, was our mechanic, though he preferred equipment manager because he said mechanic made people think he fixed motorcycles. He had a thick gray beard, a Milwaukee hoodie with a burn hole on the sleeve, and knees that cracked every time he crouched. Mark had been in the back pit area most of the night, fighting with Lane 14's distributor, which kept dropping pins sideways like it had a grudge. He did not like customers, did not like managers, and did not like anyone touching the machines unless they had first demonstrated basic respect for moving parts, which apparently included not breathing too close to them. A metal door opened behind the Lanes. Mark's voice came from the back, muffled by distance and machinery. "Who turned 8 back on?" Tasha leaned sideways and called down the approach. "Nobody. You sure?" "No, Mark. I'm lying for the thrill." A pause. His boots sounded on the narrow service walkway behind the pin decks. There was always something strange about hearing a person move back there, but not seeing them. The machines hid people. You heard a shoe scrape, a tool drop, a curse swallowed by belts and motors, and then a head would pop up between lanes like somebody surfacing from a pond. Mark appeared behind Lane 8's pinsetter, his face half lit by the work light clipped to the machine housing. He had safety glasses pushed up onto his forehead. His right hand was wrapped in a dirty white towel. "Eddie," he said. "Yeah, you cycle this. No, you touch the chassis. No, you bored enough to play Ghost Boy with me. I'm bored enough to steal fries out of the warmer. I'm not bored enough to die in a pinsetter." Good answer. He disappeared again. Tasha stepped away from the register and came down onto the approach, her shoes squeaking lightly. He cut his hand again. Probably. His wife is going to put him in a home. His wife divorced him. Exactly. The humor sat between us for about half a second. Then Lane 8 clicked again. This time the sweep bar dropped. It came down slow, not fast like during a normal cycle. A black metal arm descended in front of the pin deck with a soft mechanical groan, stopped 2 inches above the lane, twitched, then rose back into its resting position. The pins remained standing. Tasha and I both took 1 step back from the foul line. Not far, just enough to admit we had bodies. From behind the machine, Mark said, "Cut power to 8. "I thought the back breaker was yours," Tasha called. "Desk override first, then I'll kill it here." I walked to the scoring console mounted between lanes 7 and 8. The plastic buttons were tacky from years of soda and hand lotion. I tapped the power menu. The monitor above the lane was dark, except for the faint ghost reflection of the pin deck. No active game. No open tab. No cosmic bowling animation. Nothing. The console gave me a little error chirp. I tried again. Same chirp. Tasha stood beside me, arms crossed tight. What's it saying? Nothing, just yelling. Move. She leaned over and did the exact same thing I had done, harder, because Tasha believed most objects responded to disappointment if you applied it firmly enough. The console chirped again. Great, she said. It's possessed by a calculator. Probably a relay, I said. Please don't start listing parts you learned from Mark last week. I know 2 parts now, relay and solenoid. Proud of you. Mark slammed something in the back. Desk, kill it. No, Tasha said. Then don't touch nothing. That was when the ball return on lane 8 coughed. The sound came from the little black mouth halfway down the approach, the one shared with lane 7. A rubber belt turned somewhere underneath us, low and dragging. Then a bowling ball rolled up from the return track and bumped into the stopper. It was green, not bright green. That old house ball green, scuffed cloudy from years of thumb holes, finger grease, and being dropped by kids who thought 12 pounds meant light. It rocked once in the cradle and stopped. I knew that ball. Not personally. I mean, it was a bowling alley. We had a lot of ugly house balls, but I had put that exact green 10-pounder away 20 minutes before because there was a chip near the thumb hole, and a league guy named Ron had complained that it grabbed meat. I had carried it to the rack by the rental counter, not into the lane 8 return. Tasha looked toward the ball racks near the front. The space where the green ball had been was empty. Could have been in the track, I said. Tasha gave me a sideways look. Could have been. Maybe somebody bowled it earlier and it got stuck. Eddie. Yeah. You put it away. I know. From lane 2. I know. She did not say anything after that, which made it worse. Lakeview was the kind of place where everything was connected under the floor if you asked Mark, and nothing was connected under the floor if you asked the owner. The ball returns ran in channels and lifts between pairs of lanes, and sometimes balls took forever to come back if the belts were worn. But lane 2 and lane 8 did not share a return. Even I knew that. Lane 2 returned with lane 1. Lane 8 returned with lane 7. There was no honest path from one cradle to the other unless a person carried the ball. The front door rattled. All 3 of us turned. A woman stood outside under the overhang, one hand shielding her eyes as she peered through the glass. She wore a denim jacket over a hoodie, hair tucked under a knit cap, phone pressed to her chest. The parking lot lights painted her face gray and flat. A small silver sedan idled behind her with its hazards blinking. Tasha exhaled sharply. We're closed. The woman knocked anyway. Tasha muttered something under her breath and walked to the door. I followed, partly because I was nosy and partly because I liked having someone between me and lane 8 for a minute. When Tasha unlocked the door and opened it 2 inches on the chain, cold air slid across the carpet. We're closed, she said, not unkindly, but not inviting trouble either. No, I'm sorry, the woman said. I'm really sorry. My brother left his wallet here. He said he was on lane 8, blue wallet. He needs his ID for work in the morning. Tasha's eyes moved to me. The woman looked exhausted in that particular way night shift people recognize in each other, shoulders up around the ears, mascara rubbed at one corner, patience held together with tape. Tasha said, "What's your brother's name?" Derek Shaw. He was here with a group earlier, like 10 guys, loud. That narrows it down to everyone. The woman gave a small, embarrassed laugh. Yeah, he said he called, but nobody answered. We don't answer after close. He's freaking out. I can wait outside. I don't need to come in. Her name, we learned, was Lena Shaw, 28, female, a nursing assistant from Mill Creek who had come straight from UPMC Hamot after a 12-hour shift because her younger brother had no car and a talent for making small problems contagious. Lena had the habit of apologizing before she had done anything wrong. She kept glancing back at her sedan as if expecting someone to rear-end it in the empty lot. Tasha shut the door, removed the chain, and opened it just wide enough to step into the vestibule. "Wallet on lane 8. That's what he said. Color, blue, like navy." Tasha looked past me into the bowling alley. Lane 8 waited at the far end of the row, pins standing neat and bright. Mark emerged from the back hallway near the arcade, wiping his hand. "Who's that?" "Customer's sister," Tasha said. "Wallet. Tell her come back tomorrow." "She's right here, Mark." "Good." Then she heard me. Lena's face tightened, but she said nothing. I recognized that too, the look of someone too tired to argue but too desperate to leave. Tasha rubbed her forehead with 2 fingers. "Eddie, go check the seating area. Don't go past the foul line. Mark, kill the breaker." "I was going to before we started hosting guests," he said. "Then do it faster with your personality." I took the spray bottle and rag because my hands needed an excuse. Walking back toward lane 8, I passed the dark arcade machines. Big Buck Hunter, a claw machine full of limp plush animals, an air hockey table with 1 paddle missing. The carpet felt slightly sticky under my shoes. Somewhere above the ceiling tiles, wind pushed against a loose vent and made it tick in uneven time. Lena stayed near the front with Tasha, arms wrapped around herself. At lane 8's seating area, the molded plastic chairs were pulled out from the little round table. There were beer rings on the surface, a basket with 2 cold fries stuck to wax paper, and a receipt signed with a cartoon penis. Normal evidence of normal idiots. I checked under the chairs, between the ball racks, behind the trash can. No wallet. The green ball sat in the return cradle, its drilled holes facing up like it wanted fingers. I did not touch it. "Anything?" Tasha called. "No." Mark came out from the side door that led behind the lanes, his keys jangling from a belt clip. "Breaker's off." As he said it, the overhead monitor for lane 8 flickered, not fully on. Just a weak gray pulse across the dead screen, a box of light breathing once. Then the pin setter cycled. The sweep bar dropped hard this time. The pins vanished backward into the pit with a wooden plastic scatter. The machine thumped, belts turned, cups clacked overhead, and 10 pins set themselves back down in a clean formation. The breaker was off. Mark stopped walking. Tasha stopped breathing through her nose. I could hear it switch to her mouth from 20 feet away. Lena whispered, "Was that supposed to happen?" Nobody answered her right away. Mark moved first, fast for a man with bad knees. He went to the console, bent under it, and yanked the plug from the wall so hard the cord snapped against the panel. The scoring console went completely dead. The monitor stayed black. The machine at the end of lane 8 sat still. For 3 seconds. Then a red dot appeared on the overhead display. Just 1 pixel at first, maybe not even a pixel, maybe a reflection from the exit sign. It widened into a thin horizontal line, trembled, and disappeared. Tasha said, "Nope." Mark pointed at me without looking. "Back office. Flashlight, the big one, also my lockout tags." "What is it?" "I don't know yet." "That's not comforting. It's not supposed to be comforting. It's supposed to get you moving." I went. The back office was more closet than room. packed with old league trophies, cases of receipt paper, a bulletin board covered in faded employee schedules, and one framed photo from 1998 showing Lakeview lanes with fresh paint and a grand reopening banner. The office smelled like dust warming on electronics. I found Mark's yellow flashlight on the filing cabinet beside a stack of unpaid invoices and a bottle of ibuprofen. My phone buzzed while I was reaching for the lockout tag kit. It was my father. Not a call, a text. "You awake?" I looked at it too long. My father never texted unless he needed something or had decided to forgive himself in my direction. He lived 30 minutes south in Edinburgh with a bad hip and a house full of things he refused to repair until they became emergencies. I had missed his last 3 calls, not because I hated him. That would have been simpler. I missed them because every conversation with him made me feel like I was standing in a hallway outside a room I had already failed to enter. Another buzz. Basement pump S making that sound again. I locked the phone and put it in my pocket. When I came back, Tasha had let Lena inside, but kept her near the shoe counter. The front door was locked again. Mark stood at the edge of lane 8, staring down the lane like it had insulted his family. I handed him the flashlight. "Stay here," he said. "Thought you needed help. I need someone who listens. That you? Depends who's asking." He gave me a look. "Fine," I said. "I'll listen." Tasha checked her phone. I should call Ray. Ray Bishop, 58, male, owned Lakeview Lanes, though owned mostly meant he owed money on it in several directions. He lived in Fairview and treated every maintenance issue like a personal betrayal. Ray had a soft voice, a red face, and a gift for making employees feel that broken equipment was their moral failure. Mark shook his head. "Ray'll say unplug it. It is unplugged. Then he'll say plug it back in and see if it still does it." Tasha looked at lane 8. "We are not doing that." Lena lifted a hand slightly. "I don't mean to be rude, but can I just check the table?" Derek said he might have dropped it behind the seats. Tasha started to say no. I could see it forming. "No, come back tomorrow. No, insurance. No, this is already weird enough, and I have 2 kids asleep at home and a drawer that is still $12 off." Then lane 8 made that small, careful click again. One pin shifted, the head pin. It rocked in place, barely an inch, and settled. No full cycle, no sweep, no crash, just a little adjustment, as if someone unseen in the machinery had straightened it. Mark turned the flashlight on. The beam hit the pins and made them shine too white. "I'm opening the back guard," he said. Tasha immediately said, "No, I need to see if there's a stuck cam or a backfeed from another circuit. The breaker's off. I heard you the first time. So why is it moving? That's what I'm trying to find out." Tasha looked at me, then at Lena. "Nobody goes near the lane." Mark gave a humorless laugh. "Nobody should ever go near the lane. That's my daily prayer." Lena's phone rang. She flinched and answered it, turning away. "Derek, I'm here. No, I'm inside. No, they haven't found it." Her voice lowered, irritated and tired. Brother and sister stuff. The kind that made the rest of us look away politely. Mark opened the side access door and started toward the back walkway again. Tasha followed him 2 steps, then stopped because she knew better than to enter the machine area without him waving her in. "Mark," she said, "you get hurt back there. I'm calling 911 before Ray. I'm serious. I get hurt back there. Tell Ray I died doing what he loved. Free labor. Not funny." "No," he said, and for once his voice softened. "It is." He disappeared behind the pinsetter housing. The building seemed to gather its old sounds around us. Compressor hum, rain ticking at the roof edge, distant traffic dragging water along the street, Lena murmuring into her phone, Tasha's nails tapping against her register key, my own breathing too loud inside my head. I thought about my father's basement pump, about water rising around cardboard boxes, about how easy it was to ignore a sound until it became damage. Mark's flashlight beam jittered behind the pins. Then he said, very calmly, Tasha. She straightened. What? Kill the main? The whole building? Yes. Why? His flashlight beam froze. There's a wallet back here, he said. Blue. Lena stopped talking mid-sentence. I looked from her to Tasha to the pins standing on lane 8, perfect and patient. Tasha took the office keys from her pocket. Nobody moves. Mark said, Eddie, come hold the light. Tasha snapped. I just said nobody moves. I need hands, Mark said. Lena lowered her phone. Is it Derek S? Can't tell from here, Mark said. It's behind the machine. The choice sat there, ugly and practical. Kill the main power first and leave Mark half bent behind equipment he did not trust, or send someone in with the flashlight while the machine that should have been dead waited over a wallet nobody could explain. Tasha looked at me. I looked at the dark service door beside lane 8, and at the green ball in the return cradle, turned slightly now, thumb hole aimed toward the back like someone had used it after all. I said, I'll hold the light. Tasha closed her eyes for 1 second, opened them, and put the keys into my hand instead. Then you listen exactly, she said, or I drag you out by your shirt. Behind the pins, Mark called, Decision time, kids. None of us laughed. The service door to the back of the lanes had a sign on it that said employees, only machine area, authorized personnel, which was mostly they're so drunk bowlers could not sue us after crawling into a pinsetter to impress somebody named Amber. I had walked through that door maybe 30 times, never with my skin tight across my shoulders like that. The air changed immediately. Out front, Lakeview Lane smelled like old fries and shoe spray. Back there, it smelled like warm rubber, dust, gear oil, and the faint hot metal tang of machinery that had worked too hard for too many years. The floor was narrow and gritty. One side was painted cinder block. The other opened into the backs of the pinsetters, their steel frames packed close together like industrial skeletons. Mark's flashlight beam bounced ahead of me. Step where I step, he said. Don't lean on anything. Don't put your hand anywhere you can't see all sides of. Comforting, I said. I'm not your mother. No one is asking you to be. Good, because I'd have raised you to move faster. I held the bigger flashlight Tasha had shoved into my hand, aiming it where Mark pointed. My other hand held the ring of office keys, though I had no idea why. They knocked softly against my knuckles with every step. Behind us, Tasha stood at the open service door with 1 foot in the machine area and 1 foot still on carpet, like her whole body was arguing with itself. Lena hovered farther back, near the ball racks, phone clutched in both hands. Derek says it was definitely in his back pocket, Lena called. Tasha did not look away from me and Mark. Tell Derek I'm thrilled for his memory. He says he went back there. Everybody stopped. Even the building seemed to pause around that sentence, though of course it didn't. Motors still hummed somewhere. A vent rattled. Rain touched the roof in quick little taps. Mark turned slowly. He went where? Lena swallowed. He said one of the balls got stuck, and some guy told him to grab it from behind. What guy? Tasha asked. I don't know, he said, an employee. Tasha's face changed in a way I had seen before, usually when the register came up short or a customer asked for the manager with a smile. Her jaw tightened first, then her eyes narrowed like she was reading a small label from far away. No employee would tell a customer to go behind the machines, she said. Mark gave a dry laugh. No sober employee. No employee, Tasha repeated. I thought about Derek Shaw's group from earlier. 10 guys, Lena had said, loud. I remembered them now in pieces. A spilled pitcher at lane 8. One guy wearing a Browns hoodie despite being in Steelers country. Another trying to bowl between his legs and almost tearing something important. They had left close to 11:30, laughing too hard, one of them slapping the wall near the bathrooms as they passed. Had I seen Derek? Maybe. A guy with sandy hair and a red flannel tied around his waist. Or maybe that was someone else. Closing shifts turned people into shapes. You remembered the mess they left more than their faces. Mark moved again. Then your brother's an idiot. Lena stiffened. He's 22. Same thing, different warranty. Mark, Tasha snapped. What? You want me to say good for him? Lena's voice got thinner. He's not answering me now. That landed differently. Tasha stepped toward her. He was on the phone a second ago. He hung up, or it cut out. He said he was outside, then there was this noise, and then nothing. What noise? I don't know. Like scraping. He said, wait, is that your car? Then the call dropped. The time-sensitive part arrived so plainly that nobody had to name it. A brother outside somewhere. A wallet behind a dangerous machine. A bowling alley that should have been powered down, but kept making little movements it had no right to make. And now Lena's silver sedan idling in the lot with its hazards blinking, throwing orange light against the wet front windows. Tasha looked toward the entrance. I'm locking her in, she said. Lena blinked. What? Not like that. I mean, you're not going back outside alone. My brother might be out there. And if some drunk friend of his is messing around in the parking lot, I'm not sending you out to be part 2. Lena opened her mouth, then closed it. She looked younger under the fluorescent light. Tired and angry and scared in a way she was trying to compress into usefulness. Mark grunted. Main breaker, now. I'm going, Tasha said, then to me. You stay in sight. You handed me the keys. I changed my mind. I lifted them. She came in 2 steps and snatched the key ring back, muttering, Why did I do that? Why would I give keys to the man who once locked himself inside the stockroom? It was jammed. You pushed a pull door. It had mixed messaging. Under other circumstances, she would have made that land as a joke. It didn't. Her voice had too much edge in it. Tasha disappeared toward the back office and breaker room, fast but careful, her sneakers squeaking on the old tile. Lena followed her halfway, then stopped, torn between the front doors and the lanes. Mark crouched behind lane 8. There was the wallet. Blue leather, half wedged behind a crossbar near the pit, close enough to see, but far enough in that you had to reach past parts with teeth and leverage. It lay under a dusting of black rubber shavings. One corner was wet with lane oil. Beside it, caught against the metal frame, was a torn strip of red and white cloth. Mark saw me looking at it. Don't touch that, he said. The wallet, the cloth. What is it? Not part of the machine. That was all he said. He angled his small work light into the guts of the pinsetter. I aimed the big flashlight over his shoulder, trying to keep my beam steady. The machinery looked different from the back, less like bowling, and more like something from a packaging plant. Belts, Pulleys, springs, steel rods, chains, wire harnesses zip-tied in bundles. Every part had another part near it that looked like it could break a finger without noticing. The whole thing should be dead, I asked. Desk power, pin setter breaker, pair disconnect. Dead enough for inspection normally. Normally, he glanced at me. Normally people aren't chasing wallets at 1 a.m. It's not 1, it's emotionally 1. A clunk came from somewhere above us. Not lane 8, maybe lane 9, maybe the roof shifting in the wind. I flinched, and my flashlight beam jerked. Mark said, "Hold it steady." Sorry. Steady keeps my hand attached. That helped. Fear got worse when it was shapeless. And was specific. Losing one was specific. I locked my elbow against my side and held the beam on the wallet. Out front, Lena tried calling Derek again. We heard the faint electronic trill from her phone speaker, then her low voice saying, "Come on, come on." No answer. Mark reached in with a long metal grabber he used for pins stuck in awkward places. The claw touched the wallet once and pushed it deeper. Damn it. Can you get it? Not from this angle. Should we wait for the main to be off? He didn't answer. That scared me more than if he had snapped at me. Tasha came back from the office hallway, walking fast. Problem. Mark stayed crouched. I love problems. The breaker room door is locked from the inside. Mark twisted his head. No, it is. Yes, it is. It doesn't lock from the inside. It does tonight. There's no inside lock. I stood there for 10 seconds pushing a key into a knob that won't turn, Mark. He stood too quickly and winced at his knee. Show me. We all went, because apparently that was what we did now. Gathered around the next wrong thing and stared at it until it became our responsibility. The breaker room was off the short hallway behind the snack bar, past the office and the employee bathroom. Its door was gray metal, chipped around the handle, with a little sign Ray had printed that said "No storage in electrical room." Naturally, there were always boxes in there. Tasha inserted the key again and turned. The knob moved a fraction and stopped hard. Mark took the keys, tried his own, cursed, then pushed his shoulder into the door. It did not budge. Something's blocking it, he said. From inside, Tasha asked. Feels like it. How? He looked at the top hinge, then the bottom, then the gap under the door. He got down with a grunt and shined his light beneath it. What do you see? I asked. Cardboard. Tasha threw both hands up. Of course. Of course, Ray stacked boxes against the main panel after telling us not to stack boxes against the main panel. Could be toppled, Mark said. Roof leak got them soft. They sag, they fall, and block the only room we need. Welcome to commercial property. Lena had drifted toward the front windows, still trying her brother. Her face was reflected in the glass over the orange blink of her hazards. His car isn't out there, she said suddenly. Tasha turned. Who? Derek. He doesn't have one, but his friend Kyle drove him. He said Kyle was waiting with him. Maybe they left, without his wallet. People do stupid things when they've been drinking. Lena looked at her phone. Derek doesn't drink much. Tasha made a face, not cruel, just unbelieving. He doesn't, Lena said louder. Not since our dad. Nobody asked. Nobody had to. There was a whole family history sitting behind those 3 words, and none of us had room for it in the hallway. Tasha softened a little. Okay, call Kyle. I don't have Kyle's number. Call Derek again. I am, Mark straightened. We need the main off. Doors blocked. We can pop the hinge pins. With what? I asked. He looked at me like I had disappointed him personally. Tools, Edward. Nobody called me Edward except my father and Mark when he wanted me to feel 12. We got a hammer and flathead from the maintenance cart. While Mark worked at the hinges, Tasha stood with a flashlight over him, and Lena kept moving between the front windows and the shoe counter. I watched Lane 8 from the hallway. That was my job, though no one had assigned it out loud. From where I stood, I could see the first few lanes stretching away, dim and glossy. Lane 8 was farther down, past the arcade's dark shapes. The pins were visible as a white cluster at the end, too small from that distance to make out details. They did not move. Then the green ball rolled. Not all the way, just enough to shift in the return cradle with a heavy rubbery bump. I said, "Guys." Mark kept tapping the hinge pin. "What?" The ball moved. Tasha looked at me. "I didn't see what did it," I said. "It just rocked." "Floor vibration," Mark said, "from Lena, my car." We all turned again. The hazards outside were still blinking, but now the sedan's driver's side door hung open. Cold air seemed to crawl in just from seeing it. Lena ran for the front. Tasha grabbed her arm before she got 3 steps. "No, my door's open. I can see that. My purse is in there. You are not going out." Lena yanked once hard. "Let go." Tasha did, but she stepped in front of her. "Listen to me. I'm calling the police." That changed the air in the building again. It should have made things feel safer. It didn't. It made the whole night official. Tasha took out her phone and dialed, speaking quickly when the dispatcher answered. "Bowling alley, possible intruder, employee area, vehicle door open, missing person maybe, no visible weapon, no one injured yet." She kept her voice impressively flat. The only crack was the yet. Mark stopped tapping the hinge. "Police are coming?" he asked. "Yes." "Then we wait. For the main, for everything." That was the correct answer. It was also the one none of us liked, because waiting gave the building time to do whatever it was doing. Tasha relayed our address twice. She listened, then said, "No, we're inside. Front doors locked. 4 people." A pause. "Yes, we can stay away from the back area." Mark gave a small nod, approving. Then, from behind the lanes, someone knocked. 3 times, not machinery, not a pin, not a ball, knuckle on metal. Lena made a sound like she had been hit in the stomach. The knocking came again. 3 times, evenly spaced, from somewhere behind lanes 7 and 8. Tasha lowered the phone from her ear just slightly. "Mark." Mark's face had gone still. I hated that. Mark was best when irritated. Stillness did not suit him. "Could be a trapped customer," I said. Tasha's eyes cut toward me. "Do not. I'm just saying." "A trapped customer who opened Lena's car and hid behind our lanes. Maybe Derek." Lena whispered, "Derek." The knocking came a 3rd time. Then a voice, muffled by machinery and distance. "Hey, male. Young maybe. Hard to tell with metal between us." Lena lurched forward. "Derek." Tasha grabbed her again. This time Lena fought, twisting her shoulder, panic making her stronger and clumsier. "Derek," she shouted. "Derek, answer me." The voice came back, distorted. "Help." Mark moved before Tasha finished swearing. "Back walkway," he said. "Now, you just said wait," Tasha snapped. "If he's actually in the pit area, he could get crushed if the machine cycles. The machine has no power. Tell it that." The dispatcher's voice chirped faintly from Tasha's phone. Tasha lifted it back to her ear. "We hear someone behind the lanes. We are going to check from the service walkway." "Yes, I know. Tell them to hurry." I followed Mark again because he had not asked, and because that made it worse. Lena tried to come, but Tasha blocked her with her whole body. "No, you stay where I can see you. That's my brother. And I am trying to keep you from being the second person I have to explain to police." For 1 second, I thought Lena might hit her. Then her face crumpled around the edges, not into crying exactly, but into something close enough to hurt. The back walkway seemed narrower the second time. Mark moved faster now, limping through it. I kept the flashlight on the floor and machine frames. My heartbeat was too loud, and I kept telling myself that it was simple. A drunk young guy had gone where he shouldn't. The equipment had a short or a stuck relay. Lena's car door had been pulled open by Derek or Kyle or the wind, because people never latched things properly when they were scared or drunk or both. Simple, stupid, human. We reached lane 8. "Derek," Mark shouted. "Do not move if you're near the machine." A weak voice answered from lower down. "I can't," Lena cried out from the lane side, much closer than she should have been. She had slipped past Tasha. "Derek, get back," Mark roared. I swung the flashlight and caught Lena at the edge of the approach, 1 foot over the foul line, hands out as if she could reach through 30 feet of polished lane and pull her brother from the dark. Tasha was behind her, grabbing at her sleeve. Then the overhead monitor flickered again. A gray blink. The pin setter made a warning buzz, so faint I felt it in my teeth more than heard it. Mark shoved me backward with one arm. "Out." "What about out?" The machine cycled. Not fully. Not correctly. Sweep arm dropped halfway with a metallic bark and jammed. Something inside the back assembly snapped taut. A belt started moving, slow and ugly, dragging against resistance. A male voice screamed from behind the pit. Mark lunged for an emergency stop button mounted on the rear frame and punched it with the heel of his hand. Nothing happened. He punched it again. The belt kept moving. "Main," he shouted. "The door's blocked." Tasha screamed back. There was no time to argue, and somehow arguing still happened. "Then break it open." "With what?" "Anything." I saw Derek then. Not his whole body. Just a hand clamped around a lower rail behind the pit curtain, fingers black with grease and dust, 1 knuckle split open. A blue hospital wristband was wrapped around his wrist, which made no sense until I realized it was probably from visiting someone, or donating blood, or getting checked after something dumb. His fingers slipped, caught again. Mark dropped flat and reached toward him. "Don't pull." Mark barked. "Tell me what's caught." "My jacket," Derek gasped. My hoodie's caught." "In what?" "I don't know." Behind me, Tasha grabbed the metal trash can from beside the employee bathroom and slammed it into the breaker room door. Once, twice, a hollow, useless boom. Lena screamed her brother's name. The belt slowed, then sped up by an inch. Mark's face twisted. "Eddie, hold the light on his sleeve." I did. The beam landed on red fabric bunched around a turning shaft, winding tighter by tiny degrees. Red and white cloth. The same torn strip we had seen by the wallet. Derek was being pulled toward the machine, slowly enough to watch and fast enough to matter. That is a horrible kind of time. Mark reached for his utility knife. His hand slipped on the towel wrapped around his cut palm. The knife fell, bounced off the frame, and disappeared under the machinery. "Damn it, I can get it," I said. No, but I was already crouching. Not brave, not really. It was more like my body moved before the sensible part caught up. I saw the knife near the base plate, just out of reach, and I thought about my father's text, the basement pump, the way I ignored problems until they flooded. I thought about every time I had waited for somebody else to do the hard part. My fingers closed around the knife. Something clanged above me, and Mark grabbed the back of my shirt so hard the collar cut into my throat. "Back." He hauled me out. I handed him the knife, hands shaking now, the kind of shaking you feel in your wrists first. Mark flicked it open and stretched toward Derek's sleeve. "Hold still," he said. "I am. Hold still better." The blade sawed through the fabric. One strand, two. The belt jerked and pulled the hoodie tighter against Derek's shoulder. Derek made a choked animal sound. Then the lights went out. All of them. The building dropped into emergency darkness, so abruptly my eyes filled with static. A second later, 2 battery exit signs glowed red, and the weak emergency lamps over the hallway clicked on, throwing everything into flat, ugly shadows. Tasha had gotten the main off. The belt stopped. For one clean second, relief passed through all of us. Then someone pounded on the front glass. Not 3 polite knocks this time. A frantic hammering, both fists, hard enough to rattle the locked doors. Tasha shouted, "Police." No answer came. Only the pounding. Then a man's voice from outside yelled, "Open the door." "He's got Kyle." Lena froze. Mark still had one hand on Derek and the knife in the other. Tasha stood in the hallway beside the broken-looking breaker room door, phone pressed to her ear, face lit by the red exit sign. And from somewhere deep behind Lane 8, in the dark space under the pinsetter, Derek whispered, "That's not Kyle." For a second after Derek said, "That's not Kyle," nobody moved. The whole bowling alley seemed to shrink around the red glow of the exit signs. Out front, someone kept pounding on the glass doors. Not steady now. Bursts of it. 3 or 4 hits, then a pause, then another hit hard enough to make the metal frame chatter. Lena's hazards flashed through the windows in orange pulses, lighting the shoe counter, the racks of rental shoes, the prize machine, and Tasha's face in slices. Behind Lane 8, Derek's fingers were still hooked around the lower rail. Mark had one hand braced on the frame and the other gripping the half-cut sleeve of Derek's hoodie. His utility knife was open between his fingers, the blade catching a little red light every time the emergency lamp flickered. "Don't say dramatic things," Mark told Derek. His voice was rough, but controlled. "Say useful things. Who is outside?" Derek made a wet little cough. "I don't know. You saw him." "No, I heard him." "Then how do you know it's not Kyle?" "Because Kyle was with me." Lena pushed toward the service doorway. Tasha caught her again, but this time it was less a grab and more a desperate hold, one arm around Lena's middle like she was restraining someone at a family funeral. "Where is Kyle?" Lena called. Derek's voice came from low behind the pit curtain. "He went to get help." Tasha looked toward the front doors, where the pounding started again. "Maybe that's help," I said. Derek answered before anyone else could. "No," the word was small. That made it worse. The first attempt was the obvious one: get Derek free before dealing with whoever was outside. Mark shoved the flashlight into my hand. "Light on the sleeve, not his face. Sleeve. I've got it. You don't have it if I can't see threads. I've got it." He slid the blade under the last thick fold of hoodie. The main power was off now, but the pinsetter did not feel dead. It felt paused. There is a difference. A dead machine becomes furniture. A paused one listens. It had weight and tension stored in it. Belts stretched tight, springs held at angles, metal waiting to fall or release or finish whatever it had started. Derek was on his side in the narrow space behind the pin deck, wedged between a lower support and the rear access area. He was a young man, 22 male, with sandy hair plastered to his forehead, and a face gone gray from pain and panic. He wore a red hoodie over jeans and the right sleeve had wound into a rotating shaft far enough to pin his arm across his chest. His knuckles were scraped open. One cheek had a black smear of grease. There was blood on his lip where he had bitten it. "Can you move your fingers?" Mark asked. Derek flexed them. "Barely." "Good, keep doing that." "I can't feel two of them." "Keep doing that anyway." Mark cut more fabric. The hoodie loosened. Lena heard Derek gasp and made one herself. "We're getting him," I called, though I had no idea if that was true. The pounding at the front stopped. That pause dragged everyone's attention toward the entrance. A man's voice shouted through the glass, muffled by distance and doors. "Open it, open the door." Tasha lifted her phone. "Police are 3 minutes out." "You know that, or they said that?" Mark asked. "They said units are close." "That means 3 to 15. "Thank you, Mark. Specificity saves lives. So does shutting up." Mark cut the last bit of Derek's sleeve, and for one hopeful second, I thought that was it. Derek would slide out, Lena would scream and hug him, police would arrive, and everything after would become a story told at Christmas with the edges sanded down. Then Derek tried to pull back and screamed. His hoodie was free. His belt was not. Somehow, while struggling, the back of his leather belt had caught on a bent metal bracket under the rear frame. Not wrapped, just hooked. It held him at the hips like a fish on a gaff. "Stop moving," Mark snapped. "I'm stuck." "I know, that's why I said stop moving. I can't breathe right." "You can breathe because you're complaining." "Eddie, get lower. Shine under his left side." I crouched, knees grinding into grit and old pin dust. The flashlight beam found the belt, found the bracket, found something else. A black zip tie. Fresh. Clean. Not gray with dust like the old cable ties on the machine. It looped around part of the bracket, pulled tight, leaving a stiff cut end sticking out like a little tail. "Mark," I said, "I see it." "What is that?" "It's a zip tie." "I know what it is." "Then don't ask me questions you know the answer to." His tone was meaner than it needed to be. Fear did that to people. It made every word come out wearing boots. Tasha called from the lane side. "What's happening?" "Belt's caught," Mark said. "Can you free him?" "Working." He did not mention the zip tie. I noticed that. So did he. The front doors rattled again, but not from pounding now. A scraping sound crossed the glass. Long, slow, fingernails maybe, or metal. Lena started crying without making much sound, which was worse than if she had sobbed. Tasha backed away from the machine area and moved toward the front, phone in one hand, the other holding Mark's hammer. The bowling alley's geography became painfully clear to me then, like a map I could not stop seeing. Front entrance and shoe counter at the south end, lanes running north toward the pin decks, snack bar and office hallway on the east wall, arcade on the west side, machine area behind the lanes with its narrow service walkway, and us wedged behind lane 8 like idiots inside the most dangerous part of the building. Every way out had a problem. Front doors had the man outside. Emergency exit by the arcade led to the side alley, but we would have to cross the open floor and pass lane 8's approach to get there. Back service door by the pinsetters opened into the loading area, but Mark had told me earlier it stuck in wet weather, and Erie had been getting rain all night, and Derek could not move. Attempt 1 became partial success, his arm free, his body still trapped. Mark worked the knife under Derek's belt, not cutting the belt yet, trying to lift it off the bracket. Derek's breathing came in sharp little pulls. His left hand kept reaching for something and finding only air. "Lena," he called. "I'm here. I'm sorry." "Don't do that," she said. "Don't start saying sorry like you're dying. You're not dying. You're just being expensive." Derek let out a shaky laugh that turned into a cough. Tasha came back from the front, face tight. "He's gone from the door." That should have been good news. It was. "Gone where?" I asked. "I don't know. I didn't invite him to leave an itinerary." A sudden bang came from the arcade side of the building. Lena screamed. I flinched hard enough to slam my shoulder into the metal frame. Pain flashed down my arm. Another bang. Then a rattling, clattering rush. Tasha raised the hammer. Something moved in the darkness near the claw machine. Low and fast. For one horrible second, it looked like someone crawling between the arcade cabinets. And a plastic bucket rolled out into the aisle, hit the carpet transition, tipped, and spilled a scatter of old prize tokens and loose screws across the floor. The explanation came a heartbeat later. The air hockey table's missing paddle, balanced on the edge with the bucket during cleaning, had slipped when the side emergency exit sucked inward from a gust of wind. The door had not opened, but its loose seal flexed with the storm. The bucket had fallen. That was all. A stupid bucket. Nobody laughed. Misdirection is still fear if your body pays for it before your brain catches up. Tasha lowered the hammer slowly. "I hate this place," Mark grunted. "Get in line." The second attempt was to call the problem outward. Police, fire department, anybody with real tools and liability insurance. Tasha put the dispatcher on speaker so she could keep both hands free. Her voice had started to fray at the edges. "We have one person trapped in machinery. Main power is off. Possible intruder outside. Front doors locked. We need fire rescue too." The dispatcher's voice was calm enough to be irritating. "Ma'am, officers are en route. Fire and EMS are being notified. Stay away from the machinery if it is unsafe." Tasha looked at Mark, half hysterical with restraint. "She says stay away from the machinery." Mark did not look up. "Tell her noted." Tasha said noted in a voice that meant the opposite. Then the phone cut out. No beep, no warning. The call just died. Tasha stared at the screen. "No service." "Wi-Fi," I said. "Power's off. Your cell service shouldn't care." "It apparently cares emotionally." She moved toward the front windows, phone raised, searching for bars. Lena followed, calling Derek's name over her shoulder. Mark finally cut Derek's belt. The leather parted with a hard little snap. Derek slid 6 inches and cried out. "Good," Mark said. "Good, that's good." "That didn't sound good," I said. "Pain means he's alive and dramatic." Grab under his shoulders. "I thought I wasn't supposed to touch him." "Now you are." I reached around Derek from behind, awkwardly, trying not to put weight on any machine part. He smelled like sweat, beer that was not necessarily his, rainwater, and grease. He was heavier than he looked. When we pulled, he moved another foot, then stopped again. His shoe was caught. Of course it was. The heel of his right sneaker had wedged beneath a low guard plate. Mark cursed in a way that sounded almost artistic. Derek started to shake. "Get it off, just get it off." "Untie it," Mark said. "I can't reach." "Eddie." I had to crawl lower, close enough that the grit stuck to my cheek. The emergency light did not reach under there, so I held the flashlight in my teeth for a second, tasting dust and rubber on the handle. My shoulder throbbed from where I had hit the frame. My knees felt wet, though I couldn't tell whether it was water, oil, or sweat. I untied Derek's shoe with fingers that did not want to work. The lace was double knotted. Naturally, from the front, Tasha called, "Eddie." What? Your phone have service? I fumbled it out and checked. 1 bar. A text notification sat there from my father. Water S in the basement now. Below it, another. Forget it. I'll call your cousin. It hit me harder than it should have. My father was not trapped under a pin sitter. He was not outside a bowling alley with some man screaming about Kyle. He was standing in a wet basement, probably angry, probably scared in a way he would turn into anger, because that was the only shape he trusted. And I had done what I always did. I had waited long enough to make myself unnecessary. Eddie, Mark snapped. I realized I had stopped untying the shoe. Sorry, be sorry faster. I got the knot loose. We pulled Derek free of the shoe and dragged him out backward along the service walkway. Out in pieces, shoulder, hip, knee, 1 socked foot, torn hoodie hanging from him like shed skin. Lena ran to him the moment he cleared the machine area. This time Tasha did not stop her. Derek collapsed against the cinder block wall. Lena dropped beside him, hands moving over his face, his arms, his chest, checking him like she had done it 100 times at work and never once on her brother. My hand, he said. I know. My side hurts. I know. Lena, Kyle, breathe first. We have to get Kyle. Tasha, holding her phone near the front windows, turned sharply. Where is Kyle? Derek looked past her toward the lanes. He was behind 9. Mark went still again. What do you mean behind 9? He asked. The guy told us the ball was stuck. He said go through the side door and push it loose. Kyle went first. I was behind him. Then the lights flickered and something moved and Kyle yelled. I tried to back out, but my sleeve caught. Tasha said, What guy, Derek? I don't know. What did he look like? Derek squeezed his eyes shut. Employee shirt, dark hat. We don't wear hats, I said. He had keys. Ray? Tasha asked Mark. Ray's in Fairview. You sure? No, I'm not his wife. The front glass rattled again. Not the doors this time. The side window by the arcade. A face appeared there, pale in the emergency light. Lena made a broken sound. The man outside pressed one hand flat to the glass. He was in his 20s, male, with dark hair plastered to his forehead and a bleeding cut above one eyebrow. His mouth moved, but we could not hear him through the window and the rain. That's Kyle, Derek whispered. Tasha ran toward the arcade side. Wait, Mark shouted. But she was already there, hammer in hand, phone in her back pocket, moving between the claw machine and Big Buck Hunter toward the side emergency exit. Kyle slapped the glass again and pointed toward the back of the building. And he vanished downward, not walked away, dropped. Lena screamed his name, though she had only just learned what he looked like. Tasha reached the side exit and shoved the push bar. The door opened 2 inches and stopped. A chain on the outside snapped tight. Tasha shoved again. Metal bit metal. The door would not open farther. We're chained in, she said. That was the point where the night stopped being an equipment malfunction with a suspicious customer attached. Someone had chained the side exit from outside. Mark took the hammer from Tasha and struck the gap near the chain. Once, twice. The sound rang through the arcade. The chain held. Back service door, he said. We moved as a group now because separating had started to feel like volunteering. Derek limped with Lena under one arm and me under the other. His sock dragged through dust. Tasha carried the hammer. Mark had the utility knife and flashlight. The police should have been there. Maybe they were close. Maybe they were outside dealing with whoever had been pounding. Maybe our dead phones had eaten the update. The lack of sirens made the building feel farther from the city than it was. We went behind the lanes again, past the machine frames, toward the north loading area. The back service door was a heavy metal slab beside stacked boxes of Lane oil and a trash bin full of broken pins. It opened to the rear lot, where deliveries came in. Mark hit the push bar. Nothing. He hit it harder. The door shifted at the top, but not the bottom. "Swollen frame?" I asked. No, he shined the flashlight down. A metal wedge had been jammed under the door from outside. Bright, new, and deliberate. Tasha whispered, "Oh my God." Mark stepped back. For once, he had no joke. We were locked in from the front by caution, from the side by a chain, from the back by a wedge. And the only people who seemed to know why were either outside in the rain or somewhere in the dark lanes with access to keys. Then the bowling alley came back to life. Not all of it, just lane 8. The overhead monitor flickered gray. The pin setter buzzed. 10 white pins dropped into place with a clean, professional clack. But the main power was still off. Tasha stared at the glowing monitor. How? Mark looked toward the machines, then to the ceiling, then to the emergency lights. "Generator line," he said quietly. "What generator line?" Ray had one installed for the freezer and emergency circuits. Cheap job. I told him not to tie anything else into it. The pins clicked again. Lane 9's monitor blinked on next. Derek grabbed Lena's sleeve. Kyle was behind 9. From somewhere behind lane 9, low and close, a man screamed once. Then the scream cut off. Nobody waited for a plan after that. Mark moved toward lane 9. Tasha grabbed his arm. "No, police, we wait. We're locked in," Mark said. "So we make noise. We break glass. Emergency glass is wired. You want to climb through that in the rain with him bleeding and someone outside. We can't go deeper. Someone already is deeper." Lane 8 cycled behind us. Lane 9 hummed. The machines were waking one by one along the back wall, not in order, but close enough to feel like a sequence. And then the point of no return came with a small, ordinary sound. The front door lock clicked. All of us heard it over the machinery. Not a rattle, not a knock, a key turning. From the front of the bowling alley, beyond the dark arcade and the long, polished lanes, the main entrance opened. Cold, wet air rushed inside. A man's voice called out in a friendly, practiced tone. "Everybody okay in here?" Mark whispered. "That's not police." Tasha lifted the hammer. Derek, gray-faced and shaking between Lena and me, looked toward lane 9. The service walkway behind us narrowed into darkness. The front of the building had just been opened by someone with a key, and Kyle had gone quiet behind the next machine. There was no safe direction left. The man who came in through the front did not rush. That was the first thing that made him worse than the pounding at the glass, worse than the machines waking up one by one behind us. He stepped inside like he had opened the alley 1,000 times before, like the cold rain at his back and the emergency lights and the dead monitors were all part of a closing routine. The door shut behind him. The lock clicked again. "Everybody okay?" he called. His voice carried down the lanes with that forced brightness people use when they already know the answer and want you to say it first. Tasha tightened both hands around the hammer. In the red exit light, she looked smaller than usual and somehow more solid, like all the softness had been pressed out of her. Mark stood beside lane 9's machine, housing with the flashlight angled down, utility knife in his right hand. Lena had one arm around Derek. I had his other side, his weight dragging on me, his socked foot sliding on the gritty walkway. Derek whispered, That's him. The man walked past the shoe counter, past the rental racks, past the snack bar where the fryer oil had cooled into a thick, stale smell. He wore a dark polo shirt tucked into jeans, a black baseball cap pulled low, and a cheap blue windbreaker with no logo. In the dark, from a distance, tired and drunk and stupid, he could have looked like staff. He stopped at lane 4 and looked down the building toward us. "Mark," he said, "that you back there?" Mark went very still. Tasha glanced at him. "You know him?" Mark's jaw moved once before he answered. "Dean." The name meant nothing to me. It clearly meant plenty to Mark. Dean lifted one hand, palm out, casual as a neighbor across a driveway. He was maybe late 30s, male, lean and pale, with a narrow face and a wet shine on his jacket shoulders. He smiled without showing teeth. "Just wanted to talk," Dean said. "You chained my side door," Tasha called. "Had to keep everyone inside till I got back. You wedged the rear door. Same reason. You trapped a kid in a pin setter," Mark said. Dean's smile twitched. "That wasn't the plan." Lena made a sound from deep in her chest. "Where's Kyle?" Dean's eyes flicked toward her, then to Derek. Kyle should have stayed put. Derek tried to step forward and nearly collapsed. I caught him under the arm, pain shooting through my already bruised shoulder. "Don't," I hissed. "He hit Kyle," Derek said. "Behind 9. With something." Dean's voice sharpened. "He jumped me." "He's 19, Lena snapped. "And I'm out of patience." Lane 8 cycled behind us. A heavy mechanical thump. Pins swept, lifted, reset. Lane 9 hummed like it wanted to join in. Mark looked over his shoulder toward the machines, then back to Dean. "You ran emergency power to 8 and 9. Dean gave a little laugh. Ray ran emergency power to whatever I told him would keep his freezer from thawing during storms. Ray signs checks if you say code compliance slow enough. Tasha said, "You're the electrician." "Was," Mark said. Dean's eyes tightened. "Contractor, not electrician. You never got that right." "I got enough right to kick you out." For the first time, Dean's face showed something real. Not fear, resentment. Old and shiny. Mark spoke without looking at us. Dean Mercer, 38. Used to do wiring and cheap repair jobs for Ray. Got fired after he bypassed safety interlocks on 10 and 11 because it was faster than fixing them. Dean spread his hands. They worked. They almost crushed a mechanic from Buffalo during a tournament. He put his arm where it didn't belong. Mark's voice dropped. "You told 2 kids to put their whole bodies where they didn't belong." Another sound came from behind lane 9. A low moan. "Kyle." Lena turned toward it. "We have to get him." Dean's eyes went there too. His expression changed again, calculations sliding into place. "No," Mark said, reading it. "Don't." Dean bolted, not toward us, toward the lane controls. He ran along the approaches, shoes squeaking on the polished floor, one hand skimming the ball returns. Tasha moved before I understood what he was doing. She sprinted down the carpet edge, hammer raised, but Dean had a head start and knew exactly where he was going. He reached the console between lanes 9 and 10 and punched something under the panel. Lane 9's pin setter came alive with a buzz that built fast. Mark cursed and shoved past me. "Eddie Light." I let go of Derek. Lena took his weight and staggered. I ran after Mark into the narrow service space behind lane 9, flashlight bouncing uselessly until I forced my hand steady. Kyle was wedged lower than Derek had been. Kyle Porter, 19, male, dark-haired, bleeding from a cut above his eyebrow, was half under the rear lip of lane 9's machine, one leg twisted awkwardly. and both arms clamped around a steel support. His hoodie was black, soaked at the sleeves. Blood striped down the side of his face and dripped off his chin onto the concrete. A length of extension cord had been looped around his ankle and tied off to a lower bracket. Not caught, tied. The scream that had cut off earlier made sense now. Dean had not needed the machine to trap him. The machine was the threat. The cord was the leash. Mark dropped beside him. "Kyle, look at me." Kyle blinked slowly, unfocused. "Don't sleep," Mark said. "Bad place for a nap." The sweep arm above the lane jerked. "Mark," I said, "I know." Lane 9's motor groaned, not running clean, fighting the main power cut and the generator feed, the sort of wrong electrical sound even I could hear. Mark sawed at the extension cord with his utility knife. The blade bit in, slipped, bit again. From the front, Tasha and Dean collided. The hammer hit the floor with a heavy crack. Dean grabbed Tasha by the front of her shirt and slammed her against the ball return between lanes 6 and 7. The sound of her back hitting plastic carried through the building. "Tasha," I shouted. "Light," Mark barked. I aimed back at Kyle. This was the ugly part. Help one person and listen to another get hurt. Choose a direction and feel the other one tearing at you. Dean and Tasha struggled in the open lane area, both half lit by the emergency lamps and the flickering monitors. She drove a knee into him. He grunted and hit her with his forearm, not a clean punch, but hard enough to knock her sideways. She fell against lane 7's approach, palms squeaking on the polished surface. Lena screamed at him from the service doorway. "Stop." Derek, barely able to stand, grabbed one of the broken pins from the trash bin by the rear door. His face had gone loose and determined in a way I did not like. "Derek, no," Lena said. He limped forward anyway. Lane 9 clanked. Mark cut through half the cord. "Pull him when I say," he told me. "Okay, not before. Okay." Dean saw Derek coming and laughed once, breathless. "You can barely walk." Derek swung the broken pin anyway. It connected with Dean's shoulder, not his head, with a dull, hard knock. Dean shouted and stumbled into the lane 7 ball return. Tasha crawled toward the hammer. Then the greenhouse ball moved. It rolled out of lane 8's return cradle, slow at first, then faster as it crossed the sloped edge of the approach. For a stupid half-second, I thought the building was doing it again. Then I saw Lena. She had pushed it. The chipped 10-pound green ball rolled across the approach toward Dean's legs. It was not cinematic. It wobbled. It almost veered. It hit the edge between lanes 7 and 8, corrected, and caught Dean at the ankle as he lunged for Derek. Dean went down hard. His head clipped the corner of the plastic scoring stand with a flat sound that made everyone freeze. He hit the lane and slid a foot, leaving a smear of rainwater and something darker near his hairline. Tasha grabbed the hammer. Dean rolled, dazed but moving. "Stay down," she shouted. He did not. Mark cut the rest of the cord. Now, I grabbed Kyle under the arms and pulled. He was dead weight, slick with rain and sweat. Mark lifted his trapped leg. Kyle screamed. The extension cord snapped free and whipped against my wrist, leaving a hot stripe of pain. We dragged him backward just as lane 9's sweep dropped. It came down where his shoulders had been. Not fast enough to kill cleanly maybe. Fast enough to break bones. Fast enough to pin him until something else finished the job. The bar struck the lower frame and jammed with a metal shriek. Kyle was out. Barely. He vomited once onto the concrete, then sobbed like he hated himself for it. "Good," Mark said, breathing hard. Puking is alive. Out front, Dean got to his feet. Blood ran from his hairline down his temple. His eyes were unfocused for 1 second, then found Mark. You ruined me, Dean said. Mark pushed himself upright, knees shaking. You did the wiring. You called the inspector. You bypassed safeties. You made sure no one hired me after. You made sure of that when you nearly killed a man. Dean reached into his windbreaker pocket. Tasha saw it first. Knife. Everything snapped into shorter pieces. Dean moved. Tasha threw the hammer. It missed his head and struck the scoring console between lanes 7 and 8, cracking plastic, sending sparks, and a dying blue flicker across the display. Dean came down the approach toward us. Mark stepped into the service doorway, blocking the path from the lanes into the rear walkway. Back, he said to us. There was nowhere back enough. Lena and Derek crouched by the wall. Kyle lay on his side, gasping. I stood with the flashlight in one hand and nothing in the other. My phone buzzed again in my pocket. I ignored it, not avoidance this time. Choice. Dean had a folding knife. Small blade, real enough. Move, he said. No, Mark said. Dean slashed. Mark jerked back, but not far enough. The blade cut across his forearm. He hissed through his teeth and slammed his shoulder into Dean, driving him against the service door frame. The two men grappled, boots scraping, breath grunting, Dean's knife hand trapped between them. Tasha came from behind Dean. She did not have the hammer anymore. She had the lockout tag kit. It was a yellow plastic case with a metal clasp and a coil of red lockout hasps inside. Useless, I would have thought, except Tasha swung it by the handle and smashed it into Dean's ear. Dean roared. Mark got both hands on his wrist. Eddie, Mark shouted. I moved without thinking. The only thing near me was the extension cord that had tied Kyle's ankle. I grabbed it, looped it around Dean's knife wrist, and pulled backward with everything I had. It was clumsy. It burned my palms. It worked for 2 seconds. 2 seconds was enough for Tasha to kick Dean's knee from the side. His leg buckled. The knife clattered onto the service walkway. Derek, still on the floor, slapped a hand over it and shoved it under the metal frame out of reach. Dean twisted toward him. Lena hit Dean with the broken pin, once across the back. She made a sound when she did it, not a scream, not a word. Something pulled out of her by fear and love and exhaustion. Dean went to one knee. Then lane 8 cycled again. The machine behind him bucked with a hard metallic clack. The generator fed circuit whined. A belt spun loose and slapped against the housing. Mark's eyes widened. Move. The jammed mechanism on lane 9 released at the same time. The sweep arm jerked upward, then dropped again halfway, rattling. The whole rear service space shuddered. Dean lunged blindly for the front, trying to get away from Mark, from us, from whatever he had half awakened and failed to control. His foot slid on the smear of oil near lane 8's frame. He grabbed for balance and caught the edge of the pinsetter housing. Bad place for a hand. Mark shouted, "Do." Dean's fingers went into the moving belt. He screamed. The sound changed everyone. Tasha covered her mouth. Lena turned away. Derek squeezed his eyes shut. Kyle made a small whimper from the floor. Mark moved toward Dean. Of course he did. Even after everything, Mark moved to save the man's hand. I hated him for it and loved him for it in the same breath. "Kill the generator feed," Mark shouted. "Where?" Tasha yelled. "Office." Red transfer switch by the freezer panel. Tasha ran. Dean was folded against the frame, knife gone, face white. fingers trapped in the belt assembly. The belt was not moving fast now, but it did not need to. It held and pulled and chewed by fractions. Mark braced one boot against the machine, grabbed the belt with his cut hands, and tried to relieve tension. Eddie, wedge it. With what? Anything hard, the broken pin. I grabbed it from Lena's hand. Its end was jagged. I jammed it between the belt and pulley housing. The first try slipped. The second caught. The belt smoked faintly, rubber smell filling the air, sharp and nauseating. Dean sobbed. Please, 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 stay still, Mark growled. For once in your life. From the office hallway, Tasha screamed. Which red switch? The one labeled generator. They're all labeled in Ray's handwriting. Freezer panel, a pause that lasted too long. Then the hum died. Not just lane 8, not just lane 9. Emergency generator feed cut out with a descending whine, and the machines finally became dead metal. Dean sagged. Mark pried the belt back enough for him to pull his hand free. 3 fingers were bent wrong. Skin peeled at the knuckles. Blood hit the concrete in quick drops. Nobody celebrated. Tasha came back slowly, carrying a red-handled switch cover in one hand like evidence. Her face was pale. It was tied into lanes 8 through 10, she said. There was a handwritten label under the panel. Special events backup. Mark leaned against the wall, breathing hard. Ray, you cheap idiot. Dean cradled his mangled hand to his chest. For a moment, he looked smaller, just a hurt man in a wet jacket. Then he tried to run. He shoved Mark with his good shoulder and staggered down the service walkway toward the front, slipping between lane machines and cinder block. Tasha went after him. I followed. We came out from the side door near lane 8 just as Dean crossed the approach. He was heading for the front entrance he had unlocked. Beyond the doors, rain slanted through the parking lot lights. Still no police inside. No sirens close enough to matter. He reached the shoe counter. Then his foot hit the green ball again. The same stupid chipped house ball. This time it had rolled to rest beside the counter after knocking him down earlier, hidden in shadow below the rental racks. Dean stepped on it with the side of his shoe. His ankle folded. He crashed into the rental counter face first, bounced off, and dropped behind it. The sound he made was short and final. Not dead final, finished final. Tasha got there first. She kicked his knife farther away, even though he did not have it anymore. Habit. Then she dropped one knee onto his back and pinned his good wrist. Move and I break something on purpose, she said. Dean did not move. I stood there panting, flashlight still in hand, beam shaking across the rental shoes. Outside, blue and red lights finally washed across the front windows. Not sudden saviors. Too late for that. They arrived after Derek's arm, after Kyle's ankle, after Mark's cut forearm, after Dean's fingers, after all of us had already become people who knew what a pinsetter sounded like when it almost took someone apart. The police hit the front door and found it locked again because Dean had shut it behind him. Tasha laughed once. It sounded awful. I grabbed the key ring from behind the counter with fingers that barely worked. My palms were striped raw from the cord. My shoulder throbbed. My knees shook badly enough that I had to steady myself on the shoe rack. As I unlocked the front door, I saw my reflection in the glass, pale, dirty, older than I had been an hour ago. 2 officers came in first, weapons low but ready. Behind them came fire rescue and EMS with bags, radios, gloves, a stretcher. Real voices filled the building. boots on carpet. Real people asking clear questions. Who's injured? Where's the suspect? Is the power isolated? Anybody else inside? Tasha pointed. Suspect behind the shoe counter. 2 injured behind lane 9. Mechanic cut. Electrical panel tampered with. Machines are off now. I think, Mark called from the back. They're off. His voice was tired enough to scare me all over again. Paramedics reached Derek and Kyle. Lena tried to answer questions and stay with both of them at once. Derek kept apologizing. Kyle kept asking if his leg was still there. Tasha sat on the edge of the shoe counter after an officer took over restraining Dean. One hand pressed to her ribs where Dean had slammed her. She winced every time she breathed. Mark stood in the service doorway with a towel wrapped around his forearm, watching Dean get handcuffed. Dean's mangled hand was wrapped by an EMT before they took him out. He kept looking back at Mark, not angry now, empty. That was worse. As they led him past lane 8, the dead monitor above it flickered once. Just once. A gray pulse across the glass. An officer saw it and looked up. Thought you said power was off. Mark stared at the screen. It is, he said. Then the monitor went black again. Nobody spoke for a full second. The officer frowned and made a note, probably about faulty wiring, because faulty wiring was real and could be photographed, documented, blamed. I looked at the pins at the end of lane 8. They stood in their perfect triangle, white under emergency light, arranged like nothing had happened at all. The first ordinary sound after all of it was the EMT tearing open a packet of gauze. That was what stayed with me. Not Dean screaming, not the pinsetter coughing itself awake, not the green ball knocking against his ankle. It was that clean paper rip, quick and practical, followed by a woman's voice saying, "Hold pressure here," like we were in a kitchen, and somebody had cut themselves slicing bagels. The building filled with people who knew what to do. That helped. It also made everything feel smaller in a way that hurt. A few minutes earlier, Lakeview lanes had felt sealed off from the rest of Erie, like the rain and the dead phones and the blocked exits had cut us out of the city. Then the police came in with wet boots and radios crackling on their shoulders, and the fire crew wedged the side door open, and 2 paramedics knelt beside Kyle behind lane 9, asking him his name, the date, whether he could feel his toes. He could. Barely. Kyle Porter, 19, male, kept saying, I'm sorry," even though nobody had accused him of anything. He was strapped to a backboard because of the way his leg had twisted under him, and because he had taken a hit to the head hard enough to leave blood in his eyebrow and confusion in his eyes. Every time the paramedic touched his ankle, his hands clenched around the edges of the board. He tried not to cry and failed twice. Nobody gave him trouble for it. Derek Shaw, 22, male, sat against the cinder block wall with a blanket over his shoulders, 1 foot bare, his cut belt hanging open, his right hand wrapped in white gauze. He looked embarrassed in that deep, exhausted way people look after surviving something stupid and terrifying at the same time. Lena sat beside him, her knees pulled up, one arm locked around his shoulders like she had decided gravity could not be trusted with him anymore. Lena Shaw, 28, female, did not cry once after the police arrived. She turned brisk instead, too brisk. She answered questions. She gave Derek's date of birth. She corrected him when he said Kyle had just tripped earlier, because he was trying to make it sound less bad. She told the paramedics he had no allergies, then paused and said, "Wait, penicillin made him puke when he was 9. Does that count?" Her voice only cracked when Derek looked at her and said, "I thought you were going to be mad." She stared at him for a second. "I am mad," she said. "I'm going to be mad in the ambulance. I'm going to be mad at the hospital. I'm going to be mad all week." Derek nodded, eyes wet. Then she pressed her forehead to his temple and whispered, "Don't ever make me pick you up from something this dumb again." Tasha Monroe, 31, female, refused transport for about 11 minutes. That was very Tasha. She sat on the edge of the shoe counter with one hand against her ribs and the other holding a paper cup of water someone had brought her from the snack bar sink. The water probably tasted like copper and old pipes. She drank it anyway. When an EMT asked her to rate her pain, she said, "Annoying," which was not a number. The EMT, a stocky woman with gray hair tucked under her cap, did not blink. "Annoying from 1 to 10. 6 if I breathe. 3 if I don't. Try breathing, bossy, professionally." Tasha allowed herself to be checked after that. Bruised ribs may be cracked, they said. A swollen cheek from Dean's forearm. Scraped palms. No sign of internal injury, though they told her the hospital would know better. "I have kids," she said. The EMT looked at her. "Then let us make sure you can still pick them up tomorrow." That got through. Tasha looked away, jaw tight, and nodded once. Mark Feld, 44, male, was the last of us to sit down. He kept hovering near the machines, even while bleeding through the towel on his forearm. The firefighters had killed every feed they could find, tagged the panels, and still Mark would not stop staring at lanes 8 and 9, as if one of them might twitch just to spite him. Finally, a firefighter said, "Sir, either sit down or I'm putting you down." Mark gave him a look. "You and what union?" "Mine's bigger." Mark sat. His cut needed stitches. His right palm had reopened where he had sliced it earlier in the night, and the belt burn across his fingers was angry and red. He did not complain. That worried me more than the blood. Dean Mercer, 38, male, left in handcuffs and an ambulance. Not in that order exactly. They cuffed his good wrist to the stretcher rail because his other hand was too mangled to cuff. 3 fingers were crushed badly enough that even I understood the words, "possible partial amputation," when an EMT said them quietly to a police officer. Dean stared at the ceiling as they rolled him past lane 8. He did not look at Mark again. He did not look at Derek or Kyle or Lena. When he passed me, his eyes moved to the greenhouse ball lying by the shoe counter. The ball had a black scuff across one side from where his shoe had ridden over it. Dean laughed once. Small, airy, almost private. "Pins reset," he muttered. An officer leaned closer. "What was that?" Dean shut his mouth. That line went into a notebook somewhere. I saw the officer write it down. Whether it mattered later, I don't know. Police separated us for statements. That was the legal aftermath, and it was dull in the way real legal things are dull when you are exhausted. Nobody gives you the music from a crime show. They give you a folding chair near the arcade, a bottle of water, and questions you answer 3 times because details shift when your body is still shaking. An officer named Hale asked me to start from when I noticed something wrong. "Lane 8 made a sound," I said. "What kind of sound?" "A click." "What kind of click?" I almost laughed. Not because it was funny, because I had spent the whole night trying to explain the difference between normal bowling alley noises and wrong ones. And here was this tired cop with rain on his shoulders, asking me to define a click. "Careful," I said. He looked up from his notepad. "I know that sounds stupid." "No," he said, "keep going." So I did. I told him about the pins resetting, the green ball, Lena at the door, Derek's wallet, the blocked breaker room, the pounding, Dean entering with a key, Mark recognizing him, Kyle tied with the extension cord, the generator feed. When I got to the part where I ignored my father's texts, I stopped. Officer Hale waited. "That part doesn't matter," I said. "Okay," he said, and wrote something anyway. Maybe he wrote that I stopped. Maybe cops noticed those things. Ray Bishop arrived at 2:17 a.m. He came in wearing a winter coat over pajama pants, hair sticking up on one side, face red before he had even spoken. Looked around at the police tape near the lanes, the EMTs, the dark monitors, the broken scoring console, the bloody towel on the service walkway, and Tasha sitting with an ice pack against her ribs. "What happened to my building?" he said. Tasha laughed again. This one sounded more like her. "Your building," she said. "That's your opening line." Ray looked at the officer beside him, then at Mark. "Mark." What? Mark stood up so fast the firefighter beside him reached out like he expected him to fall. "Dean tied emergency power into lanes 8 through 10, Mark said. "Side exit chained, rear door wedged, breaker room blocked with your boxes, safety interlocks bypassed. 2 kids nearly got chewed up because your cheap contractor still had keys." Ray's mouth opened and closed. "I didn't know he still had keys." "No," Mark said. "You didn't check. That hung there." Ray looked smaller after that. Not innocent, just smaller. The kind of smaller a man gets when all his little savings and shortcuts arrive together with flashing lights. The police took Ray's keys. They took Mark's old maintenance logs. They photographed the breaker panel, the generator switch, the handwritten labels, the zip tie near lane 8, the extension cord from Kyle's ankle, the wedge under the rear service door, and the chain on the side exit. A fire marshal came and said words like unpermitted work, life safety violation, and immediate closure. Lakeview Lanes did not open the next day, or the next week. By sunrise, the rain had quit. The sky over West 12th Street turned a flat pale gray, and the parking lot looked cheap and harmless again. Puddles sat in the low spots. Lena's sedan was still there, driver's side door open, dome light dead. Someone had gone through her purse, but not taken anything. That bothered her more than theft would have. "Why open it then?" she asked. Nobody had a good answer. A firefighter guessed Dean had been looking for her phone or wallet or anything that might tell him who she was. A cop suggested he had wanted to scare her back inside, keep everyone clustered where he could control them. Both explanations made sense. Neither made her feel better. Before the ambulances left, Lena grabbed my sleeve. "Thank you," she said. I wanted to say I hadn't done much. I almost did. It was right there in my mouth, automatic and useless. Instead, I said, "I'm glad he's out." She nodded, then went with Derek. Kyle went in the second ambulance. He lifted one hand when they rolled him past us. Derek lifted his bandaged hand back, and for a second, they looked like 2 kids leaving a bad sleepover, instead of 2 young men who had been used as bait by a man with keys and a grudge. Mark refused the ambulance, but allowed a patrol officer to drive him to urgent care after the firefighter threatened again. Tasha went to the hospital too, mostly because the EMT with gray hair had the voice of a woman who had raised several children and could make disobedience feel childish. That left me outside the front doors with Officer Hale, Ray Bishop, and the greenhouse ball. Someone had carried it out with the evidence pile, then decided it was not evidence, then set it by the door. It sat on the wet concrete under the overhang, chipped thumb hole facing up. Officer Hale followed my eyes. That the ball? Yeah. Important. It tripped him. He wrote that down too. At 6:03 a.m., I finally called my father. He answered on the fifth ring. What? He said, not hello. What? Behind him, I could hear a shop vac running, or maybe a pump, hard to tell. It's me, I said. I know who it is. You okay? A pause. Basement's wet. Yeah, I saw your texts. Did you? I'm sorry. Another pause, longer. You working? I was. You done? I looked back through the glass doors at Lakeview Lanes. The inside was dim, except for the daylight leaking in, and the red exit signs still glowing like tired eyes. Police tape crossed the approach to lanes 8 and 9. One pin stood alone on lane 8's deck, knocked out of formation at some point during the inspection and never reset. I think I'm done there for a while, I said. My father made a sound that might have been a grunt, or might have been something gentler that lost courage. You need help with the basement? I asked. I called your cousin. I can still come. You don't have to, I know. The line carried the soft electrical hiss of distance. Then he said, bring coffee. So I did. That was the almost ordinary part. I drove south with my hands wrapped in gauze from the cord burns, and my shoulder aching every time I turned the wheel. I stopped at a gas station for 2 coffees and a pack of powdered donuts because my father liked pretending he did not like them. My shoes left black pinsetter dust on the floor mat. My phone kept buzzing with unknown numbers. Police follow-up, Tasha checking in, a voicemail from Ray I did not play. My father's basement smelled like wet cardboard and old concrete. The pump had clogged with leaves and a strip of insulation. We cleared it. We dragged boxes onto the stairs. We did not talk much at first. That was fine. Not every repair needs a confession. Eventually, while we were wringing out towels into a utility sink, he saw the bruises on my wrists. What happened? I thought about saying work accident. Then I didn't. Long night, I said. He waited, so I told him some of it, not all enough. He listened without interrupting. When I finished, he looked at the water creeping back toward the drain and said, you always did wait too long before calling for help. I almost snapped at him. Then I looked at his bad hip, the wet cuffs of his jeans, the way his hands shook slightly from too much work and not enough sleep. Yeah, I said. I know. Lakeview stayed closed through the investigation. Dean Mercer was charged with kidnapping, assault, reckless endangerment, unlawful restraint, criminal mischief, and a few things involving tampering that I only saw later in an online docket. He claimed he never meant to kill anyone. According to Tasha, who heard it from an officer who probably should not have told her, Dean said he wanted Mark to admit what he did and wanted Ray to see what bad wiring looked like when it mattered. That was the closest anyone got to a motive that sounded like language. Ray lost the business eventually. Not right away, but eventually. Insurance dragged. Inspectors found enough violations to turn the building into paperwork with walls. The sign stayed up for months, unlit, the cartoon bowling pin smiling at traffic on West 12th like it had missed the announcement. Derek's hand healed, mostly. Kyle needed surgery on his ankle and had headaches for weeks. Lena sent Tasha flowers and a card with handwriting so neat it looked printed. Tasha kept the card taped behind the counter at her next job, which was managing a pharmacy shift where, according to her, the machines were less murderous but more judgmental. Mark got 12 stitches and a scar he pretended not to show people. He retired from bowling alley work, then got bored, then started repairing garage doors, which seemed to me like leaving one kind of moving death trap for another. I did not go back inside Lakeview after that morning. Not officially. A month later, I drove past at dusk because I told myself it was on the way to somewhere else. It was. The parking lot was empty except for weeds pushing through cracks and a single shopping cart near the side wall. The windows were dark. The side emergency door had a new chain on it, this one from the city, with a red violation tag hanging flat in the wind. I sat in my car across the street and looked at the front doors. I expected to feel something clean. Closure maybe, anger, relief. What I felt was the old urge to explain everything. Dean had keys. Dean knew the wiring. Dean moved the ball, or maybe it had been left in the return track before we noticed. Dean tied Kyle. Dean used the generator feed. Dean understood just enough about the machines to make them dangerous, and just little enough to nearly lose his own hand. Human, mechanical, real. Then inside the dark building, Lane 8's overhead monitor flickered once. A gray pulse, so faint I could have imagined it. I turned off my engine and listened through the closed car windows. No clatter, no hum, no careful click, just traffic on wet pavement and a gull somewhere toward the lake. After a while, I drove away. I never told the police about that part. There was nothing to tell, really. A bad capacitor, residual charge, a reflection from a passing truck, some leftover fault in a building full of leftover faults. That is the explanation I keep. Most days it holds. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much, the ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The first time I heard the deep water whistle, nobody was in the lake. Cut across Camp Alderwick at 6:12 in the morning, 3 sharp blasts from the waterfront, the kind of sound that makes every adult on a property stop, pretending they are calm. I was halfway through dragging a crate of kickballs out from under the rec hall porch, my hands dusty, my shirt already sticking to my back in the wet Maine heat, when the whistle went again. 3 blasts. A pause. 3 more. Downhill, beyond the pines, Lake Barlow lay flat and gray under a skin of fog. No splashing. No shouting. No kid yelling that his shoe had floated away. Just the whistle and the lake answering with small, lazy taps against the dock. My name is Evan Hale, 23 male, from Worcester, Massachusetts, and I had been hired as a junior counselor because I knew how to run a soccer drill, keep 10-year-olds from throwing rocks at each other, and smile through minor disasters. At least that was the version I had sold in the interview. The less useful version was that I hated deep water. Not in a dramatic way. I could swim. I had passed the basic test. But once my feet couldn't touch, my body started counting all the empty space under me. I didn't mention that on my application. You don't tell a summer camp you're afraid of the lake. Is that us? Someone called from inside the rec hall. Mara Pike, 27, female, from Bristol, England, ducked out through the screen door with a roll of painter's tape around her wrist and a half-laminated schedule in one hand. She had been at Alderwick for 3 summers and had the confident, slightly fried look of someone who could fix a bunk bed, calm a homesick child, and still remember where the medical forms were filed. She listened for a second, her mouth tightening. "Waterfront," she said. "Campers aren't even here yet," I said. "That's why it's weird." She jogged down the slope. I followed, because not following would have made me look worse than I already felt. The camp was still in that pre-arrival state, where everything seemed staged for people who hadn't entered yet. Cabins swept, but empty, picnic tables lined in perfect rows, name tags stacked on clipboards, sunscreen pumps set out beside tubs of bug spray. The air smelled like lake mud, pine needles, and the burnt coffee someone had left too long in the staff kitchen. At the fork by the nurse's cabin, Noah Brandt caught up with us, breathless and tugging on one sneaker. Noah was 19, male, from Burlington, Vermont, hired as a lifeguard after finishing his first year of college. He had broad shoulders, sun-bleached hair, and the twitchy eagerness of a guy who wanted older staff to notice he was dependable. "I heard the whistle," he said. "That's not me. I swear I didn't touch it." Mara glanced at him. "No one accused you. Your face kind of did. My face has many talents." We reached the waterfront just as another 3 blasts snapped through the fog. Tessa Rowe was standing at the end of the main dock with the emergency whistle in her hand. Tessa, 34, female, from upstate New York, was the waterfront director, and every inch of her looked built around rules. Braided hair tight against her head, red guard shirt tucked in, radio clipped high on her shoulder, rescue tube already slung across her chest, even though the lake was empty. She lowered the whistle when she saw us, but she didn't look embarrassed. She looked angry in a quiet, contained way. "Count the boards," she said. Mara slowed. "Good morning to you too. Count them." The dock was old but well maintained, a long rectangle of sun-bleached planks leading out into the fog. I counted automatically because Tessa's tone made it hard not to. 28 boards from shore to the ladder, then another 6 to the end platform. 34, Noah said. 34, Tessa repeated. Last night there were 35. Mara stared down. A board's missing. 3rd from the ladder. We moved closer. She was right. 1 plank had been removed cleanly, not broken. The screws were gone. No splinters, no jagged edges, just a dark gap where fog collected and the water below shifted softly, making the dock breathe cold air up against my shins. Noah crouched. "Maintenance. They don't remove boards before camper arrival," Tessa said. "Not without tagging the dock." "Could have been loose," I offered, because the human brain loves making stupid explanations when the good ones are worse. Tessa looked at me for the first time. Her eyes were pale and practical. "Loose boards don't unscrew themselves and walk away." Behind us, someone came down the path at a fast clip, gravel crunching under dress shoes. Director Leonard Vale, 46, male, from Portland, Maine, arrived with a walkie-talkie in one hand and his staff lanyard already around his neck. He was tall, clean-shaven, and had that camp director habit of turning every expression into reassurance before it reached his face. Even now, he smiled like we had all gathered for a team photo. "What are we looking at?" he asked. Tessa pointed. Leonard's smile faded, but only a little. "All right, that's inconvenient." "No, Tessa said. That's deliberate. A loon called somewhere out in the fog. The sound came bent and lonely over the water, then broke apart against the tree line. Leonard stepped onto the dock, careful around the gap. Nobody goes out past the first ladder until Nate checks it. Mara folded her arms. Should we call the sheriff? For a missing dock board, Leonard asked. For somebody taking apart the waterfront overnight. We don't know that. Tessa's jaw shifted. I do. That was when I noticed the laminated binder on the bench by the life jacket rack. It was thick, black, and warped at the corners from old damp. A strip of red tape ran down the spine. Someone had written in block letters, deep water protocol under it, smaller. Staff only, do not discuss with campers. I looked at Mara, expecting her to roll her eyes or give me a camp bureaucracy face. She didn't. She was watching Leonard. Is that new? I asked. Noah answered too quickly. No, I mean yes. I mean, they showed us during waterfront orientation. They showed you, Mara said, not the whole thing. Tessa picked up the binder before anyone else could touch it. We are not doing this on the dock. Leonard exhaled through his nose. Tessa, no, the board is gone. The whistle box was open, and the rope line was moved 6 feet overnight. We are absolutely doing this. That made everyone look at the water. The swimming area was marked by a floating rope strung with red and white buoys, dividing the shallow beginner section from the darker oval beyond the second platform. In the fog, it was hard to judge distance, but the line did look wrong. It bowed outward, as if someone had dragged its anchor farther from shore. A single buoy knocked softly against another with a hollow plastic clack. Clack, pause, clack. It was a small sound, ordinary. But after Tessa pointed it out, I couldn't stop hearing it. Leonard lifted his radio. Nate, you awake? Static scratched. Then a man's voice, rough with sleep. Been awake since 5. What broke? Nate Givens, 58, male from Bangor, Maine, served as Alderwick's maintenance lead and unofficial historian, though nobody had introduced him that way yet. He appeared a minute later from the equipment shed side of the path, limping slightly, wearing stained work pants, and carrying a cordless drill like it had offended him personally. He stopped at the missing plank, took off his cap, and stared. Leonard asked, Did you pull that board? Nate scratched the gray stubble along his jaw. No. Could someone have needed it? At 6 a.m, Nate said. For what? Breakfast. Tessa held up the binder. The rope line was moved too. Nate's face changed at that. Not much. Just a small tightening around the eyes, the expression of a man who had found water under a door and already knew where the leak began. Leonard saw it too. Nate, don't look at me like that, Nate said. Like what? Like you want me to say it's raccoons? Noah gave a nervous laugh. Nobody joined him. The radio on Leonard's belt hissed before anyone spoke again. Director, this is June in kitchen. Delivery truck S at the gate. Driver says the chain's cut. Leonard closed his eyes for half a second. Mara murmured, That feels like a sheriff thing. Leonard lifted the radio. Copy. Keep him there. I'm coming up. Tessa stepped off the dock. I'm closing the waterfront. We don't have campers until noon, Leonard said. I'm closing it to staff. Tessa. She held his look. You hired me to keep children from drowning. That includes taking weird things seriously before children are present. He didn't answer right away. The fog had started to thin, and the far shore of Lake Barlow emerged in pieces. Black spruce, a sliver of granite, the pale roof of the old boathouse across the cove. Camp Alderwick sat outside Millinocket, close enough to town that parents could find it on a map, far enough into the woods that cell service came and went like weather. Lake was private on paper, but everyone knew paper didn't stop fishermen, bored teenagers, or locals who thought summer camps were rich people's playgrounds. "Fine," Leonard said at last. "Waterfront closed until inspected. No one swims. No one boats. We keep this boring." Mara snorted. "Great slogan." Leonard pointed at her. "I mean it. Campers arrive in 6 hours. Parents do not need to hear that someone stole a dock board and clipped a gate chain." "Maybe they do," Tessa said. "And maybe we don't start day one by creating panic around a repair issue." I had only been at Camp Alderwick for 38 hours, but I already understood Leonard's greatest fear. Not danger. Not exactly. His fear was loss of control. You could see it in the way he kept smoothing his lanyard, the way every problem had to be renamed into something smaller before he could look at it. Missing board, repair issue, cut chain, access problem. Words as sandbags. I understood that more than I wanted to. My own flaw worked in the opposite direction. When something scared me, I got quiet and agreeable. I let louder people choose the shape of the problem. It had been useful growing up in a house where arguments filled rooms fast. At a summer camp, it made me look easygoing. Standing on that dock, staring into a gap where a board should have been, it made me feel like furniture. Tessa opened the binder. The pages inside were laminated, old enough that some had yellowed at the edges. She flipped past swim test charts, rescue drills, thunderstorm evacuation routes. Then she stopped at a red divider tab. I saw only the top line before she angled it away. Deep water protocol. Initiation conditions beneath that, in smaller type, a checklist. One item had been circled in grease pencil. Unauthorized alteration of boundary line. Tessa noticed me looking and closed the binder with a flat clap. "Staff meeting," she said. "Now." Leonard's radio hissed again. June's voice came through, sharper this time. "Len, the driver says there's something taped to the gate." He pressed the button. "What?" A pause. Paper rustled over the speaker. June read slowly. "No deep water today." No one moved. Then Nate swore under his breath and started walking toward the gate. Leonard caught his arm. "Don't." Nate pulled free. "Then come with me." Tessa looked out at the lake again, and I followed her gaze despite myself. Fog had lifted enough to show the second platform, the one used for advanced swimmers. It floated beyond the buoy line, square and damp and empty. Something white rested on top of it. At first I thought it was a gull. Then the breeze shifted and it moved. Not alive, just fabric, a shirt maybe, or a towel. Noah shaded his eyes. "Was that there before?" Tessa didn't answer. Leonard said, "Nobody goes out there." "We can use the rowboat," Noah said. "No," Tessa said, so sharply he flinched. "It could be someone's stuff. Then it can wait." Mara stepped beside me. Her voice dropped low enough that only I heard it. "This is a lot of ceremony for a prank." I wanted to agree. A prank meant local teenagers with bolt cutters. A prank meant somebody laughing behind a tree, filming us on a phone. A prank meant embarrassment, paperwork, maybe one stern visit from a sheriff's deputy who had better things to do. But I kept looking at the shirt on the platform. It wasn't just lying there. It had been placed, spread flat, arms out, collar facing shore. Like whoever left it wanted us to see the shape of a person without giving us one. Leonard seemed to make a decision all at once. His shoulders straightened. The camp director's smile returned, thinner now, stretched over something hard. "Here's what we're going to do," he said. "Nate and I will check the gate. Tessa, you lock the boats and secure the waterfront. Mara, keep staff away from here and start arrival prep like normal. Evan, go with Tessa." I blinked. "Me? You're assigned to Birch Cabin, right? Youngest boys." "Yeah, then learn the waterfront boundaries before they do." Tessa did not look thrilled, but she didn't argue. Mara touched my elbow as she passed. "Don't fall in, Worcester. Helpful. I'm known for it." The others split off, voices fading into the trees, radios popping with static as the camp woke around us. Somewhere uphill, a truck engine idled at the gate. A screen door banged. A crow complained from the roof of the mess hall. Tessa walked to the equipment shed and unlocked the door. Inside, the air smelled like mildew, plastic, and old rope. Life jackets hung in rows by size. Paddles stood in barrels. Rescue tubes lined one wall like red organs. She took a clipboard from a nail and handed it to me. "Inventory," she said. I looked at the sheet. "You want me to count life jackets?" "I want your hands busy so you don't stare at the platform." That was so direct I almost laughed. Is it obvious? Only to lifeguards and people who are also scared. I glanced at her. She grabbed a coil of rope from the shelf. Deep water scares everyone with sense. Fear isn't the problem. Freezing is. Outside, the buoy knocked again. Clack, clack. I counted life jackets. Child small, 12. Child medium, 18. Adult, 9. My handwriting looked worse than usual. Tessa moved around the shed quickly, checking locks, pulling tags, testing the radio charger. She had the efficient anger of someone who had rehearsed this exact routine and hoped never to need it. On the back wall, partly hidden behind stacked kickboards, was a red metal box with a numbered combination lock. The label matched the binder. DWP kit, waterfront director. Only a strip of tamper tape sealed the lid, or had sealed it. One corner had been peeled up and pressed down again badly, leaving a small gray thumbprint in the adhesive. "Tessa," I said. She turned. For a second, all the activity drained out of her face. She crossed the shed in 2 steps and touched the tape without opening the box. Her finger came away dusty. "Did you open it during orientation?" I asked. "No," could Leonard. "No, you're sure?" She looked at me then, and for the first time, she seemed less like a person enforcing rules and more like someone trapped inside them. "I'm the only one who knows the combination," she said. The truck at the gate honked once, long and irritated. From uphill came the muffled sound of Leonard calling someone's name. The whole camp seemed to pause around that horn blast, cabins and pines, and like holding still under the brightening sky. Tessa picked up the DWP kit. "Where are we taking it?" I asked. She looked toward the lake, then toward the path leading uphill. There were 2 obvious choices. We could bring the box to Leonard and fold it into his version of the morning, the one where everything stayed manageable until parents started unloading duffel bags. Or we could open it here without permission and find out what somebody had already touched. Tessa held the box between us. "You saw the tape," she said, "so now you're part of this." I wanted to say no. I wanted to tell her I was just a junior counselor, that my job was soccer drills and sunscreen reminders, and making sure 8-year-olds didn't put frogs in each other's shoes. Instead, I heard myself ask, "What happens if we open it?" Tessa's grip tightened around the handle. "If we need what's inside," she said, "then we're already late." And from out on the second platform, across the flat gray water, the white shirt shifted again in the breeze like it was trying to sit up. Story ledger Tessa didn't open the DWP kit right away. That bothered me more than if she had snapped the lock off with a rock. She stood in the equipment shed with the red metal box in both hands, listening to the camp wake up around us, while dust spun in the blade of light coming through the warped doorframe. The lake made small working sounds behind us. Water under wood, rope ticking against metal, a loose buoy knocking the same two-note complaint over and over. Clack, clack. Then the radio on her shoulder cracked alive. Waterfront, this is Len. Leonard's voice had lost its polish. Tessa, respond. She pressed the button. Go, we've got a problem at the gate. That was already true. Tessa, she looked at me. There was a choice in her face, and I hated that I could read it. Open the kit and become the person creating a bigger problem, or answer the director and let the morning pull us along. She set the DWP kit back on the shelf without unlocking it. On our way, she said. I almost asked why she didn't open it. I wanted to. The question got as far as my teeth and stayed there. Instead, I followed her up the path because I was still the new guy, still too practiced at letting other people decide how bad things were allowed to be. By the time we reached the gravel road, the delivery truck was angled across the entrance, with its hazard lights blinking orange against the trees. The chain that normally stretched between two cedar posts lay in the dirt, cut clean through one link. A white box truck idled beyond it, refrigeration unit rattling on top like a bad cough. On the side, blue letters, Red Pine State, FOODSRVIC. Leonard stood with Nate and a woman in a flower, dusted hoodie near the gate. June Mercer, 41, female, from Lewiston, Maine, was the camp's kitchen lead, and she had the expression of someone whose entire morning had been mugged. He held a clipboard against her chest with one arm. The other hand kept worrying a silver ring on her thumb. The driver, a thin man in his 50s with a cap pulled low, leaned against the truck and smoked despite June glaring at him. You're late, June told Tessa, though we were. Where's the note? Tessa asked. Leonard held it up inside a clear plastic sandwich bag, which would have seemed sensible if his hands hadn't been shaking slightly. The note was written on plain printer paper in thick black marker. No deep water today, no signature, no threat, nothing dramatic. The kind of message that made your brain reach for innocent reasons and find none that fit. Where was it? Tessa asked. Taped to the inside of the gatepost, June said. Like whoever put it there was already on camp property. Nate crouched by the cut chain. Bolt cutters, not a hacksaw. The delivery driver flicked ash into the dirt. I'm just saying, I can come back tomorrow. No, June snapped. You cannot come back tomorrow. I have 112 children eating lunch here in 5 hours. 114, Leonard said automatically. 2 late additions. June turned on him. Then I definitely need the food. That was the concrete shape the morning took. Not a haunted lake. Not yet. A delivery truck with milk, chicken, lettuce, eggs, and frozen hamburger patties needed unloading into the kitchen walk-in before the refrigeration unit gave out or the driver left. Parents would arrive at noon. Campers would arrive hungry, carsick, sunburned, already sticky with bug spray. Meanwhile, the waterfront was compromised. The gate had been breached, and someone had left us a note about the one place we couldn't ignore. Leonard checked his watch. We solve what's in front of us. Nate, fix the chain. June, unload the truck. Tessa, secure the waterfront and file an incident report. Tessa stared at him. And the sheriff? I called non-emergency. You called non-emergency? His jaw tightened. It's vandalism. I described it as vandalism. Deputy said they'll send someone when available. When available, Tessa repeated. We are not dialing 911 over a cut chain and a dock board. No, she said. We're apparently waiting until a child gives us a reason. Noah came jogging up the road behind us, red guard shirt half tucked in, cheeks flushed. Sorry, I was locking the boats. The canoe rack padlock is gone. Everyone stopped again. Leonard closed his eyes. Tessa turned slowly. Gone as in unlocked. Gone as in not there. Cut, I think. 2 canoes are shifted, but they're still on the rack. I didn't touch anything. Nate stood, knees popping. I'll look. You'll fix the gate first, Leonard said. Nate pointed toward the lake without looking at him. If someone took a canoe out before dawn, the gate can wait. That was the first time the word someone started to feel heavy. Not a prankster. Not a vague person with bolt cutters. A person who might still be nearby. A person who had moved with purpose through a camp full of unlocked sheds and empty cabins. A person who knew the waterfront well enough to move the rope line and leave the second platform staged in fog. Leonard lowered his voice. Nate, parents arrive in under 4 hours. And if we're missing a boat, we count boats. We don't escalate. June made a hard little laugh. Len, I say this with love, but you are trying to paperclip a bear trap shut. The driver crushed his cigarette under his boot. I'm giving you people 20 minutes to start unloading, then I'm calling dispatch. That did it. Leonard's face changed from defensive to managerial. Fine, Evan Noah help June unload. Mara can cover arrival setup. Tessa said, Noah stays with me. I need bodies. I need lifeguards. No one is swimming. That's not the only thing lifeguards do. The argument ran into a brief, ugly silence. Somewhere past the trees, the camp bell rang once by accident or habit, a hollow metal sound from the dining hall porch. Mara appeared with a stack of welcome packets hugged to her chest. Mara Pike had a talent for arriving at the exact moment people were least proud of themselves. She looked at the cut chain, the bagged note, the idling truck, then at me. Everyone looks awful, she said. Good team building. Leonard rubbed his forehead. Mara, take Evan and unload the truck with June. Noah and Tessa check the canoes. Nate gets the gate functional. I will call Deputy Rollins again and make it clear we need someone before arrival. Tessa didn't like it, but this time she accepted the compromise. No one goes near the second platform. No one is going near the second platform, Leonard said. His tone implied the matter was settled, which made the warning feel less settled. The driver opened the back of the truck, and cold vapor rolled out carrying the smell of cardboard, raw meat packaging, and wet metal. Mara climbed in first, reading labels off boxes, while June directed us toward the kitchen loading dock. We formed a line. Chicken cases, milk crates, lettuce, apples, more milk. The practical work helped at first. It gave my fear handles. Lift, carry, stack. Don't look at the lake through the gap in the trees. Don't think about the white shirt on the platform. Evan, Mara said, passing me a crate of eggs. You're doing that thing. What thing? Face like you're listening to a dentist explain money. I'm fine. Nobody who says that near raw chicken is fine. June shoved open the kitchen door with her hip. If either of you drops eggs, I will become the threat. The kitchen was warmer than outside and smelled of bleach, old coffee, and yeast rolls thawing under plastic wrap. Industrial fans pushed the air around without cooling it. June had lists taped everywhere: allergens, cabin meal counts, dish crew assignments, a handwritten reminder that said no peanut butter in main line, EVAN. This means everyone, though I had never touched the peanut butter. I pointed at it. Why does that feel personal? June glanced up. I write all warnings like I'm disappointed in a specific man. Saves time. For a few minutes, we almost laughed like normal staff on a normal bad morning. Then the walk-in cooler alarm started beeping. June went still. The sound was thin and fast, coming from the stainless panel beside the cooler door. She crossed the kitchen and checked the display. No. What? Mara asked, temperatures rising. The delivery driver appeared in the doorway. That ain't my issue if your cooler's bad. June rounded on him. Your truck arrived 40 minutes late because you got lost on a single road. I got stopped by your creepy little gate situation. Leonard's voice came over Mara's radio from the office channel. All staff, listen up. Arrival delayed by 30 minutes. Parents have been emailed and texted. We're telling them road maintenance near the entrance. Mara and I looked at each other. June pressed buttons on the cooler panel. The beeping continued. What happens if the cooler fails? I asked. She didn't look at me. Lunch becomes crackers and rage. No, really. Raw chicken has to stay cold. Milk has to stay cold. If the compressor's out and we can't get it fixed fast, I have to reject part of delivery or move it to the backup freezer and hope nothing spoils. Except the backup freezer is in the boathouse annex. Mara's head snapped toward her. The waterfront boathouse, old one across the service path, not the lake one. But yes, down there. Of course it is, I said. June opened the cooler. Damp air breathed out. The light inside flickered. Water ticked from somewhere near the evaporator fan onto a cardboard box. Mara crouched. Is that new? June's face had gone pale under the kitchen heat. That drain line was fine yesterday. Nate's voice crackled over the radio. Len, need you at the canoe rack. Leonard answered, status, a pause. Nate said, we're missing one. The kitchen seemed to shrink around the beep of the cooler alarm. Mara whispered, one canoe. Nate continued over the radio. Old green Grumman. 2 paddles gone. An adult vest missing from the rack. Tessa's voice cut in. Search the shoreline. Already looking, Nate said. No drag marks near the rack. Whoever took it carried it or launched from the side path. Noah spoke next, breathless. There's something else. The second platform, Tessa interrupted sharply. Noah, Leonard came on. What about it? Noah didn't answer. Mara set down the eggs. I hate when people stop talking. The radio hissed. Then Tessa said, the item on the platform is not a shirt. It's a staff sweatshirt. I felt my stomach drop in a slow, physical way. Leonard asked, can you identify it? Another pause. Tessa, he pressed. It looks like Connor S. June put a hand on the counter. Mara looked at me, and I understood from her face that I was supposed to know the name. I didn't. Who's Connor? I asked. June answered softly. Connor Bell. 21, male, from South Portland. Ropes course counselor. He came in late last night after his other job. He was supposed to help me set breakfast. Did he? Mara asked. June shook her head. I thought he overslept. Leonard's voice came over the radio again, too controlled. Everyone stay where you are. I'm checking staff cabins. No, Tessa said. We start a missing person procedure now. We don't know he's missing. His canoe is gone. We don't know it's his canoe. His sweatshirt is on the deep platform. We don't know it's his sweatshirt. Len, Tessa said, and the way she said his name made the kitchen feel colder than the cooler. This is exactly why the protocol exists. Nobody spoke for 3 seconds. Then Leonard said, "Do not use that phrase on an open channel." Mara's eyes narrowed. There it was. Not fear of a prank, not irritation at paperwork, recognition. The cooler alarm beeped and beeped. June slapped the panel hard enough to rattle it. "I'm sorry, but while the secret Lake Club argues, I need to know whether I'm feeding children today." That forced us back into motion. Mara called 2 other staff to help move perishables. I carried milk crates into the walk-in and stacked them under the sweating fan while the alarm drilled into my ears. June found a thermometer, cursed at it, shook it, cursed again. The compressor kicked once, shuddered, and died. The danger had split into 2 problems, both with clocks attached. A possible missing counselor on or near the lake. A failing cooler full of food for arriving campers. Leonard arrived 10 minutes later with his hair damp at the temples. Connor's bunk is empty. His phone is on his bed. Wallet too. Tessa was with him, carrying the DWP binder against her chest. Noah trailed behind, looking younger than 19. Mara asked, "Shoes?" Leonard blinked. "What? Are his shoes there?" "His work boots are gone." "That seems relevant," Mara said. June checked her clipboard. "He signed in at 11:42 p.m. I have the log. I told him to grab cereal bins from dry storage if he was awake early." "Did anyone see him this morning?" Tessa asked. No one answered. Leonard rubbed both hands over his face. For one moment, he looked less like a director and more like a man standing at the edge of a mistake he couldn't rename. I called Rollins. "He's 25 minutes out." Police dispatch said if we have confirmed signs of distress, call 911. "Missing adult, empty canoe, sweatshirt on platform," Tessa said. "That is distress." Or Connor took a canoe at dawn, left his sweatshirt, and walked back through the woods. With his phone on his bed, Noah asked, then seemed to regret speaking. Leonard turned on him. "I need facts, not panic." Noah's face reddened. "I'm giving you facts." I surprised myself by saying, "The note said no deep water today." Everyone looked at me. My voice sounded smaller than I wanted. "I mean, if someone left that before we found the sweatshirt, they either knew something happened or wanted us to find something." Tessa nodded once, not approvingly, exactly. More like she was marking that I had finally said the obvious. Leonard paced to the kitchen window. Through it, the lake was a gray flicker between trunks. "We can't send staff out on the water if someone is intentionally interfering with equipment. We can't leave Connor out there if he's hurt," Tessa said. "No one is leaving him. Then authorize a shoreline search and boat check." Sheriff said wait. "The sheriff is not here." June's cooler alarm beeped again, she said, and my backup freezer, Leonard turned. "What about it? We need to move meat and dairy to the annex freezer now, or I reject delivery, and we have no proper lunch. The annex is near the waterfront." "No one goes alone," Tessa said immediately. Mara lifted a hand. "I'll go with June." "I need you on arrivals," Leonard said. "Arrivals are delayed. For 30 minutes, not forever." "I'll go," I said. The words came out before the fear could grab them. Tessa looked at me sharply. "You don't have to volunteer for everything." "I'm not." My mouth was dry. "I can carry boxes. I know where the annex is if someone points." Mara studied my face. "Evan, I'm fine." There's that word again. Leonard seized on it. "Good." Evan and June moved perishables to the annex freezer. "Stay on the service path. Do not approach the dock. Noah, you go with them," Tessa said, Noah should be searching. Noah is a lifeguard and can keep them away from the water. That logic was bad, but usable. Leonard liked usable. Tessa pulled me aside before I could pick up a crate. She held the DWP binder close enough that I could smell lake damp on the plastic pages. "Stay off the dock," she said. I heard. "No, listen. If you see anything that makes you want to get closer to the water, you don't. You call me. You call Leonard. You call 911 if you have to. But you do not investigate." "Okay." Her eyes held mine. People drown trying to turn uncertainty into certainty. That lodged under my ribs. June loaded us with what she called the triage items: chicken, milk, deli turkey, cheese. Noah took the heaviest cooler. I took 2 boxes stacked, so high I had to turn my head sideways to see the path. June carried a thermometer and keys, muttering inventory numbers like a prayer. The service path ran behind the dining hall and down toward a cluster of older buildings screened by hemlocks. The annex freezer was in a squat cinderblock structure beside the old boathouse, not directly on the lake, but close enough that the air cooled as we descended. My shoes slipped on damp pine needles. Mosquitoes whined around my ears. Somewhere, a generator droned. The lake kept flashing through gaps in the trees, too calm for all the noise around it. Noah tried to make conversation. "Connor's probably fine." June said, "Don't do that." "What? Don't say probably fine when you mean you're scared." He shut up. At the annex, June fumbled the key twice before getting the door open. Cold air rolled out. The freezer hummed steadily, blessedly normal. We stacked boxes fast. The work burned my arms and gave me something to focus on besides the shoreline visible beyond the old boathouse. On the 3rd trip from the golf cart June had commandeered, Noah stopped walking. "Do you hear that?" he asked. I listened. At first I heard only the freezer hum, insects, my own breathing. Then a faint knocking came from the old boathouse. 3 taps, a pause, 3 taps. June whispered, "Is that someone?" Noah set his cooler down. "Connor," Tessa's warning moved through my head. "If you see anything that makes you want to get closer to the water, you don't." The old boathouse sat 20 yards away, half on land, half over the shallows, its green paint peeling in strips. A narrow side door faced us. A rusted padlock hung open on the hasp. 3 taps came again, softer this time. Noah had already started toward it. "Don't," I said. He looked back. "If he's hurt in there, radio Tessa." He grabbed his shoulder radio. Static. He tried again. "Waterfront, this is Noah. We're at the annex." We heard knocking from the old boathouse. Possible person inside. Only static answered. June checked her phone. No bars. The knocking came again. 3 taps. Then a sound like wood scraping across wood. Noah's face did something complicated. Fear, duty, pride. 19 years old and desperate not to be the guy who waited while someone needed him. "I'm just opening the door," he said. "Noah," June said. He moved faster. I followed because letting him go alone felt worse than disobeying Tessa. That was how bad choices happened, I guess. Not in one dramatic leap, but by comparison. This danger versus that shame. This rule versus that person. The grass around the boathouse was wet enough to soak my socks. The side door smelled of algae and old gasoline. Noah pulled it open. Inside was dim and close. Dusty oars hung on pegs. A tarp-covered motor sat on a stand. Sunlight came through cracks in the far wall in thin white cuts. The knocking stopped the moment the door opened. "Connor," Noah called. No answer. June stayed outside. Please tell me something normal. Then I saw the paddle. It lay on the floorboards near the waterside doors, wet with fresh scratches down the blade. Beside it was an orange adult life vest, the missing one. Noah stepped in. A board creaked under his foot. From beneath the boathouse, under the floor, someone coughed. It was a wet, human sound. Noah dropped to his knees. "Connor," a voice came through the cracks, thin and wrecked. "Don't let them bring the kids." June clapped a hand over her mouth. I crouched despite myself, putting my face near the floorboards. The wood smelled rotten and cold. "Connor," I said, "can you hear me? Are you hurt?" The answer came after a breath. "Deep water," he whispered. They moved it. A thud struck the underside of the floor hard enough to shake dust loose from the rafters. Noah jerked back. Outside, from the direction of the dining hall, the camp bell began ringing over and over. Not by accident now. Fast, urgent. Mara's voice burst through Noah's radio, distorted but clear enough. "Parents at the gate, early arrivals. We need all staff up front now." Under the floor, Connor coughed again. Then he said, barely audible, "Lock the boathouse." And the water beneath us slapped hard against the pilings, as if something large had just shifted in the dark space below. First thing Noah did was try to pull up the floorboard. It was a stupid instinct, and also the only human one. Connor was under us, hurt, scared, breathing through old planks with lake water slapping somewhere below his body. So Noah got his fingers into a gap between two warped boards and yanked like panic could substitute for tools. "Stop," June snapped. "You'll break your fingers." Noah didn't stop. His face had gone glossy with sweat, and the tendons in his neck stood out as he strained. The board groaned but didn't come loose. "Connor, hang on." Under the floor, Connor coughed again. "Don't open it," he whispered. That froze Noah more effectively than June had. The old boathouse sat at the lower edge of Camp Alderwick, tucked behind hemlocks, and a stand of alder shrubs that gave the camp its name. Uphill and northeast was the dining hall, where the bell was still clanging. Beyond that, the main gravel drive curved toward the gate. West of us, maybe 60 yards through thin trees, was the active waterfront, life jacket shed, main dock, roped swim area, and the second platform beyond it. South of us was Lake Barlow itself, pushing under the boathouse through gaps in the rotten support walls. We were boxed between food safety, camper arrivals, and a missing counselor under wet wood. June stepped outside and tried her phone again. One bar, no, none, damn it. Noah thumbed his radio. "Tessa, this is Noah. Connor's under the old boathouse. He's alive. We need help. Static." He moved to the doorway, held the radio higher, tried again. "Waterfront, do you copy?" Mara's voice came back instead, chopped into pieces. "Front gate, parents, Leonard says, where are you?" Noah shouted into the radio. "Connor is under the old boathouse." A hiss, then Mara, "Say again." "Connor is where?" "Under the boathouse." "Under the radio squealed and died into static. June pointed uphill. "I'll run to get Tessa." "No," I said. It came out harder than I meant. She turned. "Excuse me." Tessa said nobody goes alone. June opened her mouth, then looked at the boathouse, the lake, Noah, me. The fight drained out of her shoulders. "Fine. Then one of you runs." Noah shook his head. "I'm not leaving Connor," which left me. The path back to the dining hall looked longer than it had 5 minutes earlier. Wet pine needles, roots, the golf cart by the annex with its back still loaded with milk and chicken, the lake flashing between trunks like something watching from the side of your eye. I wanted to be the kind of person who said, "I'll go," clean and brave. Instead, I said, "Lock the door first." June stared at me. "That's what he told us," I said. "He said lock the boathouse." Noah backed toward the door. "You heard him. Do it." The outside hasp was rusted but functional. June found a spare padlock on her ring and snapped it shut through the hasp, locking Connor inside or locking something else out, depending on which fear you let yourself believe. That was the awful part. Every choice had two meanings. I ran uphill, not gracefully, not like movies. My shoes slid twice in the mud. My lungs burned before I reached the kitchen path. The camp bell got louder, not cleaner, a frantic iron banging that bounced between cabins. When I came around the dining hall, I nearly collided with a woman carrying a toddler and a duffel bag. "Is Check in here?" she asked, annoyed and confused. Behind her, 3 cars had pulled past the cut gate and parked crookedly near the office. Parents stood around with coffee cups and folded registration emails, looking toward the bell. A boy in a Minecraft hoodie kicked gravel at his sister. The sister cried because she had already dropped her stuffed rabbit in mud. Normal life had arrived at the worst possible time. Mara was on the office porch with a clipboard, smiling so hard her face looked painful. Leonard stood beside her, speaking to a man in a sheriff's department uniform. Deputy Rollins, early 40s, male, from Penobscot County, had a square body, close-cropped hair, and the calm, skeptical posture of someone used to being called for problems that had already been exaggerated by 3 people. His cruiser was parked just inside the gate, lights off. Tessa was not there. "Mara," I shouted. Her eyes found me, and whatever she saw in my face made her drop the smile instantly. She stepped away from the parents. "What? We found Connor." Leonard turned so fast his lanyard swung. "Where?" "Under the old boathouse, alive, but something's wrong. He said not to open it. He said lock it." Deputy Rollins frowned. "Under the boathouse, how?" "I don't know." "Under the floor. Noah and June are with him." Leonard's face tightened. "You left them. They're together." Mara was already moving. "Where's Tessa?" "Waterfront," Leonard said, checking the platform with Nate. "I told her nobody goes to the platform," I said. Leonard shot me a look. "She didn't go on the water. She went to get binoculars." Rollins lifted one hand. "Everyone slow down. Missing adult located conscious. We need fire rescue for extraction if he's trapped." "Yes," Mara said. "Call them." Leonard said, "We don't know he's trapped." "He is under a boathouse," Mara said. Rollins keyed his shoulder mic and stepped away, speaking in a low, professional voice. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. Professional help had entered the story, and the camp still felt like it was tilting. The first attempt to solve it was simple. Adults with authority would go to the boathouse, get Connor, and keep parents away from the lake. It failed in less than 4 minutes. We reached the service path as a group. Rollins first, Leonard close behind, Mara and me following, with 2 parents trailing until Mara turned and politely threatened them with registration forms. The dining hall bell finally stopped. Its absence left my ears ringing. At the annex, June was standing outside the locked boathouse, both hands pressed to her mouth. Noah was on the ground near the door, one knee bleeding through his khakis. "What happened?" Leonard asked. Noah pointed at the building. He started yelling. Connor's voice came from inside, muffled and raw. "Do not bring them here." Rollins approached the door. "Connor Bell, Deputy Rollins, we're going to get you out." "No," the shout cracked at the end, not dramatic, damaged. Rollins paused. Are you injured? Silence. Then Connor said, They put it under me. June whispered, Put what? Rollins looked at Leonard. Leonard looked at the lake. The deputy tried the door. Locked. June handed him the key. But before he used it, Tessa came through the trees from the direction of the waterfront, with Nate behind her. She carried the DWP binder. Nate had a crowbar, a coil of rope, and the grim expression of a man who had stopped hoping for ordinary explanations. Don't open that door yet, Tessa said. Rollins turned. And you are Tessa Rowe, waterfront director. I'm opening the door. You open it without checking the underside, and you could dump him into the lake. Rollins' skepticism flickered. Explain. Tessa pointed to the boathouse. Old structure. Half the floor is over water. If he's wedged under the interior decking or on a support beam, pulling boards from the top could shift rotten lumber. We need to look from the water side. Leonard seized on that. So we need the boat. No, Connor shouted from inside. No boats. That stopped everyone. Mara stepped closer to the wall. Connor, it's Mara. We're not sending campers down here. Just tell us what happened. For a few seconds, there was only the sound of him breathing. Then he said, I followed the light. Nate's face went tight. What light? Rollins asked. On the platform, before dawn, I thought somebody was swimming. Tessa closed her eyes briefly. You went out alone. I took the canoe. I know. I heard the whistle from the shed and thought, he coughed. I thought it was Noah messing around. Noah looked sick. Connor continued, voice scraping. Rope line wasn't where it should be. Platform looked closer. It was, Mara whispered. What does that mean? Tessa answered without looking at her. Fog and moved boundary markers. You misjudged distance. Current does the rest. Lake Barlow looked still from shore, but Tessa had told us during orientation that the cove had a slow lateral pull where a cold spring fed into the deeper basin. It could nudge a tired swimmer sideways without obvious ripples. At the time, I had nodded like my palms weren't sweating. Rollins crouched near the wall. Connor, did the canoe flip? No, someone took it. Who? I didn't see. The answer moved through us like cold air. The second attempt began with Nate trying to access the underside from land. He and Rollins moved around the boathouse to the narrow strip where the back wall overhung the shallows. The rest of us stayed near the door. Tessa kept one hand on the binder like it might bolt. I could see the active waterfront through the trees now. The main dock to the west, empty life jacket racks, the buoy rope bowed wrong, and beyond it the second platform with Connor's gray staff sweatshirt spread on the boards. It looked closer than it should have. That thought made my skin prickle. Nate lay flat on his stomach at the edge of the boathouse and shined a flashlight underneath. Can't see him. Too much cross-bracing. Rollins got down beside him. Connor, can you move toward my voice? No. Why not? A pause, ankle. June made a soft sound. Broken. Caught, maybe broken. Nate shifted the flashlight. Water's higher than yesterday. Tessa looked toward the lake. Winds pushing into the cove. What does that mean? Leonard asked. It means the space under there is shrinking. I pictured Connor on his back or stomach in darkness, like water rising around him, ankle trapped between old beams, while adults argued above him. My own feet felt too far from the ground. Nate tried to pry loose an exterior slat near the waterline. It came away with a wet crack. He reached inside, shoulder deep, then jerked back, cursing. What? Rollins asked. Nail or wire? Nate held up his hand. Blood ran from a slice across his palm. Not life-threatening, but deep enough to drip onto the mud. Something sharp rigged under there. Rigged, Leonard said. Nate wrapped his hand in a rag. I know what a loose nail feels like. That weren't it. Rollins' radio crackled. SKU unit en route. ETA 18 minutes. It sounded small until you looked at the water pushing against the pilings. Tessa opened the binder at last, flipping to the red tab with controlled violence. Deep Water Protocol says if a staff member is located in or near the old boathouse after unauthorized boundary movement, you secure 3 points: waterfront access, boathouse access, and arrival road. Nobody enters the water until rope line is verified. Rollins looked at her. This is in your camp manual. It's an internal safety procedure. Based on what? No one answered fast enough. That was when the terrible misdirection happened. A scream came from the active waterfront. High, human, young, every adult turned. Then another scream and a splash. Noah was already running. Tessa shouted, "Noah, stop." But he didn't. His knee was bleeding. His radio bounced on his shoulder, and he sprinted through the trees toward the main dock with the kind of speed only guilt produces. I followed because Mara followed, because Tessa followed, because fear is contagious. We burst out at the waterfront, expecting a child in the lake. Instead, 2 12-year-old boys stood ankle-deep in the shallows beside the first ladder, both white-faced, one pointing at the water and screaming, "There's a hand! There's a hand!" Their mother was on the beach in sandals, yelling at them to get out, unable to decide whether to go in after them. A little girl sobbed behind the life jacket rack. Noah reached the boys first and dragged them backward by their shirt collars with more force than gentleness. "Out now," the mother shouted. "Don't touch my kids." Tessa cut through that with a voice like a whistle blast. "Ma'am, move behind the rope." Now, I saw it then. Pale fingers under the dock, bobbing in the shadow near the missing board. For one frozen second, my brain made a body. A drowned person tangled under the planks. Connor somehow moved from the boathouse to the dock. Someone else. Then Nate arrived, limping hard, and hooked the thing with his crowbar. It rolled over in the water. A glove. A pale latex cleaning glove, stuffed with lake weed and tied at the wrist with fishing line. The mother started crying from anger and relief. What is wrong with this place? Leonard had arrived behind us, panting. I am so sorry. We had a restricted area posted. No, you didn't, she snapped. She was right. In the chaos, no one had taped off the beach. No one had assigned a staff member to physically block the waterfront. Leonard's attempt to keep things normal had left a clear path from parked cars to the lake. Tessa stared at the glove hanging from Nate's crowbar, like weed dripping from the fingers. It was placed. Rollins, who had followed more slowly, took the glove into an evidence bag. His skepticism was gone now. Everyone away from the water. Mr. Vale, I need your staff to move all arrivals to the rec hall immediately. No exceptions. Leonard nodded. This time, he didn't argue. The trap tightened after that because the camp finally began reacting correctly, but too late. Mara took over parents with a voice so cheerful it could have cut glass. She redirected families to the rec hall, promising coffee, registration, and a minor waterfront delay, while June returned to the annex because the food still mattered. Because even in emergencies, someone has to think about milk temperatures. Noah stayed at the beach, shaking, his knee bleeding into his sock. Tessa ordered him to sit, and for once he listened. Rollins called in the glove, the note, the missing canoe, and Connor trapped under the boathouse. His tone changed with each detail. Vandalism became possible assault. Possible assault became active scene. Then the camp lost power. It happened with a soft thump from the direction of the generator shed, followed by the death of every mechanical hum I hadn't realized I was hearing. The kitchen fan stopped. The annex freezer stopped. The office printer stopped. Even the air seemed to lose structure. June's voice came over the radio. "Please tell me that was local." Nate answered, "Generator shed S by the maintenance loop. I'm checking." Rollins said, "Nobody goes alone." "I'm bleeding already," Nate replied. "Might as well collect the set." "Nate," Tessa warned. A second later, from the boathouse channel, Connor began shouting again. "Water's at my chest." That erased the generator. We ran back to the old boathouse. The geography of camp had become a triangle of failures. Gate and parents uphill, active waterfront west, boathouse and annex low by the cove. Every point needed people. Every path between them took time. Every time we moved, something else went unguarded. At the boathouse, Connor's voice was weaker. Rollins tried to keep him talking while Nate, one-handed now, and Tessa inspected the side wall. The water had risen under the structure, pushed in by wind. It slapped higher on the pilings, brown, green, and cold, carrying pine needles and flecks of foam. "Fire rescue?" Leonard asked. 10 minutes, Rollins said. Connor coughed. "I can't keep my head up much longer." Tessa opened the DWP binder again. Her finger moved down the checklist, her lips pressed together. "What?" I asked. She didn't answer. "Tessa," she looked at me then. "There's a crawl access." Nate swore. Leonard said, "Where?" "From inside the annex freezer room," she said. "Old utility hatch. Leads into the boathouse support bay. It's narrow, but someone small can get eyes on him and pass a rope." Mara, who had just arrived from the rec hall, stared. "Why is that not the first thing anyone mentioned?" "Because it was sealed after an accident in 2009, Nate said. "What accident?" "Not now," Tessa said. Rollins asked, "Can rescue use it?" "If they get here in time," Tessa said. Connor made a sound under the floor that wasn't a word. Everyone looked at the water. That was the point where my private fear stopped being private. The crawl access meant darkness, cold, tight space, and lake water. It meant going toward the thing my body had spent years avoiding. It also meant Connor might drown while we waited for better qualified people. Tessa saw it in my face. "No," I swallowed. "I fit." "No, Mara doesn't. Noah's hurt. Nate's hand is cut. You need to direct from outside. Leonard won't fit." Leonard flinched like I had slapped him with the truth. Rollins said, "I can't authorize an untrained staff member to enter a confined space." From under the boathouse, Connor whispered, "Please." That single word broke something orderly in the group. June appeared at the annex door, pale and furious. "The hatch is real. It's behind the old shelving. But the freezer is warming with the power out, so whatever we're doing, do it now." Rollins spoke into his radio, asking rescue for ETA. The answer came back through static. Blocked road. A fallen pine across the lower access lane. 5 additional minutes, maybe more. Nobody said the obvious. They didn't have to. 5 minutes was a lifetime if water was at your chest and rising. Tessa's hands shook once, then steadied. She took the red DWP kit from Nate, who must have retrieved it from the shed, while the rest of us were chasing the glove. The tamper tape was already broken. She spun the combination and opened it. Inside were things that made terrible practical sense. glow sticks, trauma shears, a waterproof flashlight, 2 chemical hand warmers, a compact throw line, zip ties, a laminated map of the cove, and an old Polaroid photograph sealed in plastic. I only glimpsed the photo. A younger Nate, a younger Leonard, a boy on a dock with his face scratched out in black marker. Tessa took the flashlight and rope. "Evan," she said, and her voice was different now. Not soft, not kind, honest. "You go only as far as you can breathe. You keep the rope tied to your harness. You do not untie for any reason. If I say back, you come back," Rollins objected. "This is not," Connor's voice cut through the floorboards, thin as thread. "There's someone outside." We all turned toward the lake. At the mouth of the cove, beyond the second platform, the missing green canoe drifted out of the fog. Empty. One paddle lay across its seats. The other was gone. For a moment, nobody moved. The canoe turned slowly in the current, its bow angled toward open water. Then something bright orange bobbed behind it on a length of rope. A second life vest, not the one from the boathouse. A child-sized vest. Mara whispered, "No." From uphill, the rec hall erupted in confused shouting. A parent's voice rose above the rest. "Where's my son?" And just like that, waiting stopped being an option. The child-sized life vest bobbed behind the canoe like bait. That was the first clean thought I had. Not proof, not certainty, just the shape of the thing. The canoe had not drifted back by accident with a vest tied to it. The fake hand under the dock had not floated itself into place. The note had not crawled onto the gate. Somebody wanted us looking in 3 directions at once. The cove, the rec hall, the boathouse, and it was working. From uphill, the shouting grew louder. A mother was calling a boy's name over and over, each repetition thinner than the last. "Dylan," Mara turned toward the sound. "That's the kid from the dock. Minecraft hoodie." Leonard's face went slack. "No, he was with his mother." "He was," Mara said, until everyone started moving. Deputy Rollins spoke into his radio. "Possible missing juvenile on camp property. Need additional units. Fire rescue still delayed by obstruction. I need ETA." Static answered him first. Then dispatch came back broken and distant. 12 minutes tree removal, Connor coughed under the boathouse. A wet, horrible cough. "Tessa," he rasped. Tessa looked from the canoe to the boathouse to the path uphill. Every option was bad. You could see her doing triage in her head and hating the math. Rollins pointed at Leonard. "You and Mara take the rec hall, lock it down, confirm head count. Nobody leaves that building." Mara nodded once. "Evan," I was looking at the crawl hatch door in the annex, though I hadn't moved yet. She understood before I spoke. "No," she said quietly. Connor coughed again. This time, he didn't manage words afterward. Tessa grabbed the compact throw line from the DWP kit and shoved the waterproof flashlight into my hand. Harness. Nate was already pulling an old climbing harness from a hook near the annex freezer, probably left from rope's core storage or some past emergency nobody wanted to name. His cut hand had bled through the rag. He worked with his teeth and his good fingers, face gray from pain. Rollins stepped in front of me. "Cannot order you in there. I know. I'm not even sure I can allow it." "Then don't allow it," Tessa said. "Document that you objected." Rollins looked at her. "That's not how this works." "No," she said. "How this works is he goes in far enough to pass a rope to Connor, and if the floor shifts, we haul them both back." The deputy stared at the boathouse, at the water rising under it, at the empty canoe turning in the mouth of the cove. He made a decision with his jaw before he made it with words. Rope on him at all times, he said. No hero nonsense. If I say out, you come out. Tessa clipped the line to my harness. Her hands were quick and hard. Listen to me, she said. You will panic. Your body will lie to you. It will tell you there's no air when there is air. It will tell you the water is deeper than it is. You count. 4 in, 4 out. You follow the left wall. Hatch goes straight for 6 feet, then doglegs right under the boathouse. Connor should be near the central crossbeam. You do not untie. What if the rope catches? Then you say it catches. What if I can't say anything? She pushed a whistle into my palm. 1 blast means pull. Continuous means pull hard. The metal was cold and tasted faintly of old disinfectant when I put it between my teeth. June appeared beside the annex door with a headlamp. Her eyes were wet, but her voice was steady. I found knee pads in the storage bin. Put them on. It was absurd. Knee pads. Connor drowned, and a child might be missing. But I put them on because practical people save your life with absurd things. Noah stood near the boathouse wall, pale and shaking. I should go. I'm the lifeguard. You're hurt, Tessa said. I'm the lifeguard. You are injured and rattled. Sit down before you make me assign someone to hold you. He looked like he might argue, then his knee buckled slightly. He sat on an overturned bucket and covered his face with both hands. Nate handed me the flashlight. Crawl space is old. Don't trust any board that looks too clean. That made no sense to me, and he saw it. New wood means someone changed it, he said. Changed it means maybe trapped. The word landed between us. Trapped. Not accident. Not prank. Not only vandalism. Human hands. The annex freezer room was already warming. Boxes of chicken and milk sat stacked against the wall, sweating in the dead air. June and Rollins shoved an empty shelving unit aside, revealing a plywood panel behind it painted the same dull gray as the wall. Nate pried it open. Damp air breathed out. The smell hit first. Rotten wood, like mud, mouse droppings, old metal. The opening was barely wider than my shoulders. My body refused. It was not a thought. It was a locked door inside my chest. My knees softened. The flashlight shook in my hand, beam jittering over the black rectangle. Mara's voice came over the radio, clipped and urgent. Rec Hall head count confirms 1 missing. Dylan Price, 11. Last seen near registration table 5 minutes ago. The mother screamed in the background. Tessa looked at the canoe. The child vest behind it lifted and dipped. Evan, she said. I dropped to my knees. For 1 second, I was 10 years old again at a public pool in Worcester. My cousin shoving me off the deep end as a joke. My hand slapping water and finding only more water. The tiled wall a bright blur too far away. Then I was 23, in a dead freezer room, crawling into a sealed access because someone underneath the boathouse had said please. I went in. The passage scraped my shoulders immediately. The knee pads helped, then stopped helping once the floor dipped, and cold water soaked through my jeans. I forced air in, 4 counts, held it badly, 4 out. The rope dragged behind me over splinters. The flashlight beam showed old beams furred with white mineral stains, spiderwebs trembling from my breath, a rusted pipe running along the left wall. Tessa, I called. Here, she answered from behind me. Close enough. Not close enough. I crawled 6 feet. The passage turned right. Water deepened from my wrists to my forearms. My breathing got loud in my ears. The beam found a gap ahead, where the crawl access opened into the support bay under the boathouse. Beyond it, greenish light moved between pilings. "Connor," I shouted. A weak answer came from the right. "Here." I pushed forward until the ceiling lifted just enough for me to raise my head. He was wedged against a diagonal brace, shoulders and face above water, the rest of him below. His hair was plastered to his forehead. His lips were gray-blue. One ankle disappeared between two crossed beams beneath the water. A strip of bright orange life vest was tangled around the brace near him, not his. The adult vest from the rack had been shoved under his armpits, probably the only reason he was still up. His eyes found mine and did not focus right away. "Evan," I said. "I'm Evan. I'm going to get a rope around you." He laughed once. It sounded like choking. "New guy." "Yeah. Worst first week. Technically first day." A breath moved through him that might have been a laugh if he had more strength. I unclipped the throw line from my belt, but kept my harness rope attached. Tessa had said, "Do not untie." My hands were clumsy in the cold. I looped the line under Connor's arms, trying not to shove him down as the water lifted and dropped us both. "Ankle," he gasped. "I know. No, listen." He grabbed my wrist with surprising force. "Wire around it, not just stuck." I put the flashlight underwater. The beams scattered in green-brown murk, but I saw enough. A loop of metal cable cinched around his boot and twisted around a support beam. Not fishing line, not debris, deliberate. A snare, my throat closed. "Trauma shears," I yelled. My voice bounced under the floor. Tessa answered faintly. "Sending," the rope behind me twitched. A small dry bag slid through the crawl passage and bumped my hip. Inside were trauma shears, a glow stick, and zip ties. I cracked the glow stick with my teeth and dropped it in the water. Green light spread like sickness around Connor's trapped leg. The cable was thin but braided. The shears bit once and slipped. Connor groaned. "Sorry, sorry." Above us, footsteps hammered on the boathouse floor. I froze. Tessa shouted from outside, muffled, "Who's in there?" The footsteps stopped. Then came 3 taps on the floorboards above my head. A pause, 3 taps. Connor's eyes widened. He's back. The trap was no longer abstract. A man's voice came through the boards, low and close. "You should have kept them away, Connor." I didn't recognize it. Connor whispered, "Cal." The old photograph flashed in my mind. Younger Nate, younger Leonard, a boy with his face scratched out. Above us, Rollins shouted, "Police, come out now." The footsteps moved fast. A door banged. Noah yelled. Something crashed against the exterior wall. Then there was a splash. "Waterfront," Tessa shouted over the radio. "Suspect moving toward the dock." Under the boathouse, Connor started shaking so hard the line around him vibrated. "Who is Cal?" I asked. "Cal Rusk," he said through chattering teeth. "Camp kid, 2009. His brother drowned. They said he broke protocol. They lied." The words came broken, but enough of them landed. Nate's voice roared somewhere outside. "Cal, stop," a man laughed. Not wild, not cinematic, bitter, exhausted, human. "You remembered my name today," he shouted back. The shears slipped again on the cable. Wanted to be out. I wanted sky. I wanted dry ground and a world where grief did not wait 17 years and come back with bolt cutters. "Evan," Tessa called. "Status." "Cable around his ankle. I'm cutting." "Fire rescue 2 minutes." Connor's head dipped. I grabbed his vest and shoved him back up. "Stay with me. I'm tired." "Yeah, be tired later." The cable finally snapped on the 4th try, but the loose end whipped across my knuckles, slicing skin. The pain came bright and immediate. I almost dropped the shears. Blood threaded into the water, black in the glow stick light. "Cut," I yelled, "pull slow." The line around Connor tightened. Outside, Tessa and Rollins, and whoever else had hands, began hauling. Connor screamed when his ankle came free. It was not the scream of a man rescued. It was the sound of damaged flesh being reminded it was still attached. He moved 6 inches, then stopped. "Stuck," I shouted. I felt along his side. His belt had snagged on a bolt jutting from the brace. I used the shears again, cutting leather, cutting fabric, not caring. The belt snapped loose. Pull. This time Connor slid toward the access gap. I crawled backward, guiding his head, keeping his face above the water. My harness rope dragged over a beam behind me. Then it caught, hard. I jerked back and got nowhere. The crawl passage behind me had shifted, or the rope had snagged under a bracket. Connor's body was halfway into the narrow access. Water slapped my chin now when I crouched. The boathouse groaned above us as people ran across it, or fought on it, or both. "Tessa," I shouted. "My rope has caught." "One blast," she called. "No, wait." I reached behind myself, fingers numb, searching the rope. It vanished around the brace at an angle I couldn't see. If they pulled hard, it might pin me or drag me sideways under the beam. "Do not untie." Tessa had said it like scripture. But Connor was moving only because everyone outside was pulling him. My rope caught across the passage was blocking him from sliding through. I unclipped. It was stupid. It was necessary. It was both. The instant the carabiner came free, the rope snapped away from my harness and vanished backward. I fed Connor into the access with both hands, shoving his shoulders, pushing his vest, yelling for them to keep pulling. His boots disappeared last, one twisted at a wrong angle. Then he was gone into the crawl, dragged toward air and people and light. I was alone under the boathouse. No harness, no rope, water at my chest. Above and outside, chaos broke into pieces I could hear but not see. Mara shouting, "Keep the parents back." Noah yelling, "He's on the dock." Rollins, "Drop it." A crack split the air, not a gunshot. Wood, the missing dock board. A man shouted in pain. I crawled toward where I thought the access was. My flashlight flickered. The glow stick drifted away. The passage had become a black rectangle among black beams, and my hands were too cold to feel the floor properly. 4 in, 4 out. I counted wrong. Water touched my lips. I spat and lunged forward, cracking my shoulder against a crossbeam. Pain flashed down my arm. The flashlight died. For 1 second, the dark was total and physical, pressing into my mouth and nose. Then a green glow appeared ahead. A glow stick in the crawl passage. June's voice came from beyond it. "Evan, follow the light." I did. I don't remember the first few feet. I remember the taste of mud. I remember my knee pad tearing loose. I remember a splinter driving into my palm and staying there. I remember hearing a child crying somewhere far away and realizing it was me making the sound. Hands grabbed my wrists. June and Tessa dragged me out across the freezer room floor, scraping my hip on the hatch frame. I rolled onto my side and vomited like water and bile onto the concrete. No one made me stand. That was the short lull. Just me on the floor. June's hand on the back of my soaked shirt. Tessa kneeling in front of me, saying my name like a command. Connor nearby, wrapped in an emergency blanket, teeth chattering violently while Rollins, deputy partner, held his head still and checked his airway. His ankle looked wrong under wet denim, swollen and angled, but he was breathing. He was out. From outside came a shout, then the slap of running feet. Mara appeared in the annex doorway, hair loose from its tie, face streaked with dirt. "Dylan's okay." Tessa sagged half an inch. Where? Under the rec hall porch, hiding. He heard adults yelling and thought he was in trouble for going near the dock. The child-sized vest had been bait, another misdirection. But by then it had done what it was meant to do. It had split us. It had made the camp run. "What about Cal?" Tessa asked. Mara looked toward the lake. Nate answered from outside, voice rough. "Caught." We stumbled out together because I needed to see, even if my legs didn't want to work. At the main dock, Deputy Rollins had Cal Rusk face down on the boards with one knee near his back and cuffs on his wrists. Cal was maybe mid-30s, male, local by his accent and sun-beaten skin, wearing a faded Camp Alderwick sweatshirt that had probably once been navy. His hair was wet. Blood ran from his cheek where he'd hit the dock. Beside him lay the missing dock board. He had tried to use it as a bridge over the gap he'd created earlier, or as a weapon, maybe both. Noah sat on the beach holding his forearm. Blood seeped between his fingers. Later, I would learn Cal had swung the board at Rollins, and Noah had shoved him off balance, catching a nail across his arm for the trouble. Not heroic in a clean way. Messy, reflexive, costly. Nate stood several feet away, one hand bandaged, the other hanging uselessly at his side. He looked older than he had that morning. Cal lifted his face enough to see Leonard at the edge of the beach. "You closed the file," Cal said. Leonard didn't answer. "You told everyone Danny broke the rules." Leonard's mouth opened, then shut. Tessa stepped forward. "Cal, where's the other paddle?" It was such a practical question that Cal laughed. Rollins pushed his shoulder down. "Where?" Tessa repeated. Cal's eyes shifted, just once, toward the second platform. The platform where Connor's sweatshirt still lay spread like a body. Tessa swore and grabbed binoculars from the lifeguard chair. I didn't need them. The platform's anchor rope had been cut halfway through. Not enough to break while the lake was calm. Enough to fail under weight, under rescue, under a child climbing onto it, under anyone trusting it. Tessa saw it. Her face went empty. "That was the last one," Cal said into the dock boards. "You were supposed to close the water, all of it, first thing, like you should have done then." Rollins hauled him upright. Fire rescue sirens finally came down the road, thin and late, threading through the pines. The camp was full of parents, children, police radios, and the sour smell of lake mud drying on my clothes. Connor was alive. Dylan was alive. Cal was in cuffs. The power was still out. The second platform was still floating on a cut rope. The deep water protocol had worked only after almost everyone ignored it. Tessa looked at Leonard. Leonard looked at the lake. Nobody said victory. There wasn't any. There was only the sound of sirens getting closer, the buoy rope knocking wrong against the dock, and Connor sobbing once from the annex, not loudly, not theatrically, just one broken sound from a man who had been pulled out of the dark and would carry the shape of it in his bones. The first ambulance left without using its siren. That was the detail I remember most clearly, even more than Cal Rusk face down on the dock, even more than Connor's ankle turned wrong beneath the silver emergency blanket. The ambulance backed down the gravel drive slow and careful, crunching over pine needles and potholes, lights flashing silently against the trunks. It looked almost polite, like it didn't want to disturb the camp any more than we already had. Connor was inside with an oxygen mask over his face, wrapped in heated blankets, one paramedic holding his IV bag high enough to keep it from tangling in the door. He had spoken twice after they pulled him onto the stretcher, once to ask if Dylan was real, which nobody understood until Mara leaned close and told him, yes, the boy was safe. It had been a trick. The second time, he asked Tessa if he was fired. Tessa put one hand on the stretcher rail and said, "Shut up, Connor." He laughed weakly, then cried without covering his face. Nobody looked away fast enough. I sat on the low stone wall outside the nurse's cabin while a paramedic cleaned the cut across my knuckles and dug a splinter out of my palm with tweezers. My clothes were still wet from the lake. Every few minutes, water dripped from the hem of my shorts onto the dirt between my shoes. My shoulder had swollen into a hard, hot knot where I'd slammed it against the crossbeam, and my hip was scraped raw from the hatch frame. None of it was serious. That made me feel guilty. Noah sat 10 feet away on an overturned milk crate, his arm wrapped from wrist to elbow. The cut from the nail had needed 6 stitches, done right there under the dining hall awning, while his face went the color of pancake batter. He kept staring at the waterfront like the lake might call him back for a second round. "Noah," I said. He blinked. "You good?" He looked at the bandage. "I keep thinking if I'd locked the canoe rack better, Connor wouldn't have." "Stop," Tessa said from behind us. Noah's mouth closed. She was standing with her arms folded, hair coming loose from her braid, red guard shirt streaked with mud and lake water. She looked 20 years older than she had that morning. "You are not allowed to turn someone else's crime into your personal performance review." Noah's jaw worked. "I'm a lifeguard. You are 19. That doesn't matter. It matters to me." He looked down. Tessa's voice softened by 1 degree. "You got hurt because you helped stop him. You also disobeyed me 6 times today, and I will yell about that when I have the energy. For now, sit there and keep pressure on your arm." He nodded, and that was all he had left. Deputy Rollins took statements in the rec hall because it was the only building large enough to hold frightened parents, exhausted staff, and law enforcement without turning the entire place into a rumor mill. The campers had been loaded back into cars or collected in clumps near their parents' legs, still wearing name tags and carrying sleeping bags that would never be unrolled in the cabins. A few cried because they were scared. A few cried because camp was canceled. Kids are strange like that. Their disappointment didn't wait politely for trauma to finish. June kept making coffee. No one asked her to. The power had come back after Nate found the generator's fuel line cut and clamped it well enough for a temporary restart. But lunch was gone as a concept. June brewed pot after pot on a backup circuit and handed mugs to deputies, parents, and staff with the same severe kindness. Her cooler crisis had become evidence somehow. The failed walk-in wasn't a random breakdown. Someone had opened the service panel and loosened a relay. Not enough to destroy it, just enough to make it fail under load. A distraction. Everything had been a distraction or a test or both. By noon, the camp had become a map of yellow tape. The main dock, the canoe rack, the boathouse, the gate, the generator shed, the annex hatch. Little bright borders around ordinary places, turning them into scenes. Cal Rusk was taken away in the second cruiser. He didn't fight by then. He looked almost emptied. Wet hair stuck to his forehead, and the side of his face had puffed purple where he'd hit the dock. As Rollins guided him into the back seat, Cal turned his head toward Leonard. "You finally closed the water," he said. Leonard stood on the office steps with a sheriff's deputy beside him. His face had gone the flat gray of someone waiting for a verdict that had already happened inside him. Rollins ducked Cal into the cruiser before Leonard answered. Maybe that was mercy. Maybe it was procedure. Legal pieces came in fragments over the next few hours, mostly through questions we weren't allowed to answer in detail. Cal Rusk had worked at a bait shop in Millinocket. He had a record for trespassing and one domestic disturbance call from years earlier, but nothing that made anyone look at him before that morning. His younger brother, Daniel "Danny" Rusk, had drowned at Camp Alderwick in 2009 during a staff family weekend, not a camper session. Danny was 13. The public version said he slipped away after dark, took a canoe without permission, and ignored the boundary line. The private version was messier. It came out because Nate talked, not in a speech. Nate was not a speech man. He sat at a picnic table with his bandaged hand in his lap while Rollins asked him questions, and eventually his answers got too heavy to lift around the truth. Danny had not taken a canoe to show off. He had followed a floating glow from the second platform after another older boy dared him. The boundary rope had been moved that night too, not by Cal, not by Danny, but by staff who had shifted it earlier for a training exercise and failed to reset the anchors before dark. Leonard had been assistant director then. Nate had been maintenance. They found Danny after midnight near the old boathouse, caught under a collapsed brace. The camp settled with the family. The paperwork emphasized unauthorized swimming. The moved rope line became an internal note. The old boathouse access was sealed. The deep water protocol was written afterward, not to protect campers from a mystery, but to protect them from a very specific chain of human mistakes nobody wanted repeated out loud. "Why scratch his face out?" Mara asked later, when we were sitting on the steps behind the rec hall with paper cups of coffee gone cold between us. I hadn't realized she had seen the Polaroid too. Tessa answered from the gravel below. She was leaning against the railing, staring at the cabins. Leonard said Cal did it years ago, snuck into the office, found the kit, scratched Danny out of the photo, and left it there. Mara's mouth twisted, and they still kept the photo. Nate said he thought removing it was worse. That is an absolutely camp staff way to handle guilt. Tessa didn't disagree. Leonard resigned before the sheriff's office finished its first round of interviews. That was the official language anyway. He wrote 3 sentences on camp letterhead, folded the paper badly, and handed it to the board president when she arrived from Portland looking like she had driven 2 hours with her teeth clenched. He did not say goodbye to the staff as a group. He did come to the nurse's cabin doorway while I was getting my shoulder taped. For a second, I thought he might apologize. Not to me specifically, to the air, to the morning, to the version of Camp Alderwick that had existed before parents saw deputies photographing a child's life vest. Instead, he said, "You shouldn't have gone into the hatch." The nurse, a small woman named Carol who had been quiet until then, looked up from the tape. "He saved a man's life." Leonard's eyes stayed on me. He also nearly became the second rescue. I wanted to hate him for saying it. The worst part was that he wasn't wrong. "I know," I said. He nodded, as if that settled something for him, and walked away. Carol finished taping my shoulder too tightly. Men like that think being right about one piece excuses the rest. I didn't answer because I was afraid she'd ask which kind of man I was. By late afternoon, parents were gone. The cabin stayed empty. Duffel tags and welcome packets littered the office floor. A stuffed rabbit sat on the rec hall piano until Mara found the owner's phone number and promised to mail it back. The lake had gone bright blue under a clear sky, which felt rude, beautiful, even. The second platform sat out there as if it had not been rigged to break loose. The buoy rope had been pulled to shore and coiled in the sand like a dead snake. Fire rescue cut Connor free from the last twisted bit of cable after he reached the hospital. We learned later that his ankle was fractured in 2 places, with deep bruising from the wire. Hypothermia, mild concussion, infected cuts they wanted to watch. He would recover, said the doctor, which is a phrase people use when they mean the body will continue, even if the person has some catching up to do. Noah's parents came for him around 4. His mother hugged him so carefully it made his face crumple. He tried to joke about the stitches. Nobody laughed, and he stopped. June threw out hundreds of dollars of food because the temperature logs were ruined. She cried over the chicken, which sounds funny until you've seen a woman hold herself together through attempted murder, and then break over something measurable, something she could write down as loss. Nate stayed until the state police arrived to take a formal statement. Before he left, he walked down to the waterfront with Tessa, Mara, and me. He carried the DWP binder under one arm. "You should burn that thing," Mara said. Nate shook his head. "That's how we got here, putting things away." Tessa took the binder from him. "It needs to be rewritten. It needs to be public," I said. They both looked at me. My voice came out rougher than I expected. Not the gory details, but enough. If a rule exists because someone died, people should know it's not camp theater. Tessa looked toward the water. "Yeah," she said, "they should." We stood there for a while. 4 adults on a beach meant for swim tests and sandcastles, looking at a lake that had never done anything except follow gravity, wind, temperature, and depth. That was the thing I kept coming back to. The lake wasn't evil. The old boathouse wasn't evil. The protocol wasn't evil. People had moved a rope and failed to say so. People had hidden embarrassment inside procedure. People had let grief rot until it turned into a plan with bolt cutters, fishing line, wire cable, and a child's life vest. Grounded things, hardware store things, that made it worse. At dusk, Rollins let us collect personal items from the waterfront shed. The DWP kit sat open on the bench, contents spread for photographing. Glow sticks, shears, throw line, the sealed Polaroid, my whistle. Tessa picked up the whistle, wiped it with an alcohol pad, and handed it to me. "No thanks," I said. "Take it. I don't want a souvenir." "It's not a souvenir." I almost argued, but I was too tired. I put it in my pocket. It felt heavier than it was. Camp Alderwick did not open that summer. The official email to families cited serious safety concerns following an incident involving unauthorized access and criminal vandalism. That was accurate in the way a shadow is accurate. It showed the outline, not the object. Cal Rusk was charged with kidnapping-related offenses, at first because of Connor, then aggravated assault, reckless conduct, criminal threatening, burglary, and tampering with safety equipment. The prosecutors would sort out the exact language. Lawyers love exact language after everyone else has run out of it. His defense, according to a local article Mara sent me later, planned to argue diminished capacity tied to unresolved trauma over his brother's death. I don't know what happened after that. I stopped reading updates after Connor's third surgery. I went back to Worcester with a bruised shoulder, a healing hand, and a new habit of checking exits in buildings I already knew. For 2 weeks, I woke up with my sheets twisted around my ankles and kicked until the mattress thudded against the wall. My mother asked if camp had been that bad, and I told her there had been an accident, because apparently I had learned something from Leonard after all. The first time I swam again was in a YMCA pool in September. Not deep water. Not really. Just 12 feet at the far end, blue tiles, lifeguards chewing gum, a kid doing cannonballs despite the sign. I stood at the edge so long an old man in goggles asked if I was waiting for permission. I told him no. Then I got in. My body hated every second. My feet left the slope. The old counting started under my ribs. Empty space below. Air above. 4 in, 4 out. I floated on my back and listened to the muffled churn of pool filters, the slap of lane ropes, the ordinary human noise of people not drowning. I stayed for 30 seconds. That was enough. In October, Tessa emailed the former staff a revised waterfront manual. It was plain, blunt, and almost ugly in its honesty. The deep water protocol had a new title, Boundary and Missing Swimmer Emergency Procedure. No ominous red tape. No secret staff, only mythology. The first page included Danny Rusk's name, Connor Bell's name, and a sentence I read 3 times. A rule without its reason becomes a rumor, and rumors do not keep people alive. Mara replied all with, "Put that on the shirts." June replied all with, "Do not make shirts." Noah sent a thumbs up emoji, then, 10 minutes later, a longer message apologizing for rushing the boathouse. Tessa answered him in 2 words, still grounded. It was the closest any of us came to normal. The subtle thing happened later. A padded envelope arrived at my apartment with no return address. Inside was the whistle Tessa had given me, or one exactly like it. At first, I thought I had somehow mailed it to myself with my camp things. Then I checked my desk drawer. My whistle was still there. The one from the envelope was older, more scratched. On one side, someone had carved 3 small initials with a pocket knife. DR, no note. No explanation. I called Tessa. She went quiet when I told her. "Did you send it?" I asked. "No, Nate, I'll ask," she called back an hour later. Nate said Danny's whistle had been buried with the old files after the 2009 investigation. Leonard said he didn't know where it was. Cal, by then, was in custody. "So what does that mean?" I asked. Tessa was silent long enough that I could hear traffic outside my apartment, wet tires hissing over pavement. "It means," she said finally, "someone found another box we didn't. I keep both whistles in the same drawer now. I don't look at them often, but every once in a while, usually when rain hits the window just right, or a truck backs up outside with that 3-beep warning, I think about Lake Barlow before sunrise. Fog on the water. A missing board. A sweatshirt spread flat on the platform. Adults trying to make danger sound smaller until it slipped under the floorboards and waited for us there. And I think about what Connor said before we pulled him out. They moved it. At the time, I thought he meant the rope line. Now, I'm not completely sure. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much, the ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. I'll keep this as the opening only, grounded, explainable unease, no supernatural reveal, and an ending choice that sets up the next section without exposing the central conflict. Thought for a couple of seconds. The first odd thing was the song starting before any of us touched the key. Not loud, not dramatic, just a thin, tinny phrase from the dining room, 3 notes that wandered out through the apartment like they had gotten lost. It sounded like a lullaby being played through a telephone receiver. Old metal teeth, a tired spring. Then it stopped with a dry little click, and the refrigerator hummed on as if nothing had happened. I was standing at the stove with one hand on a wooden spoon and the other pressed flat against my lower back, trying to convince myself that burnt garlic could still be rescued if you added enough butter. My name is Claire Donnelly, 31, female, and at the time I lived in a narrow second-floor apartment in Portland, Maine, above a frame shop that smelled permanently of sawdust and glue. I worked remotely for a medical billing company, which meant my days were mostly claim codes, lukewarm coffee, and pretending my kitchen table was a real office. I had a bad habit of buying broken old things because I liked the idea of being the kind of person who could restore them. Chairs with loose legs, lamps with cracked shades, watches that never ran again. I told people it was a hobby. Really, I think I liked objects that came with obvious damage. They made more sense to me than people did. The music box sat on our dining room table under the yellow cone of the pendant lamp, surrounded by shredded newspaper and the half-open cardboard box it had arrived in that afternoon. I had bought it from an estate sale listing online, a small Swiss-made cylinder music box from the 1890s, according to the description. Walnut case, inlaid lid, working condition unknown. Those words should have made me reasonable. Instead, they made me click purchase. Did you do that? Mark called from the bathroom. Mark Ellison, 33, male, was my boyfriend, a high school history teacher from Vermont with a careful voice and the steady hands of someone who had learned early that panic only made things worse. He was brushing paint flecks out of his hair because the building's hallway ceiling had shed on him again when he came home. Mark believed in receipts, renter's insurance, and reading the instruction manual before plugging anything in. He also had a way of saying my name when he thought I was being impulsive that made me feel 12 years old and guilty. "I'm in the kitchen," I said. The spoon scraped the bottom of the pan. Garlic had gone from gold to brown while I listened. The kitchen smelled sharp and oily, and outside, rain ticked against the window air conditioner with the uneven rhythm of fingernails tapping plastic. Mark appeared in the doorway in sweatpants and a blue t-shirt, towel slung over one shoulder. His hair was damp at the temples. He looked past me toward the dining room. That was the box. "Maybe the spring settled," I said. He gave me a look. "What? Springs don't usually settle into melodies. Old ones might, That's not how old works. I turned down the burner, then turned it off completely because the sauce had clearly given up. It played 3 notes. It probably got jostled in shipping. Mark walked over to the table, but stopped short of touching it. That was his thing. Observe first, touch later. He leaned in, hands on his knees, and the towel slid off his shoulder to the floor. The music box was beautiful in a tired, stubborn way. The walnut case had darkened almost black along the corners, where hands had handled it for 100 years. The lid was decorated with a little marquetry bouquet, pale wood flowers with missing petals. One hinge was newer than the other. The brass key was fixed into the right side of the case, and beside it, taped to the wood, was a folded card about the size of a library checkout slip. I had already read it twice before dinner. Mark read it aloud. Instructions: wind no more than 3 turns. Do not force. Do not wind past 3. He paused. Claire, it's just an antique warning. Overwinding can damage the mechanism. It says it 3 different ways. Because people are stupid. People buy mystery boxes from strangers on the internet. Estate sale, I said, not mystery box. Estate sale from a stranger on the internet. I crossed the room, wiping my hands on a dish towel. Look, the seller said it belonged to her grandmother. It was packed well. It's not like I bought a haunted doll from a roadside barn. Mark looked at me again, softer this time. Nobody said haunted. I know, I'm just saying. The apartment made one of its usual old building noises then. A pipe knocking somewhere behind the wall, 2 dull clanks, and a shudder. We both glanced toward the radiator, even though it was May, and the heat had been off for weeks. Rain blurred the windows. Across Congress Street, the neon sign of the pizza place smeared red and green across the wet glass. A bus sighed at the stop below, brakes hissing, doors folding open with a rubbery cough. Normal noises. City noises. The kind I usually liked because they made the apartment feel less alone. Still, those 3 notes had left something behind. Not fear exactly. More like the room had shifted 1 inch while we were not looking. The buzzer rang. I flinched hard enough to knock my hip against the table. Mark noticed. Of course he did. You okay? Fine. I set the dish towel down. That'll be Lena. Lena Morales, 32, female, was my upstairs neighbor, and the closest thing I had to a best friend in Portland, even though we had known each other only 9 months. She was a hospital lab tech, originally from Providence, and she had the particular exhausted cheerfulness of someone who worked 12-hour shifts and still remembered everyone's birthday. Collected houseplants, carried pepper spray clipped inside her tote, and had once fixed our clogged bathroom sink with a chopstick and a level of confidence I still envied. She also had no patience for Mark and me circling an argument politely for 40 minutes. I buzzed her in. A minute later, she knocked twice and let herself inside, shaking rain off her jacket. It smells like you murdered dinner, she said. I saved it emotionally, I told her. Mark picked up the towel from the floor. She burned garlic. You can't burn garlic in Maine, Lena said, toeing off her boots. That's basically a hate crime against winter survival. It's May. Exactly. We're still recovering. She came into the dining room with a canvas tote on one shoulder and stopped when she saw the music box. Her face changed in the quick, private way people's faces change when they recognize something from childhood, but do not immediately want to admit it. Oh, she said, that's pretty. You know, music boxes? I asked. My grandmother had one, not like that. Hers had a ballerina that looked like she'd seen things. Lena leaned closer, careful not to touch. This one looks expensive. It was cheaper than it should have been. That's always comforting. Mark pointed at the instruction card. Read that. Lena bent down, rainwater dripping from the ends of her hair onto the floorboards. Wind no more than 3 turns. Do not force. Do not wind past 3. She straightened. Seems clear. Thank you, Mark said. I opened my mouth to defend myself and realized I did not actually have an argument. I had not wounded at all. Not yet. The seller had included one blurry photo of the cylinder and comb inside, but I had not opened the case. I had told myself I would clean the outside first, watch a few videos, maybe email a repair shop in Boston if it seemed delicate. But I had also imagined winding it. Of course I had. That was the whole point of buying it, if I was honest. Here's something old work again, because I had been careful enough not to ruin it. There was music a minute ago, Mark said. Lena looked at him. From this, 3 notes, I said. Then it stopped. Was it wound already? I don't know. Mark gave me a small, helpless gesture, like this proved his entire worldview. Lena set her tote on a chair and crouched until her eyes were level with the box. Could have been. If it got wound before shipping and the stop lever shifted, that might happen, right? See, I said, I'm not on your side. I'm on the side of whatever makes everyone less weird. Mark laughed once through his nose. I liked that about Lena. She could open a window in a tense room without making a show of it. I had grown up in a house where every disagreement became a weather system, pressure building, until someone slammed a cabinet or disappeared into a bedroom. As an adult, I hated conflict so much that I often overcorrected into secrecy. I did things first and explained later, because explanations felt like asking permission. The music box was one of those things. Mark had only learned about it when the delivery came, and he found the package wedged between our apartment door and the stair rail. He hadn't yelled. Mark didn't yell. Somehow that made it worse. Lena noticed the pot on the stove. Were we eating before or after this became an episode of Antiques Roadshow with anxiety? After, I said. I ordered Thai. You burned dinner and ordered Thai before telling us. I made a judgment call. Mark smiled despite himself. She's improving. For about 20 minutes, everything eased. The Thai food arrived in a paper bag gone soft at the bottom from steam. We ate pad see ew and curry out of takeout containers at the coffee table because the dining table was occupied by my questionable purchase. Rain kept needling the windows. The radiator pipes knocked once more, and the neighbor's dog downstairs barked at footsteps in the hall. Lena told us about a man at the hospital who had fainted during a routine blood draw and apologized to the floor before apologizing to her. Mark complained about a parent who had emailed him 3 paragraphs arguing that the Boston Tea Party was basically vandalism with branding. I pretended to listen while my eyes kept drifting to the music box. It did not move. It did not play. It sat there with the instruction card taped to its side, looking less ominous the longer nothing happened. That was how unease worked on me. At first it had teeth. Then, if nothing confirmed it, I started to feel embarrassed. Embarrassment was dangerous because it made me bold in stupid little ways. I would rather be reckless than seem dramatic. After dinner, Mark gathered the containers. Lena stood at the dining table, reading the seller's printed note from the box. Purchased from the estate of Margaret H. Bell, Cape Elizabeth, Maine, she read. Original owner unknown. Box has not been serviced. Handle with care. There's a phone number handwritten at the bottom. For the seller, Mark asked. I think so. Lena squinted. Name S. Elise. Elise told me her grandmother had it in storage, I said. She was clearing out the house. Mark looked at the music box. You should call her tomorrow and ask if it was wound. I can message her tonight. Good. There it was again. That gentle good. Sensible, adult. A word that quietly placed me in the other category. I reached for the box. Mark said, Claire, I'm not winding it. I lifted both hands a little. I'm opening the lid. Lena backed up half a step, smiling. For the record, I am here as a witness, not an accomplice. The lid stuck at first. Old varnish clung near the seam, and when I eased it upward, the hinges gave a thin squeal that made Mark wince. Inside, the mechanism was smaller and more intricate than I expected. A brass cylinder pricked with tiny pins, a steel comb with narrow teeth, a governor fan shaped like two little wings. The inner would smell dry and sweet, like pencil shavings and attic dust. A folded strip of paper lay tucked along the inside wall. I did not see it until Lena said, There's something in there. I used tweezers from my junk drawer to lift it out. The paper was brittle, cream-colored, torn unevenly on one end. Not antique, I thought. Old, but not 1890s old. Maybe a few decades. Someone had written on it in blue ballpoint pen. Mark leaned over my shoulder. I read it silently first, and my stomach tightened in a way that annoyed me because the words were not frightening. They were just instructions, not more than 3. If already wound, let it finish. Never hold the lid open while playing. If it skips, stop. That's weirdly specific, Lena said. Mark reached for his phone. I'm looking up the model. Don't, I said too quickly. Both of them looked at me. I felt heat rise in my face. I mean, yes, look it up, but don't do that thing where you find one forum post from 2008 and decide it's going to explode. Music boxes can injure fingers, Mark said. Those comb teeth are sharp. I know. You do know. That's why I'm looking it up. His voice was still calm, but tired had crept into it. Not tired from school or the rain or the burnt dinner. Tired from being the person who always had to ask whether I had thought something through. Lena touched my wrist lightly. Hey, nobody is saying you did anything wrong. But that was exactly the problem. They were both being kind. Kindness left me nowhere to put my defensiveness, so it just buzzed under my skin. Mark searched for markings inside the lid. There's a maker's stamp. Paillard. St. Croix. Swiss, Lena said. Yeah, Mark typed. Some of these have stop-start levers. If it played during shipping, it might still have tension in the mainspring. The music box gave a small sound. Not music this time, a tick. All 3 of us stopped moving. Another tick followed, softer, from inside the mechanism. Then a faint metallic tremble, like the cylinder had shifted a fraction of an inch and settled. Mark slowly lowered his phone. Okay, Lena whispered. Did the comb move? I didn't touch anything, I said. I know. The rain seemed louder because none of us spoke over it. A car passed outside, tires dragging water through the gutter. Somewhere in the building, a door opened and closed. Normal, normal, normal. Then the music box played one note. A single bright plink. Lena stepped back into the chair behind her, and its legs scraped the floor. Mark reached toward the lid, then stopped himself with his hand hovering above the case. If already wound, let it finish, he said. It's not finishing, I said. My mouth had gone dry. It's doing one note at a time. Maybe the mechanism's gummed up. Then we stop it, right? Lena asked. The paper says if it skips, stop. Mark looked at me, then at the brass key fixed into the side. Stopping it means touching the mechanism or finding the stop lever. I don't know what I'm doing. I stared into the open box. The cylinder's pins caught the pendant light in tiny hard points. The governor fan twitched once, barely. There was no reason for it to feel like the thing was waiting. Machines did not wait. They failed, stuck, slipped, unwound. That was all. And yet my apartment had narrowed around that table. My phone buzzed on the counter. I jumped again. Mark picked it up and glanced at the screen. Unknown number. Answer it, Lena said. It's probably spam, I said, but I took the phone. The number had a main area code. I swiped. Hello. For 2 seconds, there was only static and room noise. Then a woman said, Is this Claire Donnelly? Yes, this is Elise Bell. I sold you the music box. I looked at Mark, then Lena. Lena's expression flattened into attention. Oh, I said. Hi, I was going to message you. I know this is strange, Elise said. Her voice sounded older than I expected, thin and breathy, with traffic noise behind it. Did you wind it? No. Are you sure? I haven't touched the key. A pause. Is the lid open? My fingers tightened around the phone. Mark mouthed. What? Yes, I said. Elise exhaled, and the sound cracked in my ear. Close it. The music box blinked again. This note was lower. Mark heard it from where he stood. His face changed. Elise said, Close it gently. Don't latch it. Don't turn the key. Don't try to make it finish. The instructions inside say, let it finish if already wound. I know what they say, Elise replied, and for the first time her voice sharpened. Those were my mother's instructions. They were for when it still worked properly. Lena whispered, Ask her what's wrong with it. I repeated the question. Elise did not answer right away. I heard a car horn on her end, then the muffled slap of windshield wipers. It was in storage for a reason, she said. I shouldn't have sold it. I thought it was empty. I thought the key had no tension left. The music box gave another tick. Mark reached for the lid. I caught his wrist before I realized I was moving. He looked at my hand on him. Not angry, worried. Elise said, Claire, is someone there with you? My boyfriend and my neighbor. Good. Have one of them close the lid, then put the box somewhere it won't be disturbed until I can come by. You're coming here. I'm already on my way. I looked toward the window, at the wet street below, and the smear of headlights sliding through rain. The apartment smelled like curry, burnt garlic, damp wool from Lena's coat, and old wood from the open music box. My ordinary life crowded around a table. Mark gently pulled his wrist free. We should close it. Lena nodded, but she did not come closer. I looked down at the strip of paper still lying beside the box. Not more than 3. Never hold the lid open while playing. If it skips, stop. The mechanism clicked again. This time, the cylinder moved enough for all of us to see it. Elise said through the phone, quieter now, Please don't test it. That sentence landed worse than any warning could have. Because there are warnings people give when they understand a machine, and there are warnings people give when they understand a person. Mark's hand hovered over the lid. I had a choice then, though it did not feel like one. Close the box and wait for a stranger who had already admitted she should never have sold it. Or look closer, just for a second, while the mechanism was exposed, and the answer might still be visible in brass, pins, and old wood. The music box played 3 notes in a row. Not a melody yet, a beginning, and none of us moved. Mark closed the lid. He did it carefully, the way he handled cracked coffee mugs and student essays turned in late with apologies attached. 2 fingers on the edge, palm flat above the inlay, pressure slow enough that the hinges only gave a small complaining squeak. The last 3 notes thinned as the lid came down, like someone had moved the song into another room. Then the latch clicked. The sound made all 3 of us breathe at the same time. Elise was still on the phone. "Did you close it?" she asked. "Yes," I said. "Good. Do not wind it. Do not open it again. Put something heavy on top of the lid." Mark frowned. "Why?" I repeated it into the phone, though Elise had spoken loudly enough that he probably heard. "Because if the lid jumps while the spring is under tension, it can throw the stop lever," Elise said. "The mechanism is damaged. The comb teeth can snap. There may be loose pins inside." That was reasonable. That was worse, somehow. A simple mechanical hazard put a shape around the fear. Not ghosts, not curses. Sharp metal, old tension, bad repair work. A thing could hurt you without meaning to. Lena grabbed the nearest heavy object, which happened to be Mark's hardcover copy of the Civil War and American Memory, and set it on the lid. "Not insulting the theme," she said, voice tight. "But this thing is not holding back a machine explosion." "It's fine," Mark said automatically, though his eyes stayed fixed on the box. A muffled tick came from inside. The book shifted maybe a millimeter. Maybe I imagined that. Elise said, "I need you to listen carefully. I'm about 25 minutes away, maybe 30 with the rain. Until then, keep the box level and away from heat." "Do you have a bathtub?" "A bathtub?" I asked. "Porcelain or fiberglass?" "Fiberglass." "Fine, put it in the tub, close the bathroom door. If anything lets go, the tub is easier to contain than a table." Lena looked at me. "Contain." Mark held out his hand for the phone. "Let me talk to her." I passed it over before I could object. My palm came away damp. "Elise, this is Mark Ellison. I'm Claire's boyfriend. What exactly is inside this thing that needs containment?" He listened. His face changed while Elise talked, but only in small increments. His mouth flattened. His brows drew together. He said, "A mainspring can do that." Then, after another pause, "No, I understand. Yes, we can move it." I hated not hearing both sides. I hated that I had made myself the least informed person in a room where I owned the dangerous object. Lena nudged my shoulder. "You okay?" "I'm fine." "You keep saying that like you're trying to pass a test." Before I could answer, Mark lowered the phone. "The spring housing may be cracked. If the spring uncoils suddenly, it can rip through the case or throw bits of the mechanism." "Not like a bomb," he added quickly, seeing my face, "but enough to cut someone, especially if the lid is open." Lena stared at the walnut box under the history book. So antique grenade, but classy. Elise says it was repaired badly years ago. Someone overwounded, forced the key, and the stop mechanism doesn't reliably hold. "It already started playing," I said, "which means the stop slipped." From the phone, Elise's voice rose faintly. Mark put it back to his ear. "Yes," he said. "Okay, we'll move it now." The time-sensitive problem was suddenly plain. We had to get the box off the table and into the tub before whatever tension remained inside unwound or broke loose. Elise was coming, but not soon enough to make waiting feel smart. The spring could hold for minutes or let go in the next second. None of us knew. That ignorance turned the apartment into a place full of wrong angles. The walk from dining table to bathroom was only 15 feet, but it crossed a narrow strip of floorboards that bowed slightly near the hall, past the kitchen doorway where my tote bag sat waiting to trip somebody, past the radiator pipe that always stuck out a little too far from the wall. I'll carry it, Mark said. No, I said. He looked at me. Claire, it's mine. That is not a reason. It kind of is. No, it is. This isn't about ownership. Stung because he was right, and because he had said it in the exact careful tone that meant he was trying not to sound right. Lena stepped between us, palms slightly raised. Nobody gets a bravery medal for holding the cursed, sorry, mechanically unstable music box. We need a plan. It's not cursed, Mark and I said at the same time. Lena's eyebrows went up. Mark rubbed his forehead. We can slide it onto a cutting board. Keep it level. Carry the board. Use oven mitts, Lena said. And safety glasses if you have them. I have sunglasses, I said. That's not the same, but sure, fashion the shrapnel away. Mark gave me the phone. Elise wants to keep talking. I brought it back to my ear. Hi, you need 2 people to carry it, Elise said. Don't tilt it. Don't let the key catch on anything. You said the key has tension. I said don't touch it. That's not the same thing. She went quiet. Elise, I don't know how much tension is left, she said. When it was put away, my mother taped the key because she said it still wanted to turn backward. I removed the tape before photographing it. I should not have done that. The room tightened around me again. You took the tape off. I thought it looked bad for the listing. Lena must have read something in my face because she mouthed, "What?" I shook my head once. Mark came back from the kitchen with the largest cutting board we owned. A thick maple slab we had used exactly twice because it was too heavy for normal chopping. He set it on the table beside the music box. Lena pulled on my oven mitts, then handed Mark a pair of leather winter gloves from the coat hooks. I'm helping, I said. Mark did not argue this time. Maybe he heard something in my voice. Maybe he finally understood that telling me to step back would make me more likely to do something stupid. We removed the book. The music box sat still. No ticking, no notes. The sudden quiet made the refrigerator seem loud. Its compressor rattled, settled, and rattled again. Rain ran down the window in long vertical threads, blurring the streetlights into orange smears. On 3, Mark said. Lena stood near the bathroom door, ready to clear the path. Not past 3, she muttered. I almost laughed. The sound caught in my throat instead. Mark slid his gloved fingers under one side of the box. I took the other. The walnut felt heavier than it looked, dense with metal and old wood. For a second, nothing happened. Then the key twitched. Not a full turn, not even close. A little recoil against Mark's glove, a brass insect movement. He jerked his hand back. The box dropped half an inch onto the table. Inside, something struck something else. A sharp metallic clack. Don't. Lee shouted through the phone so loudly I heard it even though it was on the table now. We froze. The box began to play. Not the scattered single notes from before. A proper phrase, muffled by the lid and the weighted air of the room. Tinny, uneven, too fast in places, dragging in others. The melody sounded familiar, but warped, like a children's song remembered by someone who had only heard it through a wall. Mark's face had gone pale under the kitchen light. It slipped, he said. Do we still move it? Asked. Elise's voice crackled from the phone speaker on the table. Yes, move it now. If it's running, you have less time. Keep it level, don't cover the key. If the key unwinds backward and catches, it can shear. Can what? Lena snapped. Break, Mark said. She means break. The music box stuttered. 3 notes repeated, then repeated again. The same 3, a hitch in the mechanism, a skip. I looked at the hidden instruction strip lying beside it. If it skips, stop. Elise, I said louder. It's skipping. No response. Elise. The phone screen had gone dark. I tapped it. The call was still connected, but the audio had dropped into static. Mark grabbed his phone. I'll call her back. You don't have her number, I said. It's on your phone. The music box repeated the 3-note phrase again, faster this time, the comb buzzing under the lid. I could feel the vibration through the table. It ran up through my fingertips, which I had not realized were pressed hard against the edge. Lena stepped to the window and looked down at the street. We can take it outside instead. In this rain, Mark said, it's not made of sugar. It's an antique with a compromised spring. It's also currently playing the world's worst nursery rhyme in Claire's dining room. No outside. Elise's voice snapped from the phone suddenly, making us all startle. The call had cleared for only a second. Do not carry it downstairs. Keep it away from people. Then static swallowed her again. Away from people. That made the apartment feel crowded. Not just with us, but with everyone above and below. Mr. Brackett under us, with his wheezing old dog. The young couple across the hall with their baby, who cried every night around 11. Lena's roommate upstairs, who worked early shifts and wore headphones everywhere. The building was old wood, old wiring, old pipes. If something cracked and a shard went through Mark's hand, that was one kind of emergency. Panic sent us stumbling into the hallway with a heavy box. That was another. Mark called Elise back from my recent calls. It rang once, twice, then went to voicemail. Great, Lena said. Perfect. The music skipped again. I heard the phrase clearly now. 3 rising notes, then a drop. It was not a song I could name, but my body seemed to expect the next note. It never came. The missing note made the repetition worse, like a cough that would not clear. We move it, I said. Mark nodded. Bored now? This time we did not lift the box directly. Mark tilted the cutting board's edge against the table, while I used a folded towel to nudge the music box sideways. The case scraped over the wood. Every inch sounded too loud. The key trembled, but did not turn. Lena held her breath so visibly her shoulders rose. Slow, Mark said. I am going slow. Slower than that. If I go any slower, we're aging with it. The box slid onto the cutting board. The music stopped. For one sweet second, nobody moved. Then from inside came a grinding noise, small and nasty, like a pepper mill full of sand. Mark and I lifted the board together. The weight surprised me, not physically, emotionally. It made the problem real in my hands. My forearms tightened, and the old fear inside me, the one that hated being watched while I failed, began whispering that I had done this. I had brought it here. I had made everyone else stand around my mistake, holding oven mitts and fear. The board tipped a fraction toward me. Level, Mark said. I know. Claire, I know. The snap in my voice made Lena look at me. We took one step. The floorboard near the dining table groaned under Mark's heel. The music box shifted on the board, sliding less than an inch toward the edge. I corrected too fast. The key brushed the towel bunched near my hand. The key turned backward. A quarter turn, maybe less. But the effect was immediate. The lid jumped. Not open. Just a hard upward knock against its own latch, enough to lift the front edge and slam it back down. The cutting board kicked in our hands. I yelped and almost dropped my side. Mark caught the board against his hip. Lena lunged forward, then stopped, because there was nowhere safe to grab. Put it down, she said. No, Mark said through his teeth. Keep going. The bathroom was 10 feet away. 8. Hallway light flickered, not ominously, just the stupid old fixture that had needed replacing since January. But the timing was so bad that Lena actually said, "Are you kidding me?" Then the apartment went dark. The music box began playing again. For half a second, there was no sound except the tinny melody and rain on the air conditioner. Then the building around us reacted. A muffled "oh, come on" from downstairs. A baby started crying across the hall. Somewhere above, a chair scraped. Power outage. The storm had finally knocked something loose. "Nobody move," Mark said, but my arms were already shaking. The cutting board dug into my fingers through the towel. My shoulder had started to burn. In the dark, the music box was a shape heavier than vision. The key clicked softly, unwinding against nothing. Lena turned on her phone flashlight. The beam cut across the hallway, bounced off framed photos, landed on my face, then the box. "Bathroom," I said. "Claire, wait," Mark said. "We can't see the floor." "I can, you're panicking. I am carrying it. Both things can be true." The words hit hard because they were not cruel. They were accurate. I swallowed. The apartment smelled suddenly hot, though the stove was off. Metal, rain, curry cooling in open containers. My own sweat under my shirt. Lena lowered her voice. "Claire, look at me." I looked. "We are going to take 2 steps at a time. I'll light the floor. Mark calls the steps. You only listen to the steps, not the box, not Elise, not the fact that this is absolutely going in my top 5 worst Thursdays." That nearly broke the tension, but not enough. Mark inhaled. "Okay, step 1, we moved. Step 2, the board stayed mostly level. The music dragged and skipped, the same phrase beginning, failing, beginning again. Step 3, my right foot landed on the strap of my tote bag. It slid. Not far, just enough. My knee buckled, and my side of the cutting board dropped. The music box shot toward me. I slammed my forearm up by instinct. The brass key scraped across the inside of my wrist. A hot line opened there, immediate and clean. I hissed, more angry than hurt, and shoved the board back level. Blood ran into my palm. "Claire," Mark said, "keep moving. You're bleeding. It's a scratch." It was not a scratch. I could feel the sting spreading, could feel wetness under my fingers. Stopping meant admitting the exact thing I could not stand admitting, that my mistake was hurting people, starting with me, and still not finished. Lena kicked the tote bag aside and moved backward toward the bathroom. 2 more steps. The bathroom door was open. Her phone light filled the small room in harsh white pieces: shower curtain, sink, medicine cabinet, chipped tile tub. We reached the threshold. A heavy knock came from the apartment door. All of us froze. Another knock, fast, insistent. "Claire," and called from the hallway. "Everything okay in there?" Mr. Brackett from downstairs. 70-something male, retired postal worker, nosy in the way lonely people are nosy, with a bad knee and a dog named Pickle that barked like a smoke alarm. He must have heard the drop, the voices, the music through the floor. "We're fine," Mark shouted. The music box skipped loudly, a bright metallic chatter that did not sound fine. Mr. Brackett tried the door handle. The knob rattled. Lena's face went sharp. "Why is he doing that?" "He has a spare key," I said. "What? For emergencies?" Mark stared at me. "Since when?" "Since the pipe leak. You gave our downstairs neighbor a key. He helped me when you were at school." The lock clicked. That small domestic sound opened a whole new pocket of fear. We were standing in the dark, with an unstable antique music box balanced between us. One of my wrists bleeding onto the cutting board, while while an elderly man with a spare key was about to walk directly into the path we had barely managed to clear. It was not his fault. That made it worse. If he startled us, if he bumped the board, if Pickle pushed through behind him, if the door swung into Lena's back, Mr. Brackett, "Don't come in," Lena yelled. The door opened 2 inches. Hallway emergency lights spilled in, dim red from the stairwell fixture. Rainy air moved through the apartment, smelling of wet coats and old carpet. "I heard a bang," he called. "The power's out." "I thought, close the door," Mark said. The music box gave one harsh clack. The lid jumped again. This time, the latch popped halfway loose. A bright blade of sound escaped from the gap, louder and uglier, the melody suddenly naked in the apartment. The governor fan whirred inside like an insect trapped in a jar. Mark swore. Lena shoved her shoulder against the bathroom doorframe to keep from stumbling. Mr. Brackett pushed the apartment door wider. And from the phone lying somewhere back on the dining table, Elise's voice came through on speaker, faint but clear enough. "Do not let anyone else near it." The latch snapped fully open. The lid lifted a 1/4 inch. Not enough to see inside. Enough for something small and metallic to ping out, strike the bathroom tile, and skitter under the sink. Mark and I stood at the edge of the tub, still holding the board. The music box was open now, and the only way to get it contained was to carry it the last 2 feet while it played. The last 2 feet felt longer than the hallway had. The bathroom in my apartment was narrow enough that 2 people could not stand shoulder to shoulder without one of them bumping the sink. Tub along the left wall. Sink straight ahead. Toilet squeezed between them under a little frosted window painted shut by someone before I was born. The door opened inward from the hall, and just outside it, the hallway ran back toward the dining room where my phone still lay on the table. Elise's voice breaking in and out like a bad radio signal. Mark and I stood at the threshold with the cutting board between us, the music box sliding slightly on the maple surface each time our hands trembled. Lena was half inside the bathroom, half in the hall, holding her phone high so the flashlight hit the tub. Mr. Brackett stood by the apartment door behind us, a dim outline in the red emergency light from the stairwell. The music box lid had lifted a 1/4 inch. It was enough. The notes came out sharper now, thin and needling, each one followed by a scrape inside the case. The melody kept trying to become something gentle and kept failing. It snagged on the same little phrase, 3 notes up and 1 broken rattle down. "Tub," Lena said. Her voice had gone flat and professional. "Put it in the tub." Mark's jaw was tight. "On 3. "Don't say 3, I snapped. He stared at me. "Sorry," I said, "just don't." 1, he said carefully. 2, now. We stepped forward together. The board crossed the threshold. My socks slid on something wet, probably rain from Lena's boots or blood from my wrist. Caught myself against the doorframe with my elbow, and the music box lurched toward Mark. "Level," he said, strained. "I'm trying." The edge of the cutting board hit the tub rim. For 1 dangerous second, we were stuck there. Too high to set it down, too low to back out cleanly. The bathroom light was dead because the power was out, and Lena's phone beam kept shaking because her hand kept shaking. The open lid buzzed against its loose latch. Then Mark lifted his side just enough, and I shoved mine forward. The cutting board tipped. The music box slid into the tub with a heavy wooden thud. It landed upright. The song stopped. Nobody Nobody spoke. The silence afterward was not empty. It had the rain in it, and Mr. Brackett's breathing from the apartment doorway, and the faraway fussing of the baby across the hall. My wrist pulsed hot and wet under the towel I had wrapped around it without remembering when I did it. "Okay," Lena said. "Okay, that's better." And the music box gave one clean tick from inside the tub. Mark stepped back. "Claire, out." I did not move. The loose metallic piece that had flown out was still under the sink. I could see a tiny crescent of it catching Lena's flashlight beam near the wall, between dust and a stray hair tie. It looked like part of a comb tooth or a pin. Evidence, my stupid brain told me. Proof of what had gone wrong. The kind of thing a repair person would need. "Claire," Mark said again. I bent toward it. Lena grabbed the back of my shirt. "Nope. I need to get that piece. You need to get your hand looked at. It's important. The antique shrapnel can wait." From the apartment door, Mr. Brackett called, "Is somebody hurt?" His voice had that elderly neighbor mix of concern and authority, like he was already deciding whether to call 911 or come in farther and make everything worse. "Stay there," Lena said sharply. Mr. Brackett went quiet. Mark turned toward him, keeping one hand stretched behind him toward me as if he could block me from the tub by instinct. "Mr. Brackett, there's broken glass in here." It was a lie. A good one, immediate, practical. "Glass," Mr. Brackett said. "From an antique," Mark said. "Please don't come in, we've got it contained." The box ticked again. This time the key moved. A slow backward creep, less than an eighth of a turn, but in the flashlight beam it looked alive. It clicked against the side of the case, paused, clicked again. Lena swore under her breath. Contained does not mean calm. The first attempt had succeeded only halfway. The box was in the tub, yes, but the lid was open. The mechanism was still under tension, and now the tub amplified every small sound. Each tick came back at us brighter off the fiberglass walls. Mark took my towel-wrapped wrist and lifted it into the light. His teacher face vanished. "That's not a scratch. It's not deep. It's bleeding through. It's fine. Stop saying that." The words came out louder than he meant. They bounced off the bathroom tile. I looked away first. Lena softened her voice. "I have a first aid kit upstairs. Better than whatever Claire keeps in the medicine cabinet, which is probably expired Band-Aids and a candle." "I have gauze," I said. "Where?" I pointed with my chin. "Medicine cabinet." Lena opened it and found exactly what she expected. Loose adhesive bandages, ibuprofen, a thermometer, tweezers, a small roll of gauze hardened around the edges from humidity, and a bottle of antiseptic that expired the year before. She gave me a look. "Don't," I said. "I didn't say anything. You said it with your eyebrows." Mark took the gauze. "Press here." He wrapped my wrist too tightly. I winced. "Sorry," he said immediately, and loosened it. The music box started playing again. All three of us jerked. This time, with the lid cracked open and the tub acting like a cheap speaker, the melody came through fast and bright for maybe 4 seconds. Then it snagged, the same phrase, the same missing note, the same grinding catch beneath it. Mark looked toward the hall. "We need Elise." "I'll get my phone," I said. "You're bleeding. I can walk." "I'll get it," Lena said. She edged sideways out of the bathroom, careful not to bump the cutting board now leaning against the tub. The apartment layout was simple, but in the blackout it felt rearranged. Bathroom at the end of the short hall, kitchen to the left, bedroom to the right, dining room straight ahead beyond the hall, living room beyond that with the front door opening onto the stairwell. Lena moved through it with her phone light angled at the floor, stepping around my tote bag, then around the smear of blood where I had slipped. Mr. Brackett stood just inside the apartment now, not at the threshold anymore. Inside. "Mr. Brackett," Mark said. The old man raised both hands. He was wearing a beige cardigan over pajamas and one slipper, with the other foot bare in a dark sock. Behind his legs, Pickle pushed a gray muzzle through the crack of the door. "I heard a woman yelling," he said. "And that music." "It's handled," Mark said. "It doesn't sound handled." The music box answered him with another high, skipping phrase. Pickle barked. The sound ricocheted down the hall, sharp enough that I felt it in my teeth. Inside the tub, the music box rattled hard, then knocked once against the fiberglass, as if the vibration had shifted it. The lid jumped a little higher. "Get the dog out," I said. "I've got him," Mr. Brackett said, bending awkwardly. Pickle barked again and lunged toward the hallway. The second attempt began as a mistake. Lena tried to retrieve my phone while Mr. Brackett tried to catch his dog, and both movements collided in the dining room. I heard Lena say, "Whoa, whoa, stop," then the scrape of chair legs, then my phone clattering across the floor. The flashlight beam spun crazily over the ceiling. For one awful second, the light hit the dining room wall, and I saw a tall shape there with raised shoulders and a long face. I shouted. Mark grabbed my arm. "What?" "There." The shape moved. Lena screamed too, a short punched-out sound. Then her flashlight steadied, and the terrifying figure became Lena's raincoat hanging from the back of a chair, thrown into monstrous proportions by the phone light and the pendant lamp above the table, which was dead, but still swaying from someone bumping it. The long face was the strap of her tote bag. "Coat," Lena said, breathless. "It's my coat. It's just my coat." The explanation helped and did not help. My body had already spent the fear. It left me shaky and embarrassed, which was becoming a theme. Pickle barked again, lower this time. The music box responded with a sudden whir. Not a note, a mechanical spin, like a toy car wheel running too fast. Mark turned back toward the tub. Something slipping. The lid rose another inch. Inside, the brass cylinder was visible now, rotating in little uneven jerks. One strip of the steel comb had bent upward. I knew nothing about music box repair, but even I could tell it looked wrong. The bent tooth flicked with every pass and failed to settle. That was the skip. That was the catch. Not an omen, not a code, a damaged tooth and maybe a loose pin. That should have comforted me. Instead, it meant there was a physical piece of metal repeatedly striking under tension until it either freed itself or broke. "Close the lid," I said. Mark looked at me. Elise said, "Don't open it." "It's already open." She said, "Don't touch it." She also said, "Don't let anyone near it, and Mr. Brackett's dog is about to join the band." Mr. Brackett had finally scooped Pickle under one arm. The dog kicked weakly, still barking. "I can take him downstairs." "No," Lena said from the dining room. "Everyone stays where they are until we know what we're doing." "I can help," Mr. Brackett said. "You can help by closing our front door." He bristled at that, because old men who have lived in a building for 20 years do not enjoy being ordered around by young women in wet socks. But he did close the door. The emergency red light narrowed and vanished, leaving only phone beams and the gray window glow from rain outside. Lena found my phone under the dining table. Call dropped. "Call her back," I said. "I am." The line rang, and rang, and rang. Voicemail. Mark crouched beside the tub, not too close, studying the latch. If we can put weight on the lid, maybe it stays down. With what? I asked. Laundry basket. My laundry basket is plastic. Books. The heavy ones are in the dining room. Lena appeared in the hall, holding both phones. She texted. She read from the screen. Running late. Road closed by down branch. 15 more. Do not touch mechanism. If lid opens, isolate room. Keep people away. If sound changes to grinding, leave apartment and call fire department. The tub made another grinding sound. Nobody moved for half a second. Then we all spoke at once. Call them, Mark said. We can't leave it, I said. What do you mean, fire department? Lena said. Mr. Brackett called from the living room. Did you say fire department? The music box played 6 notes in a row. It was the longest phrase yet. For one breath, it almost sounded sweet. Then the bent tooth caught, snapped back, and the box jumped in the tub hard enough to thump against the side. A small crack appeared near the tub drain, not in the music box, in the fiberglass. Okay, Lena said. I hate that. Mark stood. We're calling. I don't want firefighters coming for a music box, I said. The second the sentence left my mouth, I heard how insane it sounded. Mark heard it too. His face softened, which somehow made me want to cry. Claire, he said, this is not about being embarrassed. Yes, it is. No, it's about not letting an unstable metal mechanism injure somebody. It's my fault. That doesn't change the procedure. There is no procedure for this. There's always a procedure. You isolate, you evacuate, you call people with equipment. I laughed once, ugly and breathless. You sound like a safety poster. And you sound like someone who would rather bleed on the floor than admit she needs help. That landed clean. Lena looked between us and said nothing. The music box ticked again, softer now, slower. For a moment, I saw the whole apartment mapped in my head. The box in the tub at the back, us crowded in the hall like idiots, the kitchen to the left with the stove off, but still smelling faintly scorched, the dining table with newspaper scraps and the cellar's cardboard box, the living room with Mr. Brackett near the door holding his trembling dog. The exit was behind him. The safest direction was out. The thing I wanted most was to stay and prove I had not ruined everything. My wrist throbbed under the gauze. Call, I said. Lena already had her phone open. She dialed 911 and put it on speaker. The dispatcher's voice was calm enough to make the apartment feel briefly less feral. Lena explained it better than I could have. Antique mechanical device, damaged spring, metal pieces expelled, minor injury, power outage, apartment building. She did not say cursed. She did not say haunted. She did not say music that started by itself. She made us sound like adults dealing with a weird hazard. The dispatcher asked if there was smoke or fire. No, any chemicals. No, any trapped persons. Lena glanced at us. No, any immediate threat to life. The music box gave a violent metallic chatter from the tub. Lena closed her eyes. Possible laceration hazard. We're evacuating. The word evacuating seemed to settle the question. Partial attempt 2 had failed too. Calling for help did not solve the box. It only introduced a new deadline. We needed to get 4 adults and a panicked dog out of the apartment without crossing too close to the bathroom if the mechanism broke. But the hallway forced us past the bathroom door. There was no back exit. The bedroom window opened to a drop over the alley. The fire escape was on the living room side, which meant the only route was from bathroom to hall to dining room to living room to front door. We had trapped ourselves at the wrong end. "Everybody moves now," Mark said. He took my good hand. I pulled away automatically. He looked hurt, then covered it. "Claire, I can walk, I know." That time, I let him hold my hand. Lena went first, lighting the floor. She passed the bathroom door, then the kitchen, then stopped near the dining table to move the chair with the coat before anyone could trip again. Mr. Brackett opened the apartment door and stepped into the hall with Pickle tucked tight to his chest. Mark guided me forward. I had taken one step past the bathroom when the music box began grinding again. Not behind the lid now. Inside the room with us, amplified by the tub, louder and lower than before. The sound rolled through the hallway like a drill biting through wood. "Keep moving," Mark said. Then the bathroom door swung inward. At first, I thought the box had done it. That was the shape fear chose. Impossible movement, the door pushed by something with intent. But the explanation came half a second later. The cutting board we had leaned against the tub had slipped, knocked the door with its corner, and the old hinges, always loose, always drifting, carried it slowly open. The door opened wider. The tub came into view. The music box lid was up nearly halfway now, trembling. The brass cylinder spun in broken bursts. A bright steel strip inside had peeled loose from the comb and was vibrating wildly, sawing against the underside of the lid. Mark stepped in front of me. "Go," he said. I did. We reached the dining room. Lena was at the living room doorway. Mr. Brackett stood just outside in the apartment hall, and the red emergency light from the stairs outlined his shoulders. Then my phone rang on the dining table. Elise. The name flashed across the screen. I stopped. Mark saw where I was looking. "No, she knows what to do. We are leaving. She said if it grinds, leave and call the fire department." We did that. Now she's calling. The phone rang again. In the bathroom, the music box made a sound like a wire snapping. A metallic ping struck the medicine cabinet mirror. Glass cracked with a bright spiderweb sound. Everyone flinched. I grabbed the phone. Mark said my name, but I was already answering. "Elise, are you out?" she asked. "Almost. Is it grinding?" "Yes." "Did the lid open?" "Yes." A pause. Rain hissed on both ends of the call. "Listen to me," she said. "Do not leave the apartment door open." I stared toward the living room. Mr. Brackett had the door wide open. Lena was halfway through it. The stairwell beyond held emergency red light and the dim outlines of neighbors' doors. What? If the box throws parts, fine. If it catches fire, fine. The fire department handles that. But do not leave the apartment open. Mark turned toward me. "What is she saying?" Elise spoke faster. "There's a loose governor blade. If it comes off spinning, it can travel." My brother was cut across the face because he stood in a doorway. Close every door between it and people. That was the first specific injury she had given us. Not legend, not vague dread, a brother, a face. "Elise, why didn't you tell us that?" "Because you would have opened it to look." She was right. That was the worst part. The music box screeched. Lena shouted from the apartment hall, "Claire, move." From downstairs came sirens, distant but real, threading through the rain. Mark reached for the front door. "Everyone out. Then we close it." "No," Elise said through the phone. "Close the bathroom door first." The bathroom door was open at the far end of the hallway. Between us and it lay the path we had just escaped. The box rattled so hard the tub boomed. A second piece of metal shot out, hit the bathroom doorframe, and fell into the hall, spinning on the floorboards like a coin. It came to rest near my blood smear. The apartment had become a straight line of risk. Front door, living room, dining room, hall, open bathroom, box in the tub. Leaving meant the front door stayed open long enough for neighbors to gather, and for whatever came loose to have a clear shot down the hallway. Closing the bathroom door meant someone had to go back. Mark looked at the bathroom, then at me, then at Lena. "I'll do it," he said. "No," I said immediately. "I'm closest. You're not. That's not how distance works." "Mark," he stepped away from me. The music box gave one final clean run of notes, almost perfect, almost pretty. Then the key on its side spun backward so fast it blurred. The lid flew open. Something inside struck the tub hard enough to crack the fiberglass with a sound like a bat hitting ice. Mark had already started down the hallway, and behind him, in the living room, Mr. Brackett lost his grip on Pickle. The dog bolted back into the apartment, straight toward the music. There was no retreat after that. Not for Mark, not for me, not for any of us. Pickle was small enough to disappear under chairs, and fast enough to make 3 adults useless. He shot past Mr. Brackett's shin, nails skittering on the living room floor, a gray-white blur with his leash trailing behind him. The music box screamed from the bathroom, and the dog went toward it like the sound was a whistle only he understood. "Pickle," Mr. Brackett shouted. Mark turned. That turn saved him from the first piece. Something came out of the bathroom low and fast, a silver flicker that crossed the hall where his face had been half a second earlier. It struck the framed print outside the bedroom door with a sound like a snapped guitar string. The glass cracked in a clean diagonal line. Mark ducked hard enough to hit one shoulder against the wall. "Down," Lena yelled. We all dropped, except Pickle. The dog kept running. I don't know what part of me moved first. It wasn't courage. I wish I could say it was. It was guilt given legs. I saw that little dog headed into the open bathroom, saw Mark starting after him, saw the front door standing open behind us with the red stairwell light beyond it, and there was no room left in my head for careful decisions. I ran. "Claire," Mark shouted. My socks slid on the floorboards. My wrist throbbed under the dirty gauze. Hallway tilted in flashes. Kitchen doorway on my right, bedroom door on my left. The blood smear near the bathroom threshold. The tiny metal piece lying beside it like a dropped fishhook. The music box was in the tub, lid thrown open, key spinning backward in violent little bursts. Every few seconds, the cylinder seized, then jumped, and the steel comb gave off that mangled nursery phrase as if the mechanism were chewing through it. Pickle hit the bathroom tile and slipped. He yelped, not from injury, from surprise. His paws went out, and he skidded into the bath mat bunched near the tub. That gave me 1 second. I grabbed his trailing leash. The dog jerked forward, choking himself against the collar, scrabbling toward the tub. "Back," I shouted uselessly, as if dogs in panic respected English. The music box clattered. The loose governor fan inside became visible for the first time, one little brass wing wobbling wildly on its post. Lisa's warning came back clear and horrible. If it comes off spinning, it can travel. I wrapped the leash around my left hand. Pain sparked through my cut wrist so bright I nearly let go. Mark reached me from behind and hooked one arm around my waist. "Move back. I've got him." "Then pull." We pulled together. Pickle fought like something twice his size, claws scraping the tile, body low and stubborn. He barked once, then gagged against the collar. "Don't choke him," Mr. Brackett cried from the living room. "Then get over here and help," Lena snapped. "No," Mark shouted. "Stay back." Everything was too loud. The music, the dog, the rain, the sirens, closer now but still below us, muffled by wet brick and old windows. The whole apartment had narrowed into a single corridor of bad choices. The music box stopped playing. That was worse. Inside the tub, the brass key spun half a turn backward, paused, then slammed forward against its stop. The case jumped. The tub wall cracked farther, a white, jagged line running toward the drain. "Door," I said. Mark understood. "We need the bathroom door." It hung open behind us, inward into the bathroom, useless, because the cutting board had wedged near the tub, and the dog leash stretched across the threshold. Closing it meant clearing the doorway. Clearing the doorway meant getting Pickle out, or trapping him inside with the box. Lena appeared crouched at the hall entrance with one of Mark's heavy history books held in both hands like a shield. "What do you need?" she asked. "Blanket," Mark said. "Something thick." "Bedroom, bedspread." Lena vanished into the bedroom. The music box gave a sharp metallic chatter. I saw something lift inside the case. A thin strip of steel, bent like a fingernail, trembling harder and harder. "Claire, let go of the leash," Mark said. "No, we can drag him by the bedspread. If I let go, he's in the tub." "Your wrist," I know. The gauze had gone red. Blood slicked my palm and made the leash slippery. I tightened my grip, and the cut opened wider with a hot, tearing sting that made the edges of my vision blur. Mark shifted beside me. He took the leash above my hand, closer to Pickle's collar, giving me slack. "Okay," he said. "On my count, we pull him sideways, not back, toward the sink, away from the tub." I nodded, though I was not sure I understood. The music box clicked once. A clean little tick, then another. It sounded almost calm. "Now," Mark said. We hauled Pickle sideways. His paws slipped on the tile, and he slammed lightly into the base of the sink. The dog yelped again, but the angle broke his drive toward the tub. Mark grabbed him under the belly with one gloved hand. A piece of metal snapped loose. It hit Mark in the forearm. He made a sound I had never heard from him. Short, animal. He fell back against the sink, clutching his arm. Pickle broke free. I screamed his name, though he wasn't my dog. Lena rushed in with the bedspread bundled in her arms. It was our old gray quilt, the one Mark hated because stuffing poked out at the corners. She threw it low, not at the box, but over Pickle. The dog vanished under fabric. For 1 second, the quilt became a thrashing mound. "Grab him," Lena shouted. I dropped onto the bath mat and threw my body over the moving bundle, pinning him with my chest and elbows. Pickle writhed under me, growling and coughing. Lena helped, pressing the edges down, keeping the fabric between us and his teeth. Mark was on his knees by the sink, teeth clenched, blood running from a cut across the outside of his forearm. The shard had sliced through his glove and sleeve. Not deep enough to sever anything, I hoped, but deep enough that his fingers were already wet and trembling. "Mark," I said, "dog first." Lena bundled Pickle tighter. "I've got him." A crash came from the tub. The music box had shifted. The cracked tub floor dipped slightly under it, and water from the dripping faucet, water I had barely noticed earlier, had pooled near the drain. The box rocked against the tub wall. The lid hung all the way open now. Inside, the cylinder turned in ragged bursts, and the governor blade wobbled so badly it blurred. "Elise said close the door," Mark said. "Also said leave," I said, She also said people get cut in doorways. He looked at his arm. I looked too. The message was clear. We had to stop the line of fire, not stop the box, not repair it, not solve its history. Just get a barrier between that failing mechanism and the rest of the apartment before it threw something into the hall, into Lena, into Mr. Brackett, into a firefighter coming up the stairs. Lena shoved the bundled dog toward me. Take him. I can't take him. I grabbed the quilt with my good hand and hooked my bleeding wrist under it. Pickle thrashed once, then went still except for frantic panting. Lena moved to Mark. Can you stand? Yes, he could, but barely. His face had gone waxy. Lena pressed a towel from the sink rack over his forearm and pushed his hand down on it. Hold pressure, he nodded. The music box spun up again. This time, the melody became almost whole. It flooded the bathroom, thin and sweet, and wrong only because of where we were, what it was doing, what it had already done. For a few seconds, beneath the rain and sirens and our breathing, I heard the song the box had probably been built to play in some clean parlor a century earlier. A little waltz. Nothing sinister. Just delicate machinery doing what it had been designed to do, after too many hands had forced it past what it could bear. Then the missing note came. The comb tooth caught. The governor blade screamed. Out, Mark said. No, Lena said. Door first. She grabbed the cutting board wedged near the tub and yanked. It came loose too fast and banged against the tile. The music box jumped at the impact. All of us flinched. Careful, Mark snapped. I'm being careful aggressively. She shoved the board upright between herself and the tub, using it as a shield. Then she reached with her foot and kicked the bunched bath mat away from the door path. The bathroom door could swing now, but not fully. The quilt bundle with Pickle and me blocked it. Claire, Lena said, haul now. I crawled backward, dragging the quilted dog against my ribs. Pickle was shaking so hard I could feel it through the fabric. My wrist left red smears on the floor. Mark staggered after me, still pressing the towel to his arm. We crossed the threshold. Lena stayed inside. Lena, I said, I've got the door. No, you don't. She looked at me once. I had never seen her afraid like that. Not dramatic, not wide-eyed, just focused so tightly that fear had been compressed into usefulness. She held the cutting board in front of her body and reached for the door with her other hand. The music box shrieked. A piece flew out and struck the cutting board hard enough to bury itself in the maple with a dull thunk. Lena jerked back. Lena, Mark shouted, I'm fine. Her voice cracked on the last word. She pulled the door. It swung halfway, then stopped. Something blocked it near the floor. The second metal piece, the one that had spun into the hallway near my blood smear. It had slid under the bottom edge of the door, wedging against the uneven floorboard. For one stupid second, nobody understood. Then I saw it. The piece, I said, by the bottom hinge. Lena looked down. I can kick it. No, Mark said. Another metallic snap rang from the tub. The governor blade was coming apart. I could hear the pitch changing, climbing. The whole box rattled now, not in little ticks, but in a continuous shaking that made the tub boom like a drum. From the living room, Mr. Brackett shouted, Fire Department S here. Heavy footsteps sounded in the stairwell below. Voices, radios. The front door was still open. Close the apartment door, Mark yelled. I'm not leaving you. Close it. Mr. Brackett hesitated, then did it. The door shut with a solid thud, cutting off the stairwell sounds to a muffled murmur. That bought us one barrier. We still needed the bathroom door. I set the quilted pickle against the bedroom doorway and grabbed the long metal shoehorn Mark kept by the coat rack, the one I made fun of because he acted like 33 was old enough to need equipment to put on boots. It was hanging by the hall bench. "Claire," Mark said, seeing me, "I can reach it. You are hurt. So are you." "That's not a plan. It's the only one." I lay flat on my stomach in the hallway, keeping my head low, and to the side of the bathroom doorway, not in front of it. The floorboards smelled of dust, rain, and my own blood. I slid the shoehorn forward, arm extended, trying to hook the metal piece wedged under the door. The music box roared. That is the only word for it. Not music now. A roar made of tiny parts failing at impossible speed. Lena pressed herself against the wall inside the bathroom, cutting board shield up, one hand still on the door edge. "Hurry, I'm trying." The shoehorn touched the loose piece. It skittered away. "Damn it." "Again," Mark said. His voice was tight but steady. "Breathe, use the curve." That almost made me laugh because of course he was teaching me how to rescue us with a shoehorn. I adjusted, reached again. The metal piece spun once, glinting in Lena's phone light, then caught in the curve. "Got it." "Pull," Lena said. I pulled. The piece scraped free. The door swung another few inches, pushed by Lena's shoulder. Then the music box detonated, not like an explosive, not fire, not some cinematic blast. It failed mechanically and violently. The mainspring housing let go with a ripping metallic crack, followed by a thunderous bang as the case slammed against the tub wall. A scatter of small parts hit fiberglass, tile, wood, and the inside of the bathroom door in a burst of sharp, irregular impacts. Lena screamed, or kicked against her hand. I flattened myself to the floor. Something zipped over me and hit the hallway wall. Another piece struck the doorframe. Mark dropped over my legs, shielding me with his body despite the blood pouring down his arm. The music box kept thrashing in the tub for another 3 seconds. 3 seconds can be long. First second, rattling impacts, Lena gasping behind the door. Second, the melody chopped into 2 bright notes, repeated once, then mangled into scraping. Third second, the key spun backward with a final rapid clicking like a fishing reel, then snapped off. The brass key hit the inside of the door. Then everything stopped. Not silence. Never silence. There was the rain, the dog panting under the quilt, Mark's breath against my shoulder, Lena crying once, and then swallowing it, the distant fire department pounding on the apartment door. But the music had stopped. The mechanism had stopped. The box was done. For a few seconds, nobody trusted that. I said into the floor, no answer. "Lena, I'm here," she said. Her voice came from behind the partly closed bathroom door. "Close, too close, I'm hit." Mark pushed himself off me. "Where?" "My hand, maybe my cheek, I don't know." "Can you move away from the tub?" "I think so. Don't step on anything." She laughed once, shaky and almost angry. "Great note." Mark tried to stand and almost fell. I caught his shirt with my good hand, which helped him less than it made me feel useful. The apartment door shook under a heavy knock. "Portland Fire Department." A man called. "Open the door," Mr. Brackett shouted back from the living room, there in the bathroom. "Open the door," Mark called to him. "Let them in." I heard the locks, Mr. Brackett fumbling, then the door opening and voices filling the apartment. Boots on wood. Radio crackle. A flashlight beam swept the hall bright and white, making everything look worse. Blood on the floorboards, glass cracked in the picture frame, the shoehorn in my hand. The half-closed bathroom door pocked where metal had struck it. A firefighter crouched beside us. Male, maybe 40s, helmet dripping rainwater onto our floor. He took one look at Mark's arm, then at my wrist. "Anyone still in the bathroom?" "Lena," I said. "She's behind the door. The device is in the tub. It threw metal." The firefighter did not laugh at device. He did not ask why we had an antique music box failing like industrial equipment. He just turned his head and called, "Eye protection. Gloves. We've got mechanical debris, possible sharp fragments." That calm nearly broke me. Another firefighter moved past us with a hard case and heavy gloves. They opened the bathroom door slowly, using a tool, keeping their bodies out of the direct line. Professional. Simple. Exactly what we had not been. Lena stepped out with one hand wrapped in a towel and a thin cut along her cheekbone. Blood had tracked down to her jaw. She looked furious. "I hate antiques," she said. I started crying then, not loudly, just leaking useless tears that I could not wipe because one hand was bloody and the other was still tangled in the quilt around Pickle. Mr. Brackett came down the hall, face gray. "Pickle." "He's here," I said. The quilt moved. A firefighter helped unwrap the dog carefully. Pickle emerged shaking, eyes huge, but alive. He sneezed, then immediately tried to lick my chin. Mr. Brackett made a sound that was almost a sob. Mark sank against the wall, sliding down until he sat on the floor. The towel on his arm was soaked. "Hey," I said, crawling closer. "Hey, look at me. I'm okay. Don't say that." His mouth twitched. "Fair." The firefighter replaced the towel with proper gauze and pressure, then looked at me. "You too?" "I'm fine," I started. Mark looked at me. I stopped. "I'm bleeding," I corrected. The firefighter nodded, as if that was a much better answer. Behind them, inside the bathroom, another firefighter shone a light into the tub. I could see only pieces from where I sat. The walnut case had split along one side. The lid hung loose on one hinge. The brass cylinder was crooked, its pins bent and glittering. The comb looked like a mouth with broken teeth. The key was gone from the side, snapped clean off. It looked small again, just a ruined old box in a cracked tub. Elise arrived 10 minutes later, though it felt like an hour. She appeared in the doorway soaked to the knees, hair plastered to her face, one hand pressed over her mouth when she saw the hall. A firefighter stopped her from coming farther. "I'm Elise Bell," she said. "I sold them the item. I can explain." Nobody wanted her explanation yet. The paramedics came next. They checked Mark's arm first. The cut was long and ugly, but shallow enough that the worst bleeding slowed under pressure. He would need stitches. Lena's cheek needed cleaning, maybe adhesive strips. Her palm had a puncture where a fragment had gone through the skin between thumb and forefinger. My wrist needed stitches too, and the paramedic said the word tendon in a way that made my stomach drop before adding that movement looked intact. The fire crew taped the bathroom doorway and collected fragments with gloved hands. They put what remained of the music box into a metal evidence container they usually used for damaged batteries or small hazardous objects. One of them told another to watch for stored spring tension even after failure. Stored tension. That phrase stayed with me because that was what the whole night had been. The box, yes, but also me, Mark, the things Elise had not said, the things I had not wanted to admit, pressure hidden in something polished and old until one careless movement gave it a way out. Mark rode with me in the ambulance because he refused to let me go alone, and because the paramedic said his arm needed treatment anyway. Lena went in a second unit, after arguing that she could drive herself with one hand and half a cheek. Mr. Brackett stayed behind with Pickle and a firefighter, looking suddenly much older than he had when he first opened our door. As they wheeled me down the stairwell, I saw Elise standing in the hall outside my apartment. She held a small strip of blue painter's tape in her fingers. Old tape, curled and useless. I knew without asking that it had come from the key. She looked at me, and whatever apology she had prepared died before it reached her mouth. The conflict was over in the practical sense. The music box had failed. The mechanism had spent itself. The fire department had contained the remains. But as the stretcher bumped down the stairs and rain blew in through the propped front door of the building, I could still hear the missing note. Not in the apartment, not from the box, just in my head, waiting for the melody to finish. At Maine Medical Center, the emergency room had the usual late night weather rhythm. Wet shoes squeaking on tile, coats dripping over chair backs, nurses moving with tired purpose, the television in the corner playing a muted local news segment about flooded roads and downed branches. Nothing about it cared that an antique music box had just ruined my bathroom. That helped, oddly. The world had not paused. People came in with normal injuries. A teenager with a swollen ankle from slipping on a porch step. A man holding a towel to his eyebrow after walking into a cabinet during the outage. An older woman wrapped in a blanket, coughing into a tissue while her daughter argued softly with someone on the phone. The bright hospital lights flattened everyone's disaster into forms and wristbands and waiting. Mine was orange plastic. Mark's was blue. We sat side by side in a curtained bay while a nurse irrigated the cut on my wrist with saline that felt like ice water and needles. I tried not to look, then looked anyway. The wound was longer than I wanted it to be, a clean red line across the inside of my wrist where the key had scraped me open. The paramedic had been right. I could move my fingers, tendons intact. That was the phrase everyone kept saying like a blessing. Tendons intact. Mark's cut was worse to look at, but according to the doctor, also mostly shallow. A steel fragment had sliced along the outside of his forearm, missing anything important by less than an inch. He needed 10 stitches. I needed 7. Lena needed 3 in her hand and adhesive strips on her cheek. She was in the next bay over, separated by a curtain that did not stop her from participating. I heard that, she called when the doctor told me to keep my wrist dry. I didn't say anything, I said. You were about to say you could shower with a grocery bag taped around it, and it would be fine. Mark looked at me. Were you? No, Lena made a noise through the curtain. The doctor, a woman with silver hair pinned up behind her head, glanced between us. No dishwashing, no lifting, no soaking, no antique repair. That last one feels targeted, Mark said. It is, the doctor replied without smiling. I laughed, then cried before the laugh had finished. It came out ugly and abrupt. The nurse paused with the gauze in her hand. I'm sorry, I said immediately. You don't have to apologize for that, she said. But I did, or I felt like I did. I had been apologizing in my head since the ambulance ride. To Mark for the blood on his sleeve. To Lena for the cut on her cheek. To Mr. Brackett for Pickle shaking under my ruined quilt. To whoever would have to repair the bathroom and clean the floorboards. To myself, maybe, though I was not ready for that one. Mark reached over with his uninjured hand and touched 2 fingers to my knee. Not a grand gesture, just contact. I should have called someone sooner, I said. You did call, he said. Lena called. You said too, after arguing. Yes, he said. After arguing, I looked at him. He did not soften it. That was kinder than softness. He let the truth sit there without dressing it up. Cross the curtain, Lena said. For what it's worth, I also should have stopped making jokes about the antique grenade and called earlier. You made jokes because we were scared, Mark said. True, still. The doctor finished wrapping my wrist. You were dealing with an unusual situation in a power outage. Nobody reacts perfectly. I nodded because that was what patients were supposed to do when medical professionals offered comfort. But it did not reach very far. A Portland police officer came after midnight, rain still shining on the shoulders of his jacket. His name was Officer Hanley, late 40s, male, with a calm, blunt way of speaking that made me think he had spent many years taking statements from people who were embarrassed by emergencies. He asked each of us what happened, separately first, then together for clarification. He did not smirk when I said music box. He wrote it down. Antique mechanical device, he said. That's how the fire department logged it. Sounds better, Lena said from the next bay. More accurate, Officer Hanley replied. He asked about the seller. Elise Bell, the listing, the instructions, the hidden note, the phone calls, whether she had disclosed any mechanical hazard before shipping it. I showed him the messages from the sale, my hands clumsy because the bandage restricted my thumb. The listing was still there in my email confirmation. Working condition unknown, he read. That's common for antiques, I said, then hated myself for defending her. Officer Hanley looked at me. Common doesn't cover known danger. Mark gave me a quick look. Not told you so. More like, please hear that. The fire department had taken the remains of the box. Not as criminal evidence yet, Officer Hanley said, but as part of the incident report. The building manager had been contacted because the bathroom was damaged and the apartment needed temporary safety clearance. The tub had cracked enough that it could not be used. Small metal fragments had embedded in the door, baseboard, and the cutting board. One had punched into the hollow bathroom door and stayed there. What happens to Elise? I asked. That depends on what she knew and what she failed to disclose, he said. There may be civil liability. Maybe more, maybe not. We'll talk to her. She knew enough, Mark said quietly. Officer Hanley did not answer that directly. People convince themselves of a lot when they want something gone. That stayed with me too. People convince themselves of a lot when they want something gone. By 2 a.m, we were released with stitches, antibiotics for Lena's puncture wound, instructions to watch for infection, and enough paper discharge summaries to make the whole night feel bureaucratic. The rain had eased to a mist. The power had come back on in our neighborhood, though the hallway lights in the building flickered like they resented being asked. Lena's roommate picked her up. Before she left, Lena hugged me carefully, one-armed, avoiding both my wrist and her own bandaged hand. I'm mad at you, she said into my shoulder. I know. I'm also glad you grabbed Pickle. I know. And I never want to see anything with a winding key again. That one I can promise. She pulled back and looked at me with the adhesive strip shining pale on her cheek. Can you? I did not answer right away. Then I said, I can try. She accepted that because Lena had always preferred honest half answers, over pretty lies. Mark and I took a cab home. Neither of us wanted to talk in the back seat, and the driver kept glancing at our bandages in the rearview mirror, but did not ask. Portland passed by in wet fragments, dark storefronts, puddles reflecting traffic lights, a man in a raincoat walking a dog that kept stopping to sniff storm drains. Normal life, carrying on with no idea that our apartment had a taped-off bathroom and a missing music box. At the building, Mr. Brackett was waiting in the first-floor hall in his cardigan, and both slippers this time. Pickle sat beside him on a leash, wrapped in what looked like a child's fleece blanket with cartoon whales on it. The dog wagged when he saw us. I crouched too fast, and my wrist protested. Pickle licked the air near my chin. "He's all right?" I asked. "Vet says he's dramatic, not injured," Mr. Brackett said. His voice was rough. That was his professional diagnosis. Mark smiled faintly. "Sounds accurate." Mr. Brackett looked from Mark's arm to my wrist. "I'm sorry I opened the door. I thought someone had fallen." "You were trying to help," I said. "I should have listened when you told me to stay put. I could have said it was fine. It was not fine, so I said, we all should have listened sooner." He nodded once. That seemed to satisfy something in him, or in me. Our apartment door had a fire department notice taped to it. The living room smelled of wet boots, smoke from someone's equipment, disinfectant, and old wood dust. The power was on, but every light felt too bright. The dining room table was still covered with newspaper and the empty cardboard box. The hidden instruction strip had been bagged by the police, along with the outer card. The bathroom door was closed with yellow tape across it. "Do not enter." That should have been comforting. It was not. The apartment looked almost normal if you did not look down. But there were blood smears on the floorboards near the hall, a cracked picture frame by the bedroom, and the maple cutting board leaned against the wall with a steel fragment buried in it like a nail. The firefighter had marked it with a strip of tape because they wanted to photograph it before removing anything. Mark saw me looking. "Don't touch it," he said. "I wasn't going to." He waited. "I really wasn't," I said. "I believe you." That should have made me feel better. Instead, it made my throat tighten. We slept badly in the bedroom with the door open because neither of us wanted to be separated from the exit route. Every radiator tick woke me. Every car passing outside became a faint mechanical whir in my half-dreaming head. Twice, I reached toward my phone to check if the music box listing had vanished. I stopped myself both times. The next morning, the building manager came with a contractor. A fire department inspector came too, then left after confirming there was no continuing hazard. The contractor, a man named Walt who had patched half the building over the years, stood in our bathroom doorway and whistled low. "Never seen a tub lose a fight with a music box," he said. Nobody laughed. He apologized immediately. The damage, once daylight hit it, was both worse and smaller than my memory. The tub had 2 cracks, one near the drain and one along the side where the box had slammed into it. The medicine cabinet mirror was spiderwebbed. 3 tile chips, 1 gouge in the door, a scattering of tiny dents in the wall. The kind of damage you could list on an invoice. The kind that made terror look almost silly. Almost. Officer Hanley called that afternoon. Elise had given a statement. Her brother, Thomas Bell, had been injured by the music box in 2006 when he tried to fix it for their mother after it had been overwound by a cousin at a family gathering. He had leaned into the open lid while turning the key backward, and a governor blade had come loose, cutting his cheek and just missing his eye. After that, their mother had taped the key and written additional instructions. The box went into storage when she died. Elise admitted removing the tape for the listing photos. She admitted she knew the mechanism was unsafe. She said she did not think it would still have enough tension to matter. Working condition unknown. I thought about how many terrible things hide behind ordinary phrases. There would be insurance claims, statements, maybe a lawsuit if Mark or Lena wanted one. Mark did not know yet. Lena said she wanted Elise to pay her hospital bill and also personally write an apology to Pickle. Mr. Brackett agreed. The remains of the music box were not coming back to me. Officer Hanley said they would be held until the reports were complete, then likely disposed of or released depending on liability. I did not argue. 2 days later, Elise came to the building. I saw her from the window before she buzzed. She stood on the sidewalk holding a folder against her chest, her coat collar turned up against wind from the harbor. She looked smaller in daylight, less like the voice on the phone, more like someone who had made one selfish decision and then had to keep living inside it. Mark was at the kitchen table grading late assignments with his injured arm propped on a pillow. He saw my face. "No," he said, "she's downstairs. No, I want to hear what she says. She can say it to the police." "I know." He set down his pen. "Claire." This time, the way he said my name did not make me feel like a child. It made me feel seen, which was harder to push against. "I'm not letting her up," I said. "I just want to answer the intercom." He considered that, then nodded. When Elise buzzed, I pressed the button, but did not unlock the door. "Claire," she said through the speaker. "Yes, I wanted to apologize in person. You can apologize from there." There was a pause. Street noise hissed through the intercom behind her. "I'm sorry," she said. "I should have told you. I should have thrown it away years ago." "Yes," I said. "I thought if someone who collected these bought it, they'd know how to handle it." "I told you I was new to music boxes." "I know." The intercom crackled. She said, "My mother always said not to wind it past 3 because Thomas turned it 5 times when it was already tight. She blamed him for years. Then after she died, I found a receipt from a repairman saying the spring housing was cracked before that. It wasn't only him. She knew. That was the one part that loosened something in me. Not forgiveness, not absolution, something colder and more useful. People kept passing the blame along, I said. "Yes. And then you passed the box along." She was quiet. "Yes," she said. I looked toward the dining room table, now cleared, except for a vase Lena had brought over with grocery store daisies in it because, she said, "This room needs something that did not try to maim us." "I don't want you in my apartment," I said. "I understand. You should pay for Lena's medical bills, and Marquez and mine, and the bathroom deductible if insurance doesn't cover it." "I will." I did not know if she could. I only knew she said it. "And don't sell anything else from that estate without checking it," I added. Another pause. "I won't." I let go of the intercom button. A second later, through the window, I watched her stand there as if waiting for more. Then she turned and walked away down Congress Street, folder still clutched to her chest. Mark came up behind me, careful not to crowd. "Okay?" he asked. "No, better, a little." That was the shape of the next weeks. Not okay. A little better. The tub was replaced. The bathroom door was patched, but not perfectly. If the light hit it from the side, you could still see the repaired gouge. Mark's stitches came out cleanly, leaving a pale line on his forearm. Lena's cheek healed into a small mark she claimed made her look mysterious, though she stopped wearing dangling earrings for a while because they brushed the sensitive skin. My wrist healed slower. For weeks, every time I bent it, the new skin pulled tight and reminded me of the key turning backward. I stopped buying antiques. First dramatically, then practically. I deleted saved searches. I unsubscribed from estate sale emails. I boxed up the broken watches and cracked lamps and loose-legged chairs and donated the harmless ones, threw away the rest. Mark did not gloat. He helped carry the boxes downstairs. One Saturday, he found me standing by the dumpster with a brass table clock in my hand. "It doesn't work," I said. "I assumed. It's probably fixable, probably. I hate throwing it away." "I know." I looked at the clock. I think I liked things better when the damage was visible. Mark leaned against the brick wall, careful with his arm. "People are harder." "Yeah, so are music boxes, apparently," I laughed. "A real one this time. Small, but real." Lena came down the alley with coffee for all of us and saw the clock in my hand. "Nope," she said. "You don't even know what this is. It has gears. I'm against it." I put it in the dumpster. The sound it made was dull and final. By June, life had mostly reassembled itself. Work emails returned. Groceries had to be bought. The frame shop downstairs kept smelling like sawdust. The pizza place across the street still smeared neon across our windows at night. Mr. Brackett brought Pickle up once with a thank you card written in shaky block letters from both of them. Pickle tried to steal one of Mark's socks and seemed emotionally recovered. Humans took longer. Sometimes Mark and I still paused around each other before disagreeing, as if checking the floor for hidden pieces. Sometimes I caught him watching my hands near anything breakable. Sometimes I bristled at that, then remembered blood on his sleeve and tried to breathe before speaking. We got better at saying smaller truths earlier. That sounds simple. It was not. The legal part ended less dramatically than stories make it seem. Lisa's homeowner's insurance and a personal settlement covered medical bills and repairs. The police did not bring criminal charges, at least not while we were involved. Officer Hanley said negligence was clear, criminal intent was harder. Mark was angry about that. Lena said money was not justice, but it bought antibiotics and a new bathroom mirror. I stayed somewhere between them. The fire department eventually released a short report. Mechanical failure due to stored spring tension and prior damage. Flying debris hazard. Improper disclosure by seller noted in police report. No fire. No hazardous materials. 3 minor injuries. Minor. I read that word 5 times. It was accurate. It was also obscene. The remains of the music box were destroyed as part of the settlement agreement. I did not ask for proof. I told myself that was healthy. I still sometimes pictured the brass cylinder, crooked and glittering in the tub, the comb teeth bent like a broken mouth. In late summer, after the apartment stopped smelling faintly of dust and antiseptic, I found one thing the cleanup had missed. It was under the radiator in the hallway, back where the pipe came through the floor. I noticed it while sweeping. A tiny brass pin, no longer than a grain of rice, caught in a gap between 2 boards. For a while, I only stared at it. Then I got tweezers, a plastic bag, and a flashlight. Careful, boring, procedural. I did not touch it with my fingers. I did not call Mark from the other room and make him deal with it. I picked it up, sealed it in the bag, and set it on the kitchen counter. When Mark came home, I showed him. His face went still. Where was it? Under the radiator. We should call Officer Hanley. I know, and Walt to check the floor gap. I know. He looked at me, waiting for the fight that would have happened before. I handed him the phone. He smiled, but only a little. That night, after the pin had been collected and the radiator gap taped until Walt could inspect it, I woke to rain tapping the window air conditioner. Same rhythm as that first night, uneven, fingernails on plastic. For one moment, half asleep, I heard 3 notes. Thin, tinny, almost pretty. I sat up so fast my wrist ached. The apartment was dark and ordinary. Mark breathed beside me. A bus sighed at the stop below. The radiator pipe clicked once as it cooled, then again, then stopped. No music, just an old building settling. I lay back down, but I did not sleep for a long time. Because the thing about a song that never finishes is that your mind keeps trying to finish it for you. And sometimes, in the most ordinary moments, it almost does. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is I'm a Dog Sitter. The rules for the owner's basement are strangely specific. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first wrong thing was the dog bowl. Not empty, not spilled, just moved. I'd set it beside the back door at 6:10 p.m., exactly where Mrs. Voss had shown me, because Murray was the kind of dog who noticed when the world shifted half an inch. 20 minutes later, when I came back from bringing in the mail, the bowl was at the basement door, pressed against the bottom step like someone had slid it there on purpose. Murray sat 3 feet away, a 90-pound Bernese mountain dog with a white chin and nervous brown eyes, staring at it like it had insulted him. I stood in the kitchen with the mail tucked under my arm and the wet smell of late October leaves coming through the cracked window over the sink. "Buddy," I said, keeping my voice light, "did you do that?" Murray made a soft, miserable sound in his throat. That was how my first night at the Voss house started. Not with a scream or blood or anything dramatic. Just a metal bowl in the wrong place, the scrape mark it had left on the old pine floor, and a dog who suddenly wanted nothing to do with his dinner. My name is Hannah Keene, 26, female, and at that point, I'd been dog sitting around Western Pennsylvania for almost 3 years, mostly through referrals, and one app I hated using but couldn't afford to delete. I lived in a 1-bedroom apartment in Bellevue, north of Pittsburgh, where the heat hissed like a tired animal, and my upstairs neighbor's toddler had learned to run in circles at 6 every morning. I took overnight jobs because they paid better, and because I was trying to prove, mostly to myself, that I could handle responsibility after a year of dropping things: college, a dental assistant program, 2 relationships, and 1 office job where I cried in the bathroom every Wednesday until they stopped scheduling me. That's the thing I didn't tell clients. I was good with dogs because dogs didn't ask why your hands shook when you had to make phone calls. Dogs didn't care if you'd spent half your 20s feeling like everyone else got a manual you missed. Feed them. Walk them. Give them their pill inside a chunk of cheese. Don't panic if they panic. Simple rules. I liked rules. The Voss house sat on the edge of Suickley Heights, not in the showy mansion part exactly, but close enough that the driveways got long and the mailboxes had stone pillars. It was a brick colonial built into a slope, with black shutters, a detached garage, and a backyard that dropped toward a bare patch of woods. The kind of house that looked warm from the road and too large once you were inside it. Mrs. Voss had hired me for 4 nights while she and her husband attended a medical conference in Boston. That was the phrase she used. Medical conference. Like it was one word. She found me through a regular client of mine, a retired teacher with 2 elderly spaniels and more faith in me than I usually had in myself. When I arrived that afternoon, the sky was already dimming, and the last of the rain sat on everything in beads. The front porch smelled like damp stone and cedar mulch. I'd barely pressed the doorbell before Murray started barking inside, deep and theatrical. The bark of a dog who wanted me to know he was huge, but hoped I wouldn't make him prove it. Mrs. Voss opened the door with one hand hooked in his collar. She was Dr. Elaine Voss, 58, female, a tall woman with clipped gray hair, wire-rimmed glasses, and the kind of posture that made you straighten your own spine without meaning to. She wore travel clothes, black slacks, a cream sweater, soft shoes, and had a phone tucked between her shoulder and ear. She smelled faintly of vanilla hand cream and dry cleaning. "Murray, enough," she said, not loudly. Murray stopped barking, but he kept huffing. "This is Hannah," she told him. "You remember Hannah from Tuesday?" "I'm very memorable," I said. That got a quick smile from her, not unfriendly, just tired. Come in before he decides the threshold is an international border. Inside, the house was warm enough that my glasses fogged at the edges. The foyer had old photographs on the wall, mostly landscapes and black and white family shots, but no clutter. No shoes thrown around. No half-dead plants. Everything had a place. Dr. Voss introduced her husband in the kitchen. Martin Voss, 61 male, was shorter than his wife, broad through the shoulders, with a trimmed white beard and a fleece vest zipped over a flannel shirt. He stood at the counter packing pills into a plastic organizer labeled with days of the week. Not human pills, Murray's. He had a gentle voice and the faint guardedness of someone who had learned to smile before answering questions. "Sorry about the list," he said, tapping a yellow folder on the island. "Elaine believes in instructions." "I believe in not coming home to chaos," Dr. Voss said. "Same thing, depending on who you ask." Murray leaned his full weight against my thigh. He had that big dog smell, warm fur and rainwater, plus something yeasty in one ear that I made a note to check later. His tail moved slowly. The kitchen was beautiful in the way expensive kitchens can feel impersonal if nobody has recently burned toast in them. White cabinets, green soapstone counters, copper pans hanging above the island. Through a wide archway, I could see the family room, dim except for a lamp near the couch, and beyond that a row of glass doors reflecting the kitchen back at us. Dr. Voss walked me through Murray's routine. Food twice a day. 1 scoop dry, half a can wet, fish oil capsule. His allergy medication at breakfast. Joint supplement at dinner. No rawhide. tennis balls unsupervised because he peeled them. He could go into the yard on a 30-foot lead, but not loose, because deer sometimes crossed through the woods, and he had selective hearing when emotionally invested. I wrote everything down even though it was already in the folder, because writing things down made me feel steadier. Then she said, "And there's the basement." Something shifted in Martin's face. Not much. He looked down at the pill organizer and snapped Saturday shut. Dr. Voss opened the yellow folder and pulled out a laminated sheet. "These are the basement rules," she said. The title at the top was typed in bold. Basement access. Murray Care under it were 6 numbered items. Keep basement door closed and latched at all times. Do not allow Murray to scratch, paw, or lie beside the basement door. Redirect with cheese from refrigerator drawer. If Murray barks at the basement door, turn on the kitchen exhaust fan and take him to the front porch for 5 minutes. Do not open the basement door to check. Water is heard running below after 9:00 p.m. Text Elaine first. Do not investigate alone. Do not use the basement bathroom. If the basement door is found open, leave the house with Murray and call Martin. I read the list twice. I was used to weird pet instructions. I once sat for a French bulldog whose owner insisted he could only drink filtered water from a ceramic mug shaped like a boot. Another client had a cat with a trauma blanket that nobody was allowed to wash. Rich people especially had little systems for their houses, little rituals dressed up as practicality. Still, number 4 made me glance toward the closed door off the kitchen hallway. It was painted the same white as the trim, with a brass latch near the top, the kind you'd use to keep a toddler out. "Old plumbing?" I asked. "Old plumbing," Martin said too quickly. Dr. Voss gave him a look. "Partly. The basement has a utility sink and a bathroom that both feed into a pump system. It can be temperamental. We've had leaks before." "Okay," I said, "so don't go down there." "Exactly." Murray had drifted to the hallway. He stood with his nose angled toward the basement door, not touching it, but close enough that Dr. Voss clicked her tongue. "Murray." He came back immediately and pressed himself against her leg. She rested her hand on his head, and for the first time since I'd arrived, her face softened in a way that made her look less like a doctor and more like someone's exhausted mother. "He gets anxious when we travel," she said. "He may test boundaries. I can handle anxious." I meant dogs. I was less reliable with people. Before they left, Martin showed me the back door lock, the alarm panel, the thermostat, the Wi-Fi password taped inside a cabinet, and the drawer where they kept flashlights and batteries. He moved slowly, like he wanted to delay leaving but didn't want anyone to notice. At the basement door, he stopped. The latch was flipped down. Below it, at knee height, the wood had shallow scratches in the paint. Older ones had been touched up, but you could still see the grooves when the hall light hit them sideways. Martin saw me looking. "He's strong," he said. "Does he try to get down there often?" "Not often." He rubbed his thumb over one scratch, "mostly when the house is quiet." That answer stayed with me. Dr. Voss called from the foyer, "Martin, the car is here." He lowered his hand. "You have both our numbers. Elaine texts faster. I answer faster if you call twice." "That sounds like a system." He almost smiled. "It is." When they left, Murray watched through the side light beside the front door until their black SUV disappeared down the drive. Then he let out one enormous sigh and walked to the kitchen like he had a mortgage to think about. The first hour was easy. I unpacked my overnight bag in the guest room upstairs, a blue room with heavy curtains, and a bed so tall I had to climb onto it with one knee. I sent my sister, Lee, a text with the address, because she made me promise to do that for overnight jobs after a woman in Cranberry Township tried to pay me in essential oils, and then accused me of stealing a candle. Lee Keene, 32, female, lived in Columbus with her husband and their baby, and she checked on me in that older sister way that felt both protective and insulting depending on my mood. She texted back, "Fancy murder house." I replied, "Fancy dog house." Sent, "Share location." I did. Then I made coffee even though it was too late for coffee, because strange houses made me feel like a guest, and caffeine made me feel employed. Outside, the evening thickened. Cars whispered along the road beyond the trees, far enough away that they sounded like water. The old refrigerator clicked on and hummed. Somewhere in the walls, pipes ticked as the heat moved through them. Murray followed me from room to room with the concerned dedication of a nurse. He sat while I washed his bowl. He watched me open the refrigerator. He accepted a cube of cheddar from the drawer labeled Murray TREATS in blue tape, chewing it with solemn focus. At 6:10, I gave him dinner beside the back door. At 6:15, I stepped onto the porch to collect a damp stack of mail from the box at the end of the driveway. The air smelled like wet leaves, chimney smoke, and that cold mineral scent that comes up from stone after rain. A crow made a cracked sound from somewhere in the woods. I tucked the mail under my jacket and hurried back because the driveway was longer in the dark than it had looked in the gray afternoon. At 6:30, the bowl was at the basement door. That was the first wrong thing. I stood there longer than I should have, trying to assemble a normal explanation. Murray could have nosed it across the floor. The house could be slightly uneven. The bowl could have skated when he licked it clean, except it wasn't clean. The wet food sat in a flattened lump against one side. "Murray," I said. He backed away from the hallway. Not ran, not barked, just stepped backward, nails clicking on the floor, eyes fixed on the bowl. That bothered me more than barking would have. I picked up the bowl and carried it back to the mat by the rear door. The underside was cold and wet. A crescent of food had smeared along the floor where it had moved. "Okay," I said, mostly to myself. "No more horror movie behavior. Eat your expensive fish sludge." Murray didn't move. I crouched, scooped a little food onto my fingers, and held it out. He looked at my hand, then at the basement door. From behind it came a sound, one knock, not loud, not dramatic, more like a pipe settling or a broom handle tapping wood from the other side. Murray's ears flattened. I stayed crouched with dog food on my fingers, listening to the house breathe around us. There was another sound, lower this time. A scrape, then nothing. The reasonable part of my brain spoke up immediately and with great confidence. Old house, radiator, pipes, maybe the sump pump, maybe a branch against an exterior vent, maybe the kind of sound that happened all the time, except now I had a laminated sheet telling me not to notice it, so I noticed everything. I wiped my fingers on a paper towel and took out my phone. No signal issue. Full Wi-Fi. Battery at 82%. I opened the folder again and read the rules. If Murray barks at the basement door, turn on the kitchen exhaust fan and take him to the front porch for 5 minutes. He hadn't barked. If water is heard running below after 9:00 p.m., text Elaine first. It was 6:34. If the basement door is found open, leave the house with Murray and call Martin. The door was shut. The latch was down. The rules did not cover knocks. That was probably intentional, I told myself, because knocks were probably nothing. Still, I turned on the kitchen exhaust fan. It roared to life above the stove, loud enough to fill the room with blunt, mechanical sound. Murray startled, then looked at me as if I'd finally said something sensible. I clipped his leash on and took him out front. The porch light buzzed faintly. Across the road, a neighbor's upstairs window glowed amber behind curtains. The rest of the street had that wealthy quiet where every house had space to keep its noises private. Murray stood at my side and sniffed the wet air. His breath puffed white. "See," I said, "porch, 5 minutes. We are extremely good at rules." My phone vibrated, a text from an unknown number. "This is Rachel next door. Elaine gave me your number in case of emergency. Everything okay?" Saw porch light flick on off a few times. I looked at the porch light. It was steady. Then it flickered once, fast enough that I almost convinced myself I'd blinked. Rachel Marsh, 44, female, appeared at the edge of her driveway a minute later, wrapped in a burgundy raincoat with the hood down despite the mist. She lived in the gray house to the left, partly hidden by hemlocks. She had a flashlight in one hand and the cautious posture of someone trying not to seem nosy while absolutely being nosy. "You must be Hannah," she called softly. "Yeah, hi. Sorry, did the light bother you?" "No, I just keep an eye out when Elaine's gone." She came closer, boots whispering through wet leaves at the edge of the pavement. Murray behaving. Murray gave one slow wag, but he didn't pull toward her. So far. Rachel looked toward the Voss house, not at me. Good. The way she said it made a small, tight knot form under my ribs. "Is he usually nervous?" I asked. "When they travel, he's attached to them." She shifted the flashlight from one hand to the other. "Big dogs can be funny." "Yeah." A pause settled between us, filled by the fan rumbling faintly through the kitchen wall. Rachel's eyes moved toward the side of the house, where a narrow set of exterior stairs disappeared behind a railing and a sloped cellar door. I hadn't noticed that door earlier. "Is there basement access outside?" I asked. She looked back at me quickly. "There used to be. They had it sealed." Then she smiled, too late. "Water issues. This hill is all clay. Basements are a nightmare." That was the second time someone had blamed water. Murray pressed against my knee hard enough to shift my balance. Rachel noticed. Her expression changed just a little. "You have Elaine and Martin's numbers?" she asked. "Yes. And you're staying overnight?" "That's the plan," she nodded, but not like that reassured her. "Lock both doors, front and back. The side gate doesn't always catch, so check it if you let him out." Elaine didn't mention the side gate. "No," Rachel's mouth tightened. "Maybe they fixed it." Behind me, from inside the house, something clanged, metal on tile. Murray lunged toward the front door so suddenly the leash burned across my palm. "Hey, Murray, wait," he barked once, huge and sharp, and the sound bounced off the porch ceiling. Rachel stepped back. Inside, the kitchen exhaust fan kept roaring. Murray barked again, not at the yard, not at Rachel. At the door. At the house. I fumbled my key into the lock with my scraped palms stinging and Rachel watching from the walkway. "Do you want me to come in?" she asked. The sensible answer was yes. The adult answer. The answer Lee would have yelled through the phone if she'd been there. But my flaw, if you want to call it that, was that I hated seeming incapable even more than I hated being scared. I had built personality around being the person who could manage things quietly. Dogs, houses, emergencies, myself. Especially myself. "I'm okay," I said. "Probably just the bowl again." Rachel did not look convinced. I said more firmly and opened the door. Warm air rolled out, carrying the smell of dog food and copper pans and something else underneath. Bleach, not strong, not fresh, just a thin chemical thread from deeper in the house. The metal bowl lay upside down in the middle of the kitchen. The basement door was still closed. The latch was still down. But the yellow folder, which I had left flat on the island, now sat on the floor in front of the basement door. Its pages had slid out in a neat fan. The laminated basement rules were on top. Murray went quiet. Rachel stood behind me on the porch. I could hear her breathing. For a moment, neither of us stepped inside. Then my phone buzzed again. Not Rachel this time. A text from Dr. Elaine Voss. "Forgot to mention, if Murray brings anything to the basement door, ignore it. Put him in the guest room for 10 minutes. Do not reward the behavior." I looked from the message to the folder on the floor. Murray had no hands. Folder had been on a 4-foot-high island. Rachel whispered, "What did she say?" I didn't answer right away, because from the basement side of the door came the smallest sound yet. A wet, dragging breath, or pipes, or the house shifting, or anything else I could choose to believe if I wanted the night to stay ordinary a little longer. Murray looked up at me, panting through a closed mouth, his body shaking against my leg. The rules said to put him in the guest room. The neighbor was standing behind me, waiting. The basement door remained closed, and I had to decide whether to follow the instructions exactly, or admit out loud that something in this house had already moved beyond them. I did not open the basement door. That sounds like bravery when I say it now. It was. It was fear, wearing the jacket of good judgment. I stood in the doorway, with Murray trembling against my leg, Rachel behind me on the porch, and the yellow folder lying open on the floor like it had been placed there for inspection. The kitchen exhaust fan hammered away over the stove, steady and loud, making the copper pans tremble faintly on their hooks. Rachel said, "Hannah." I bent without stepping fully into the hallway and picked up the laminated rules by one corner. The plastic was cold. Damp, too, not soaked, but tacky against my fingertips, as if it had been handled by someone with wet hands. Murray whined. The basement door stayed shut. "Elaine says to put him in the guest room for 10 minutes, I said. Rachel's eyebrows drew together. She texted that just now. Yeah, about the folder. About Murray bringing things to the basement door. Rachel stared at the folder on the floor, then at the dog, then back at me. Can he reach the kitchen island? No. Murray chose that moment to sneeze, twice, sharp and wet, and then pressed his nose against the seam under the front door like he wanted back outside. His whole body had that desperate, contained energy dogs get before a thunderstorm. Not panic exactly. Recognition. Rachel stepped over the threshold. She did it carefully, as if entering someone else's argument. Rachel Marsh, 44, female, had a neighbor's practical courage. Not theatrical, not reckless, just the kind that came from owning a flashlight, knowing where the shut-off valves were, and having lived through enough bad weather to understand that homes failed in quiet ways first. Her burgundy raincoat dripped onto the Voss's polished floor. Close the door, she said. You're letting heat out. I almost laughed because it was such a normal thing to say. Instead, I shut it, locked it, and slid the deadbolt home. The fan kept roaring. Guest room, Rachel asked. Upstairs. Let's do that. Then we call them. I should probably text Elaine first. You already did, in a way. I didn't ask anything. Rachel looked at me, not meanly. You don't need permission to say something is wrong. That landed harder than it should have. My first instinct was to defend myself, to explain that clients with big houses and laminated instructions didn't love being second-guessed by 26-year-old dog sitters who drove used Hondas and still forgot to renew library books. But Murray barked again, one deep bark that punched through the fan noise, and whatever I was about to say disappeared. Come on, I told him. He did not want to cross the kitchen. I had to coax him with a cube of cheddar from the labeled drawer, my hand stinging where the leash had scraped it. He took the cheese, but didn't chew, just held it in his mouth, eyes flicking between me and the basement door. Rachel watched us with her flashlight lowered. Has he done this before? I asked. Murray, the folder, the door, any of it. Rachel's mouth opened, then closed. I don't know. That's not an answer. It's the only honest one. We got Murray upstairs by inches. The steps creaked under his weight, and halfway up, he stopped so suddenly, I bumped into his back. He turned his head toward the first-floor hallway. Below us, the exhaust fan cut off. The house changed shape around the absence of it. The refrigerator hum grew louder. Rain ticked against a window somewhere. One of Murray's tags jingled because he was shaking. I didn't turn it off, I said. Rachel's face went still. She moved past me down 2 steps, looking toward the kitchen. Maybe it's on a timer. It's a switch. Could be a bad connection. Could be, I said. Neither of us moved for a breath. Then Rachel reached around me and touched Murray's shoulder. Keep going, big guy. The guest room upstairs looked exactly as I'd left it, except my overnight bag was unzipped on the bed. I knew I had zipped it, not because I was tidy, but because I had a stupid habit of always zipping bags in unfamiliar houses. It was one of those private little rituals I'd built to feel in control. Keys in the front pocket, charger in the side pouch, wallet underneath clothes. Zip it shut. Check once. Now the zipper was open halfway, the black teeth parted like a mouth. Rachel saw me stop. What? My bag. She didn't touch it. She just leaned close enough to see inside. Anything missing? I checked quickly. Wallet still there. Charger. Change of socks. Pepper spray on my keychain in the front pocket, which I quietly slid into my hoodie pouch. My old cracked paperback was face down on the comforter instead of inside the bag. But maybe I'd done that. Maybe I had. I hated how fast the house was making me doubt myself. Murray entered the room only after I tossed another piece of cheese near the bed. Once inside, he turned in a tight circle and stood facing the doorway. 10 minutes, I said, trying to sound like the sort of person who believed this was a training issue. That's what she said. Rachel stayed in the hall while I shut the guest room door. Murray scratched once from the other side, not at the basement, at me. That felt worse. Downstairs, I called Elaine. It rang 6 times and went to voicemail. I tried Martin. 1 ring, 2, then voicemail. Rachel stood beside the kitchen island, arms folded, looking at the scattered papers I hadn't picked up yet. The basement rules were still on top. The yellow folder contained more than pet instructions. Emergency vet number. Alarm code. Trash day. Wi-Fi password. A printed map of the property with the invisible fence line marked, though Murray wasn't allowed off leash. A note about deliveries. Another note about not using the fireplace because the flue stuck. I called Martin again. Voicemail. He said call twice. I muttered. You did. So now what? Rachel didn't answer right away. She walked to the back door and looked through the glass into the yard. The porch light out there was off. The wet lawn fell away into darkness. Beyond it, the woods were a smudge of trunks and black gaps. How much charge does your phone have? 78. Good, keep it on you. The house lights flickered once, then again. A faint click came from somewhere behind the walls. No, Rachel said under her breath. The power went out, not just the kitchen. The whole first floor disappeared into a thick, immediate dark, broken only by the bluish square of my phone screen and the weak gray from the front windows. The refrigerator sighed down. Ernest stopped moving air. The house settled into small noises. It had been hiding under machinery, rainwater in gutters, a drip in the sink, a board contracting with a dry tick. From upstairs, Murray started barking. Not one bark this time, a rolling, frantic series that shook dust from the ceiling vent above us. Rachel clicked on her flashlight. The beam cut across the kitchen and caught the basement door. The latch was still down. I said, does this happen here? Power outages, sure. Branches come down, but not usually for just one house. Maybe it's the neighborhood. She crossed to the front window, moved the curtain with 2 fingers, and looked out. My porch light's on. That simple sentence made my stomach drop. Breaker, I asked. Maybe. Where's the breaker panel? Rachel turned slowly toward the hallway. Neither of us had to say it. Basement. Upstairs, Murray barked and barked, then gave a high yelp that snapped me out of stillness. Murray, I called. He scratched at the guest room door hard enough that I could hear the wood catching under his nails. Rachel pointed the flashlight toward the stairs. Go check him. What about the power? Dog first. I ran upstairs, missing a step, and banging my shin hard enough to make me curse. The dark upstairs hallway smelled like laundry soap and old wood. Murray was throwing himself against the guest room door, not trying to break it, but panicked enough that the frame shuddered. I'm here, I said. Hey, buddy. When I opened the door, he shoved past me so fast his shoulder clipped my thigh. He didn't run downstairs. He ran into the Voss's bedroom at the end of the hall. Wrong room, I said, following him. My phone flashlight shook in my hand. The Voss's room was large, neat, and cold. The curtains were open to the dark backyard. Murray stood beside the far window, nose pressed to the glass, barking down at the slope behind the house. I came up beside him. At first, I saw only my own reflection, pale face, hoodie, phone light. Then my eyes adjusted. There was a light behind the house, not outside exactly, below. A thin, yellowish rectangle at ground level, shining from the sloped cellar door Rachel had mentioned. It leaked through a seam near the bottom, bright enough to catch the wet grass and the metal railing of the exterior stairs. I had been told the outside access was sealed. Murray stopped barking and began to growl. Low, continuous, a sound I felt through his ribs when I grabbed his collar. Downstairs, Rachel shouted, Hannah. I didn't answer because something moved across that thin strip of basement light, a shadow, human-sized. Then the light went out. For a second, I could hear my own breathing, too fast, loud in my ears, and Murray's growl ticking into a whine. I backed away from the window with my hand locked in his collar. Private fear is a strange thing. Mine wasn't basements. It wasn't the dark. It was being the person who froze and made everyone else pay for it. When I was 22, my mother slipped on ice outside our apartment building in January. Nothing cinematic. She went down on one knee, then sideways, and I stood there with grocery bags cutting into my hands while she tried to tell me something was wrong. I remember seeing her mouth move. I remember thinking I should call someone. I remember not moving fast enough. A neighbor came out and handled it while I stood there holding canned soup and shaking. My mother recovered mostly. She never blamed me. That somehow made it worse. So when I saw the basement light and the shadow crossing it, my first clear thought was not, something is in the house. It was, don't freeze. I dragged Murray from the bedroom and got downstairs as fast as he would let me. Rachel was in the kitchen, phone to her ear, flashlight tucked under her chin, while she tried the stove hood switch with 2 fingers. 911, I asked. Non-emergency first. Rachel, she lowered the phone. I know. There was a light at the outside basement entrance. Her face changed. What kind of light? Inside, under the cellar door. Someone moved in front of it. Rachel closed her eyes for half a second, then opened them. Okay, that means we leave. It was the first thing she had said all night that made perfect sense. I clipped Murray's leash with hands that did not want to work. He stood rigid, facing the basement door. Rachel was already moving toward the front hall. Keys, phone, shoes, now, my bag, leave it. My car keys are in it. She stopped. I hated that I'd said it, hated the delay, hated that one small choice upstairs dropping keys in the bag instead of my pocket had turned into a chain around our ankles. Where? She asked. Guest room. I'll get them. No, I will. Hannah, he knows me better. That didn't make sense, but fear rarely does. I took the stairs 2 at a time, Murray trying to follow, until Rachel grabbed his leash and said, Stay with me, sweetheart, stay. In the guest room, my bag was on the bed. Open wider now. My keys were not in the front pocket. I emptied the pocket. Lip balm, receipt. Pepper spray case, empty because I'd taken the canister earlier. A dead hair tie. No keys. Come on, I whispered. I searched the bed, the floor, under the bag. Nothing. My phone flashlight flashed across the window, the dresser, the closet door left slightly ajar. I had not opened the closet. From downstairs, Rachel called, Hannah, hurry up. I can't find them. The closet made a soft clicking sound. I froze, not because of ghosts, because any ordinary explanation was worse. A mouse, a pipe, a hanger settling, or someone standing behind the door with one careful finger on the latch. I backed away. My heel bumped something under the bed. Keys. I almost cried from relief. I grabbed them, and something wet touched my fingertips. The key ring was damp, not dripping, damp like the laminated sheet. I didn't investigate, I ran. At the bottom of the stairs, Rachel had Murray by the collar instead of the leash. The leash lay on the floor, chewed clean through near the clip. He bit it, I asked. No, Rachel said. The cut was too neat. A clean slice through woven nylon. Before I could process that, my phone rang. Martin Voss. I answered so quickly, I almost dropped it. Martin, his voice came through broken and thin. Hannah, are you in the house? Yes, the power's out. There was a light at the outside basement door. We're leaving. A burst of static swallowed whatever he said next. Martin, do not use your car, he said. What? Do not, static. Driveway alarm, listen to me. Is Murray with you? Yes. Is the basement door open? I looked. Rachel's flashlight beam moved with my eyes. The basement door was still shut, but the brass latch near the top was standing upright now. Not down, upright, unlocked. My mouth went dry. It's closed, I said. The latch is up, Martin swore, not loudly, but with such naked fear that Rachel heard it through the phone. "Leave through the front," he said. "Go to Rachel S. Don't go near the side yard. Don't." The call cut out. I stared at the screen. "Call failed," Rachel said. "What did he mean, driveway alarm?" "I don't know." "Why not use your car?" "I don't know." Murray pulled toward the front door with sudden force. This time I went with him. The plan was simple enough to hold in one hand. Leave the house, cross the yard, go to Rachel's, call 911 from there, wait under lights with another adult and a very large dog. Simple rules. I unlocked the front door. The deadbolt turned, but the door did not open. I pulled harder. Nothing. Rachel shouldered me gently aside and tried. The knob turned. The deadbolt was clear. The door stayed fixed in its frame. "Swollen wood," she said, but her voice had no faith in it. She braced one boot against the threshold and pulled with both hands. The old door groaned, but did not give. Murray began barking at the hallway behind us. A slow smell drifted into the foyer. Bleach again, stronger this time, mixed with wet concrete. Rachel whispered, "Back door." We moved together through the dark kitchen. The flashlight beam bounced over cabinets, the overturned bowl, the yellow folder. As we passed the basement hallway, something clicked below the door. Not a knock, a lock. Then water began running under the floor, a pipe rushing hard, too hard, like a faucet opened all the way. I looked at the clock on the stove out of habit, forgetting it was dead. My phone said 7:12 p.m., not after 9. Another rule that did not cover the moment we were in. At the back door, Rachel reached for the thumb lock. The glass beside it showed only darkness, and the faint oval of her flashlight reflected back at us. Then Murray snarled. I had never heard him make that sound. It was not warning, it was decision. He lunged sideways, dragging Rachel half a step, and slammed his weight into the kitchen island. A second later, the back door handle turned from the outside. Slowly, Rachel grabbed my wrist. The handle stopped halfway. Someone outside tried again. The lock held. Then came 3 soft taps on the glass. Frantic, not asking for help, measured tap, tap, tap. My phone vibrated in my hand. A text from Elaine. "Hannah, listen carefully. If anyone knocks from outside, do not answer. Martin is calling police. Keep Murray away from the basement door." I read it once. Then a second text appeared. "And if Rachel is there, do not let her go near the basement." I looked at Rachel. She was looking at the back door, her face lit from below by my screen and the wavering flashlight beam. "What?" she asked. Behind us in the hallway, the basement door creaked open 1 inch. Murray tore free of Rachel's grip and ran toward it. And I had 1 second to choose which rule to break first. Murray hit the basement door hard enough to make the frame jump. The gap widened from 1 inch to 3, and from the black below came the sour, wet smell of concrete, bleach, and old water trapped too long in a place without sun. I moved before I decided to. Not gracefully, not bravely. I threw myself across the kitchen runner and caught Murray's collar with both hands as he jammed his snout into the opening. His body was all muscle and panic, his paws scrabbling on the pine floor, nails leaving pale commas in the wood. Murray, no, 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 no. He was stronger than me. Of course he was. He had 90 pounds and a single idea. Rachel slammed the basement door with her shoulder. For 1 second, I thought she had trapped Murray's muzzle. He yelped, I shouted, and Rachel swore in a way that made the whole thing feel instantly, horribly real. But Murray's head jerked back in time. The door banged shut. Rachel flipped the brass latch down with a flat, metallic snap. Then the three of us stood there breathing in the dark kitchen, with water rushing somewhere under our feet, and someone still outside the back door. Tap, tap, tap. The sound came through the glass behind us. Rachel whispered, "Don't answer." "I got the text too," I said, my hands still locked around Murray's collar. My knuckles hurt from gripping him. My scraped palm had opened again, and a warm line of blood ran into my sleeve. The kitchen made a map in my head because I needed something ordered to hold on to. Back door behind us, facing the yard and the woods. Basement door in the short hallway to the right of the refrigerator. Front hall beyond the kitchen arch, with the front door stuck shut. Stairs to the second floor along the foyer wall. To the left of the kitchen, a dining room with tall windows facing Rachel's house. Somewhere outside, the side yard and the sealed cellar access. Somewhere below, water running where nobody was supposed to go. Murray growled at the basement door now, not the back door. That scared me worse. Rachel took my phone from where I had dropped it on the floor. "I'm calling 911. "Good." She pressed the screen, waited, her face tightened. "What? No service." "There's Wi-Fi. Power's out." My phone had signal upstairs. "Try near a window." That was our first attempt. Call for help. It should have been simple. Rachel moved to the dining room window, one hand on the wall as she walked through the dark. I kept Murray close and followed, because leaving her alone felt worse than staying together. The dining room smelled faintly of furniture polish and rain seeping around old windows. A long table sat in the middle, set with nothing but a blue ceramic bowl of decorative pears. The window faced the side yard. Beyond the glass, Rachel's house glowed through trees' two warm windows and a porch light, impossibly close and impossibly unreachable. Rachel held the phone high. One bar appeared, she dialed. The call connected. 911, what is the address of your emergency? The dispatcher's voice was thin but there. Human, steady. I almost cried. Rachel gave the address, then said, "We're inside the Voss residence on Maple Ridge Lane. Power is out only at this house. We may have an intruder on the property. The front door won't open. Someone tried the rear door. There is possible flooding in the basement." The line crackled. The dispatcher asked if anyone was injured. Rachel looked at my hand. Minor injury. No known serious injuries. Murray lunged suddenly toward the kitchen, dragging me 2 steps. I bit down on a sound because the collar twisted my finger sideways. The dispatcher said something I couldn't catch. Rachel pressed the phone harder to her ear. "Say again," static, then a dead tone. "No," Rachel said. No. She tried redialing. No service. I held my own phone up beside hers. Nothing. "Did they get the address?" I asked. "Yes, I think. Yes. You think?" I gave it before the line dropped. That should have been comfort. Instead, it made everything feel procedural and fragile. Help might be coming. Help might be 10 minutes away or 30. Help might get delayed because the dispatcher only had half the problem. Meanwhile, the water below kept running. Then something upstairs crashed. A heavy thump, followed by a sliding sound. Murray barked once and tried to bolt toward the stairs. Rachel grabbed a dining chair and wedged it under the dining room door handle like we were in a movie. Except the chair slipped because the floor was polished and the handle was too high. "That won't hold," I said. "Slow someone." "From where?" She didn't answer. We stood listening. Another sound came from upstairs, a fluttering clatter, Then a soft, repeated bump, 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 bump. My mind gave it shape before I could stop it. Footsteps on the landing. Someone coming down slowly in the dark. Rachel raised the flashlight, and the beam shook. Could someone else be in the house? I checked upstairs earlier. That isn't an answer. The bump came again. Murray's growl dropped into something almost vibrating. We couldn't leave through the front, couldn't trust the back, couldn't call again. And now there was movement above us. I have pepper spray, I said. Rachel looked at me. In my hoodie. Good, keep it in your hand. That was our second attempt. Clear a path upstairs and get a better signal. Maybe retrieve my charger. Maybe use a window if we had to. It sounds stupid now, but fear narrows your options until the bad idea with steps becomes the only idea with a shape. The upstairs windows faced the front and backyard. We had seen signal there. If police called back, we needed service. If someone was upstairs, we needed to know before they came down behind us. Rachel took Murray's ruined leash and tied it through his collar as best she could, making a short handle from the sliced end. I held the pepper spray canister, thumb on the safety, and felt ridiculous until I remembered the back door handle turning. We moved from the dining room into the foyer. Front door on our left, stuck shut. Stairs straight ahead, kitchen behind us, basement hallway to our right. At the bottom of the stairs, I could see the second floor landing as a pale rectangle. Something moved across it. I gasped. Rachel lifted the flashlight. The thing on the landing swung toward us. White, long, shapeless. Murray barked so hard my ears rang. For one horrible second, it looked like a person leaning over the railing. Then the flashlight steadied. It was a curtain. One of the guest room curtains had come loose from its rod and was flapping out into the hallway, caught in air moving through the house. The bumping sound was the wooden rod end tapping the wall each time the fabric pulled and dropped. Jesus, Rachel breathed. The relief made my knees weak in a way terror hadn't. I had to sit on the second stair for 2 seconds, just 2, while Murray panted hot against my cheek. Window must be open, Rachel said. That's why it's moving. I didn't open it. Someone could have. Or old latch. There it was. The misdirection, explained enough to stop being impossible, and not enough to stop being frightening. We climbed. The guest room window was indeed open 3 inches from the bottom, rain misting the sill. The curtain rod had pulled loose on one side and banged against the wall with each gust. Cold air poured in, carrying the smell of wet leaves and mud. My overnight bag was still on the bed. My charger was inside. My paperback lay on the floor now, pages bent. I shut the window. The latch resisted, then caught. Rachel checked her phone near the glass. 1 bar, call again. She tried, failed. I tried mine. Failed. Murray stood at the guest room door, staring down the hall toward the Voss's bedroom. What? I whispered. He pulled. Not now, buddy. He pulled harder. Rachel looked toward the bedroom too. That room overlooks the back. We went because the dog insisted, and because every other direction had already become a bad one. From the Voss's bedroom window, the backyard was visible in layers. First the deck, with slick boards shining faintly, then the strip of lawn falling away, then the dark rail around the exterior basement steps, then the cellar door set into the slope like a mouth. Rachel's house was out of sight from this angle. There was no light now at the cellar entrance, but there was movement in the yard. A figure crouched near the basement steps. Rachel killed the flashlight. We stood in the dark, the 3 of us at the window, breathing as quietly as bodies allow. The figure was low and bulky, hunched at the railing. It shifted, and something pale flashed. A face, a hand. Then it rose on 4 legs. "Dear," Rachel whispered. It bounded away toward the woods, hooves kicking wet leaves. I almost laughed, and then my throat squeezed shut because I realized I had wanted it to be a deer so badly that for a second I ignored the other thing. The cellar door was open. Not wide, maybe a foot, but open. A rectangle of deeper black cut into the slope. Rachel saw it too. "They sealed it," I said. "They said they sealed it." "Why lie about that?" Rachel didn't answer. My phone vibrated. For 1 second, I thought service had returned and Martin was calling. Instead, a notification appeared from my shared location app. "Lee Keen, why did your location jump behind the house?" I stared at it. "My sister," I said. "She says my location moved behind the house." Rachel turned from the window. "Did it?" "No, I've been inside." The little blue location dot opened on the map when I tapped it. It showed me not upstairs in the Voss house, but outside near the side yard, almost exactly at the exterior basement entrance. Then it snapped back to the house, then behind the house again. Rachel said, very quietly, "Could be bad GPS." "Could be." My phone vibrated with another message from Lee. "Hannah, answer me." "Are you outside?" I typed, "Inside." "Call police." "Voss house. Tell them intruder possible, power out, basement flooding." The message hung unsent. No service. Rachel grabbed her own phone and tried to text. Nothing. Below us, the running water changed pitch. It went from a steady rush to a hard, hollow hammering, pipes knocking. The floor beneath our feet trembled once. Then, from downstairs, came a high electronic beep. Once, twice, 3 times. "Alarm panel," Rachel said. "The house alarm, maybe. Low power warning. Or door sensor." Her face told me she had thought the same thing. We moved back toward the hall, and that was when we heard the basement door open. Not creak, open. Wood scraping lightly against the kitchen floor, slow and deliberate. Murray erupted. Rachel caught him around the chest before he could barrel down the stairs, but he thrashed so hard they both hit the wall. A framed photograph dropped and shattered at their feet. "Hold him," she snapped. "I'm trying." Glass crunched under my sock. Pain flared in the arch of my left foot, hot and immediate. I looked down and saw a dark bead spreading through the fabric. "Don't step," Rachel said. "Too late." I pulled a shard from my sock with shaking fingers. It was small, but it had gone in enough to make me hiss through my teeth. Murray kept lunging, his collar twisting against my wrist. Rachel's raincoat sleeve tore at the seam. We had failed to call, failed to leave, failed to keep Murray isolated, failed to keep the basement door latched. And now we were injured in a dark hallway while water hammered below, and an exterior door stood open behind the house. Rachel looked toward the stairs. "We need to get out a window." "Which one?" "Front bedroom roof, maybe porch roof below. Elaine's office has windows over the porch. You know the layout. I've been here before." That answer was too quick again. I said, "Rachel, not now." "Yes, now. Why did Elaine say not to let you near the basement?" She stared at me, breathing hard, one hand buried in Murray's fur. Her flashlight lay on the carpet, shining sideways into a baseboard. "Hannah, we are not having this conversation in the hallway. You knew about the outside door. You knew the basement was a problem. I knew Martin had trouble with someone. Someone, a noise came from below. Not water, a voice. Too muffled to understand, but undeniably human." Murray stopped barking mid-breath. Rachel went pale in the faint light. The voice came again, from the kitchen or basement hallway, distorted by floors and walls. "Hannah," it was Martin's voice. I took one step toward the stairs before Rachel grabbed the back of my hoodie. "No, that's Martin." "No, it is. You don't know that. I know Martin is in a car on the way to an airport or already there. I know he called you from wherever he is. I know voices carry strangely through houses, and I know recordings exist." A recording. The thought was worse than a stranger. Below us, the voice said again, "Hannah, open the door." My phone began ringing. Martin Voss. The screen showed one bar. I answered and put it on speaker. "Hannah," Martin said, his real voice ragged with road noise behind it. "Are you still inside?" From downstairs, the other Martin said, "Hannah, please." Rachel whispered, "Speaker off." I muted the phone, but kept Martin on the line. I whispered back, "There's a voice downstairs. It sounds like you." The real Martin went silent for half a second. Then he said, "Do not answer it. Do not speak toward it." "Who is it? I need you to listen." "Police were dispatched. They may not get through the driveway gate if the power system failed. There's a manual release on the stone pillar by the road, but you can't go there." "Why not use my car?" "Because if the driveway sensor was tripped, he may be waiting near the garage." "He who?" Static crackled. "Martin," I said. "Who is in your basement?" His breath hitched. Then the call dropped. My phone returned to no service. Rachel said, "Office. Now." We half dragged Murray into the room across from the guest bedroom. Elaine's office faced the front of the house, above the porch roof. It had built-in shelves, a wide desk, framed medical certificates, and a window that looked down over the front steps and driveway. Outside, the porch roof sloped gently beneath the sill. Beyond it, the front lawn stretched toward the road, wet and silvered by Rachel's porch light through the trees. For the first time, escape looked possible. Rachel shoved the desk chair under the doorknob. I set my phone on the desk where it showed one bar again, then helped her open the window. It stuck. Of course it stuck. We pulled together, grunting, shoulders pressed side by side. My cut foot throbbed against the carpet. Murray paced behind us, whining. Downstairs, the fake Martin called my name twice more, then stopped. The window gave suddenly, sliding up with a shriek of old paint. Cold rain blew in. Leaned out and checked the drop. Porch roof, then down the column or jumped to the shrubs. With Murray, she shut her eyes briefly. Murray looked at us, tongue out, sides heaving. A Bernese mountain dog does not climb out a second-floor window onto a wet porch roof because you explain the emergency clearly. "We can't leave him," I said. I didn't say that. But I heard the shape of the thought anyway, and it made me angry enough to steady me. "We are not leaving him." I said I didn't say that. From downstairs came a crash. Then the sound of nails on wood. Murray was looking at the office door now. The chair under the knob shifted once, not from the hallway, from inside the room. The closet door behind us moved, a tiny inward twitch. Rachel and I spun at the same time. The office closet door opened 2 inches. My pepper spray hand came up. A small white blur shot out near the floor. I screamed. So did Rachel. Murray lunged, not attacking but sniffing wildly, as the white blur skittered under Elaine's desk and froze. A cat. A filthy, thin, white cat with gray ears, wearing no collar, crouched among the computer cords with its mouth open in a silent hiss. Its fur was wet along the spine. One eye was half closed and crusted. It smelled like mildew and litter and basement. "Where did that come from?" I whispered. Rachel lowered her hand from her chest. "Oh my God." The cat hissed again. Murray whined, confused now, not aggressive. A basement cat, a trapped stray. That explained some sounds. Maybe the bowl moving if it had gotten upstairs. Maybe the bag. Maybe the open window if it had pushed through a screen. Maybe, but not the sliced leash, not the voice, not the back door handle. Rachel stared at the cat with a look I couldn't read. "You recognize it," I said. "No, yes, you do." She shook her head, then stopped. "There was a woman last winter. Martin asked me if I'd seen her cat. I thought he meant a neighbor's cat." "What woman?" Before she could answer, Murray barked at the office door. The chair braced under the knob jumped. Once, then again. The knob turned against it. Someone was in the hall. Rachel grabbed the desk lamp and swung it like a club. I sprayed pepper spray toward the gap under the door without thinking. A stupid, panicked blast that filled the room with sharp chemical burn. The wind from the open window pulled some of it out, but not enough. My eyes flooded instantly. Rachel coughed. Murray sneezed and backed away, shaking his head. The cat bolted back into the closet. "Damn it," Rachel choked. "I'm sorry. Window. We had no more clever choices." Rachel climbed out first onto the porch roof, moving on hands and knees. Rain slicked her coat black. She turned and reached back. "Hand me the dog." "How?" "I don't know, Hannah." Behind me, the office chair scraped as pressure shoved the door inward another inch. I looped my arms around Murray's chest and tried to lift his front paws to the sill. He resisted, heavy and terrified, claws digging into the floor. "Murray, please," I said, voice breaking. "Please, buddy." The door slammed hard enough to knock the chair sideways. A strip of hallway appeared. In it stood a man's boot. Mud-caked, dark, real, not a ghost, not a pipe, not the house. A person. Murray saw the boot and changed. He stopped resisting me. His whole body lowered, growl rising again, aimed at the door. The man outside the room said, in Martin's recorded voice, "Hannah, open the door." Then, in his own voice, lower and rougher, he said, "Move the chair." Rachel, outside on the porch roof, whispered, "Hannah." The chair shifted another inch. I pushed Murray toward the window with everything I had. He got his front paws onto the sill, slipped, and clawed at the frame. Rachel grabbed his collar from outside. I shoved from behind. His back legs kicked once, catching my thigh hard enough to bruise, and then half his body was through. The office door burst open. The chair skidded across the floor. A man stepped into the room wearing a dark rain jacket, a black knit cap, and a pale painter's mask over the lower half of his face. His eyes were red and wet from the pepper spray drifting in the air. In one gloved hand, he held my car keys. In the other, he held a box cutter. I let go of Murray. The dog toppled out onto the porch roof with Rachel. The man lunged toward me. I grabbed the only thing within reach, Elaine's heavy glass paperweight from the desk. I threw it badly. It missed his head and struck the doorframe, exploding into chunks. But he flinched. That half second was enough. I climbed onto the sill. My cut foot slipped on rain slick paint. My knee slammed the frame. Rachel shouted my name. Murray barked from the porch roof, huge and frantic. The man caught my ankle. His glove closed around it. Not hard enough to break, hard enough to own. I kicked backward with my injured foot and felt my heel connect with something soft. He grunted, his grip loosened. Rachel grabbed both my wrists and pulled. I fell out of the window onto the porch roof belly first, knocking the air from my lungs. The office window slammed shut behind me, not by wind, by his hands. For 1 second, we were outside. Rain on my face. porch shingles under my palms. Murray pressed low against the roof beside Rachel. The front yard below. Rachel's house glowing through the trees. The road somewhere beyond the black driveway. Escape. Then the porch light below us turned on. A motion light. It flooded the front steps and showed what we hadn't been able to see from inside. My Honda sat in the driveway near the garage with its trunk open. Both front tires were flat. Across the driveway, from one stone pillar to the other, the metal security gate was shut. And at the edge of the porch roof, just below us, the ladder that should have been mounted for gutter access was gone, leaving only 4 pale brackets screwed into the brick. Behind us, inside Elaine's office, the man tapped on the window with the box cutter. Tap, tap, tap. Rachel looked toward the roofline, then toward the drop into the wet shrubs below. Murray trembled, too big to carry, too frightened to jump cleanly, and too exposed to stay where he was. Then the man opened the office window again. The point of no return was not dramatic. It was practical. We could not go back inside. We could not drive out. We could not get the dog safely down from the roof. And someone in the Voss house had stopped pretending he was only a sound in the basement. The porch roof was steeper than it looked from the ground. That was the first practical thing my brain gave me after the office window opened behind us. Not who is he, not why is he here, not please don't let me die on a rich couple's porch while holding a dog's ruined leash. Just the shingles are wet, the pitch is bad, and Murray is too heavy. The masked man leaned through the window with one hand on the frame and the box cutter in the other. Rain dotted his sleeves. His eyes were red and streaming from the pepper spray, but he was still moving, still thinking. That made him worse. A panicked person might make noise, might rush, might slip. He looked calm enough to wait us out. "Come back in," he said, his own voice now. Rough, lower than Martin's recording had been. Pittsburgh edges, but flattened, like he'd trained himself to speak quietly. Rachel crouched beside Murray near the gutter, one arm hooked around his chest. The dog's paws were splayed, claws scraping at the shingles. He wanted to go down. He wanted to go back inside. He wanted to bite the man. All of those instincts fought each other until his whole body shook. I lay half on my stomach, half on my knees, with rain soaking through my hoodie and blood from my palms smearing black on the roof. "Don't move," Rachel whispered. The man smiled under the painter's mask. I couldn't see his mouth, but I saw it happen in the skin around his eyes. "You heard her," he said. "Don't move." Behind him, Elaine's office was a square of dimness. The desk lamp lay on the floor. The chair was tipped over. Through the open door behind him, the upstairs hallway looked empty. But the house was full of sounds now. Water hammering somewhere below, the faint beep of the alarm panel, wind pushing through the broken rhythm of old walls. "Who are you?" I asked. My voice came out thin. He tilted his head. "Dog sitter," Rachel said. "Derek." The name hit the roof between us harder than the rain. The man's eyes shifted to her. Not surprised, pleased. "Well," he said, "there it is, Derek. Adult male." I would learn later his full name was Derek Walsh, 41 male, though at that moment he was only a shape in the window with a cutter and my keys. He had that underfed tension some men carry when they have been angry so long it has become a kind of exercise. The mask hid half his face, but not the hollows under his eyes, not the raw skin where pepper spray had caught him. "You know him," I said. Rachel didn't look at me. "He used to work for Martin." "Tell it right," Derek said. I worked for both of them. Doing what? Rachel swallowed. Renovation, basement drainage, last winter. Derek tapped the box cutter once against the window frame. Tap, 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 same rhythm as the back door. Murray growled, his lips pulled back from his teeth. Derek looked at him. Dog remembers. A gust of rain swept across the porch roof. My cut foot throbbed, each pulse bright and stupid. I could feel something gritty in the wound from the broken frame or roof grit. My hand burned. My eyes still watered from my own pepper spray mistake. Rachel edged one knee toward the gutter. Derek saw it. Drops 12 feet at the corner, he said. Shrubs won't save your ankle. And if the dog jumps, he breaks something. Maybe his back. Rachel froze. He had measured this, or watched it, or been here enough to know. Below us, the front porch light buzzed. My Honda sat with its trunk open, 2 flat tires sagging into the wet driveway. The metal security gate was shut at the road, barely visible beyond the curve, black bars between the stone pillars. Rachel's house glowed through trees on the left, close enough to see and too far to reach by wishing. Police are coming, I said. Derek's eyes moved back to me. Maybe they got the address. Maybe, Rachel said. Derek, whatever you think is down there, it's over. Elaine and Martin are gone. The police will come. You need to leave. He laughed once, short and ugly. You still don't know what they did. Not like this. You called her crazy. Rachel flinched. There it was, a fact, but not enough of one. A woman from last winter, a cat, Rachel's warning face. Elaine's text, do not let Rachel near the basement. What woman? I asked. Derek ignored me. Rachel said, his sister. Derek's hand tightened around the cutter. Her name was Mara, Rachel said, and her voice cracked on it. Mara Walsh, 39, female. She was a nurse. She was staying with Derek while she recovered after some kind of breakdown. Derek said, don't diagnose her. I'm not. You all did. Rain ran from his cap onto the mask. Rachel finally turned to me. She started coming around here, saying she heard someone in the Voss basement when they were away, saying the dog barked because someone was kept down there. I thought she was confused. Elaine said she was harassing them. Because Elaine always knows the right words, Derek said. Mara broke in, Rachel said, last winter, through the cellar access. Martin found her. There was a fight. Police came. She ran before they arrived. Derek's eyes shone wet in the porch light. She didn't run far, he said. No one spoke. The water below hammered again, a long metallic shudder that vibrated through the roof supports and up my arms. Rachel whispered, Derek. He leaned farther out the window. They said she left town. They said she was unstable. They said if I kept asking questions, they'd give police the security footage of her breaking in. But Murray knew. Every time I came near this house, that dog lost his mind at the basement door. Murray barked at his name, sharp and hoarse. Derek pointed the box cutter toward him, and they wrote rules to keep him from showing anyone. The thing about terror is that it doesn't stop you from understanding. It just makes understanding arrive in pieces. A basement, a missing woman, rules, bleach, a sealed door that wasn't sealed, water running because someone had turned it on below. A man who had broken in not randomly, but with a plan built out of grief and obsession. Not supernatural, worse, human, I said. Is Mara down there? Derek looked at me for a long second. I don't know. The answer was honest enough to be horrible. Rachel made a small sound. Derek shifted his grip on the frame. But they know. And one of you is going to open the basement before the water ruins what's left. That was the time-sensitive problem, all the way down to its bones. He had opened water lines in the basement, maybe broken them, maybe flooded it on purpose to force the vase's hand, not realizing they were gone, not caring that I was only the dog sitter. If there was evidence down there, it was being washed, damaged, drowned under municipal water and sump failure, and whatever drain system the vases had tried to control with laminated rules. Rachel said, "You'll kill us. I don't want you dead. You cut her leash. You slashed her tires. I needed you here." Me, Derek looked toward me again. "Her two witnesses." "That's not witnesses," I said. "That's hostages." He didn't like that word. His eyes hardened. Murray snarled and lunged toward the window. Everything happened at once. Rachel lost her grip. Murray's front paws skidded up the shingles toward Derek. I grabbed the ruined leash handle, felt nylon bite into my torn palm, and threw my weight backward. Murray's body swung sideways. His back legs slipped toward the gutter. "No," Rachel shouted. Derek jerked back from the window. Murray yelped as his rear paws went over the edge. For 1 second, he hung half off the roof, 90 pounds dragging against my bad hand and Rachel's arms. My shoulder screamed. The ruined leash started to slide through my fist, slick with rain and blood. Rachel threw herself flat and hooked both hands under Murray's chest. "Push him up," she shouted. "With what?" "Anything." I dug my injured foot into the shingles. Pain lit up my leg. I screamed through my teeth and shoved against Murray's hip with my knee. He scrabbled, found purchase, lost it, found it again. Rachel's raincoat tore louder than the rain. Then Murray rolled back onto the roof, knocking both of us sideways. The cost arrived immediately. My left shoulder burned with a deep tearing ache. Rachel's wrist bent wrong under her when he fell against her. She made a clipped little noise and tucked it to her stomach. Derek appeared in the window again, no longer patient. "Inside," he said. "No," Rachel said. He raised the cutter, not toward us, toward the window screen track where an old cable ran along the frame. Security wire, maybe. He sliced it once, then grabbed the lower sash with both hands. "He's coming out," I said. Rachel looked from the gutter to the porch roof ridge. We go sideways. To where? Over the porch peak, around to the bedroom window. That goes back inside. Not if we keep moving. There's a flat section above the dining room bay. Then the side roof over the mudroom. Then the oak tree. You knew that. I watched their roofers do it. It sounded insane. It was also the first plan that didn't involve a 12-foot drop with a dog. Derek shoved the window higher. His boot came onto the sill. I grabbed Murray's collar. "Come on, buddy, crawl." The next 30 seconds were not heroic. They were ugly and slow. Rachel went first, sliding on her hip because she couldn't use one wrist. I followed with Murray between us, one hand in his collar, one hand pressed against the roof. We moved left along the front porch roof, away from the office window, and toward the corner where the roof met a decorative gable. Derek climbed out behind us. The roof groaned under his weight. "Stop," he said. Murray's paws slipped again. I shoved my thigh against him and felt something twist in my knee. The rain made every shingle feel greased. The porch light below threw our shadows huge against the brick. At the corner, the roof narrowed. Rachel hooked her good hand around a gutter bracket and swung herself around the gable like she had done it before. Maybe she had as a teenager. Maybe fear teaches the body old skills it never learned. "Murray," she whispered. "This way." He refused. He flattened, belly to the shingles, breath coming in high whistles. Derek was 6 feet behind us. "Dog won't go," he said. I looked at Murray. Big, terrified eyes, white muzzle, rain dripping from his ears. I thought of the first wrong thing, the bowl at the basement door. He had been trying to tell everyone from the start. Not with words, with his body, with fear. "I'm sorry," I whispered to him. Then I did the mean thing. I reached into my hoodie pocket, found the last cube of cheddar I'd shoved in there earlier without thinking, and tossed it around the gable toward Rachel. Murray saw it. His ears twitched. Rachel caught on instantly. Murray, treat. For a second, nothing. Then greed, training, trust. Whatever miracle lives in dogs, won. He crawled. Derek lunged. His hand closed on the back of my hoodie and yanked me hard enough that the collar choked me. My feet went out from under me. My chin hit the roof. I tasted blood. Rachel shouted my name. Murray barked and twisted back toward me. "No," I coughed. "Go." Derek dragged me backward by the hoodie. I grabbed the gutter with my bad hand. The metal edge sliced into my palm where it was already torn. I held anyway. He leaned close. His mask smelled like damp paper and chemical smoke. "You don't even know them," he said. "I know the dog." I kicked backward again, but he expected it this time. He pinned my ankle with his boot. Then Murray came back. Not the confused dog at the basement door, not the trembling dog on the roof. The dog. He launched at Derek's arm and hit like dropped furniture. Derek screamed. The box cutter skittered down the shingles, bounced once off the gutter, and vanished into the shrubs below. Murray clamped onto the sleeve of his rain jacket, shaking with deep, committed violence. Derek punched him once in the ribs. Murray held on. "Get him off," Derek shouted. I didn't. Rachel crawled back and grabbed my arm. "Move." I pulled free of the hoodie, wriggling out of it like skin. Derek caught the fabric, but not me. The hoodie tore at the shoulder seam and stayed in his hand. Murray released suddenly and scrambled after us when Rachel called him. Derek grabbed for him, slipped, and slammed one knee into the roof hard enough that I heard the impact. We got around the gable. The flat section above the dining room bay was only flat by comparison. It dipped toward a seam where water had collected in a shallow black pool. Rachel was breathing through her teeth, wrist pressed against her chest. Murray limped now, favoring one front leg from the punch or the slip. I could barely close my left hand. Behind us, Derek was cursing, still coming. Below, on the driveway side, headlights appeared beyond the closed gate. For one impossible second, I thought police. Then the headlights stopped at the stone pillars and did not come through. A siren chirped once, distant, blocked. "There at the gate," Rachel said. "Manual release. By the road." The thing Martin said we couldn't reach. From the side roof, I could see the yard's geography in a broken moonless map. Front driveway curving down to the gate. Stone pillars. Rachel's house to the left beyond a line of hemlocks and a low split rail fence. Back slope behind us, exterior basement steps open. Side yard below with a narrow strip of gravel, the faulty gate Rachel had mentioned, and an oak tree whose branches reached toward the mudroom roof, but not quite close enough to trust. Police lights flickered red-blue against wet trunks beyond the main gate. They were here, and useless unless someone opened the gate. Derek saw the lights too. His whole body changed. The contained patience cracked. He stood too fast and slipped, catching himself on one hand. "No," he said. Rachel said, "Derek, it's done." He looked at her. "Not until they see." Then he turned and ran back along the roof toward the office window. "He's going to the basement," Rachel said. "To do what? Open it, flood it more, burn it? I don't know." A sharp pop came from inside the house. The lights flickered, not fully on. Just a pulse through the windows, then darkness again. A smell followed, even outside. Electrical, hot plastic. "The water," Rachel said. "If it's reaching outlets, fire, shock, shorted panel." A flooded basement with electricity failing in pieces. Police outside, us on the roof. Murray injured, Derek inside. Every rule had been written to keep people away from a basement that now threatened to destroy the house, and whatever proof was inside it. I looked at the gate, then the side roof, then the oak tree. "You get Murray to Rachel's yard?" I asked. Rachel stared. "No, can you? With his leg, with my wrist, maybe, not fast. I can get to the gate." "No, you can't. The mudroom roof is lower. The oak tree, you'll fall, maybe." "Hannah," she said my name the way Lee did when I was about to apologize instead of act. I swallowed blood. My lip had split when my chin hit the roof. I froze once when somebody needed help. I'm not doing it again. That is not a plan. No, it's a reason. Murray leaned against my leg, shaking. I touched his wet head. "Stay with Rachel." Then I slid down the side roof before I could turn the decision into a debate. The drop to the mudroom roof was only 4 feet, but I landed badly. Pain shot up my injured foot and bad knee. I went down on one elbow, scraping skin through my sleeve. For 2 seconds, I couldn't breathe. Above me, Rachel hissed, "Hannah, I'm okay." I was not okay, but I was moving. The oak branch was slick and just out of reach from the mudroom roof. I had to stand on the gutter edge, reach, miss, reach again. The metal gutter bent under my weight with a groan. Below, the side yard was darker than the front. Wet gravel, trash bins, a narrow wooden gate in the fence, hanging slightly crooked. From inside the house came shouting. Derek, then a crash from below, basement level. Then water, louder than before. The gutter tore loose. I jumped. My hands caught the oak branch. Bark ripped my palms. My shoulders screamed with such bright pain that my grip almost opened. I swung once, hit the trunk with my hip, and slid down more than climbed, scraping my forearms and ribs. I landed in wet mulch on my side. For a moment, the whole world narrowed to mud smell and pain. Then Murray barked from the roof. I got up, not quickly, not well. I limped through the side yard toward the front. The faulty side gate Rachel mentioned was shut with a simple latch. It stuck. Of course it stuck. I yanked it once, twice, then lifted hard. It gave with a squeal that sounded too loud. The front driveway stretched ahead, glossy with rain. Beyond the metal gate, 2 police vehicles idled with lights flashing. One officer stood at the pillar, flashlight in hand, trying to see the keypad. Another was on a radio. I ran, or tried to. It was more like falling forward repeatedly. "Hannah," someone shouted from behind the gate. I reached the stone pillar. There was a small metal panel on the inside, half hidden by ivy. Manual release. Martin had said it. I ripped at the ivy until my fingers found a latch. The panel opened. Inside was a red lever and a handwritten label. Gate override, hold down 5 SEC. I held it. 1 second. 2. Behind me, the Voss house made a sound like a giant clearing its throat. 3. The porch roof light died. 4. A window blew out from the basement level on the side of the house. Not an explosion like in movies. A pressure crack. Glass burst outward with water and air, scattering into the gravel below. A dirty wave spilled from the basement window well. 5. The gate started moving. Slow, too slow. The officers squeezed through before it fully opened. "Ma'am, step back," one shouted. I pointed at the house. "Intruder inside, dog and woman on the roof, basement flooding. He has had a cutter. He has my keys. There might be evidence downstairs. Missing woman. I don't know." The words came out in pieces. Officer grabbed my shoulders to steady me, then looked at my hands, my foot, my face. "Are you injured?" "Yes, no, the roof." "Stay here." "No, Murray." A shape appeared on the side roof. Murray. He had slipped from Rachel's grip or followed my path. He stood on the mudroom roof, three-legged and terrified, looking down at me. "No, buddy," I whispered. Rachel appeared behind him, pale and soaked, clutching her wrist. "Murray, stay," she said. Then Derek came out of the office window onto the roof behind her. He was no longer wearing the mask. His face was raw, eyes swollen, mouth twisted with panic. In one hand, he held something small and black. A phone, mine. He must have grabbed it from the office desk. He held it up toward the police lights. "Basement," he shouted. "Check the basement. They killed her." "Drop what's in your hand," an officer yelled. "It's a phone. Drop it." Derek didn't. He stepped toward Rachel. Murray moved between them. Everything narrowed. Officer shouting. Rain. Red blue lights. Derek's wet shoes on shingles. Rachel saying his name. Murray growling with one front paw lifted. Derek pointed toward the basement side of the house. "She's down there." Then the roof edge under him gave. Not the whole roof, just the gutter and rotten fascia where water had worked under the trim for years. His foot punched through. He fell sideways, grabbed at Rachel with his free hand, and caught her bad wrist. She screamed. Murray lunged. Derek let go of Rachel and slid down the roof. He hit the lower porch awning, rolled, and dropped hard onto the wet shrubs below. The sound he made when he landed was human and terrible. The officers rushed him. Rachel collapsed onto the roof, cradling her wrist. Murray stood over her, barking down at Derek, until one officer shouted for animal control or anyone with a leash. I ran back toward the house and made it 3 steps before my cut foot folded under me. This time, I did go down. A female officer reached me first. Officer Carla Ruiz, 37 female, had rain plastering dark hair to her forehead, and the controlled, clipped voice of someone who had walked into too many chaotic scenes and learned to make order by force of tone. "Stay down," she said. "My dog, he's not mine, he's hurt. We've got him. Look at me. Is anyone else inside?" "I don't know, basement. Maybe no one, maybe Mara, missing woman." He said, "I need you to breathe." "I am breathing." Slower. Behind her, another officer kicked the front door near the lock. It held. A third used a pry bar from the cruiser. The door finally gave with a cracked wooden shriek. From inside, smoke, not fire smoke exactly, but electrical smoke and damp plaster, dust rolled out into the porch light. Someone cut power at the exterior service box. I heard the shout pass from one officer to another. The house went fully dead. No flickers, no beeps, no fan, no rules. A ladder came from one of the cruisers, or Rachel's garage. I never saw which. Rachel came down first, strapped awkwardly by officers who had to guide her with one arm useless against her chest. Then Murray, wrapped in a blanket like a furious old king, lowered with 3 people supporting his weight while he whined and tried to lick everyone's hands. When he reached the ground, he limped straight to me and collapsed against my side. His fur smelled like rain, fear, and roof grit. I put my forehead against his wet head and started shaking so hard I couldn't stop. Derek lay on the lawn with officers around him, one leg twisted at an angle that made my stomach turn. He was conscious, crying or laughing or both. "Check it," he kept saying. "Check the wall behind the bathroom. Check the wall, the basement bathroom. Rule 5, do not use the basement bathroom." Paramedics arrived through the open gate. More police, a fire crew. Lights filled the property, turning the wet brick white and the trees flat and strange. Neighbors appeared at the edges of driveways in coats and pajamas. No one let me go back inside. I sat on the open back of an ambulance while a paramedic cleaned my foot and hand. The sting was sharp enough to make me swear. He said I needed stitches in my palm and probably my foot, maybe imaging for the shoulder. Rachel sat in another ambulance with her wrist splinted, face gray, answering questions through chattering teeth. Murray was loaded into the back of a police SUV because no animal control unit was close, and one officer had a cousin who worked at a 24-hour vet in Moon Township. He refused to get in until I climbed halfway after him and told him he was good. Then he went, resentful and limping, with his huge head against the seat. At 8:43 p.m., Martin Voss arrived. Not from Boston, from the airport road, apparently. He stumbled out of a rideshare before it had fully stopped, shouting for Murray, for Elaine, for anyone to tell him what happened. His face crumpled when he saw the ambulances. Elaine arrived 13 minutes later in another car, still wearing her travel sweater, phone in one hand, expression locked so tight it looked painful. She saw me, then Rachel, then the police tape going up around her house. She did not ask about the basement first. She asked, "Where is Murray?" That complicated my anger in a way I hated. The conflict ended sometime after 9, not with an answer, but with a radio call passed quietly from the basement to the front yard. I didn't hear the words clearly. I saw Officer Ruiz's face change. I saw Martin sit down on the wet curb as if someone had cut strings in him. I saw Elaine put both hands over her mouth, and for the first time all night, she looked not controlled or severe or secretive, but old. Later, they would tell me the basement bathroom wall had been opened by the fire crew after Derek kept screaming about it. Behind the wall was not a body. Not exactly. There were personal items sealed inside a plastic contractor bag, a woman's wallet, a cracked phone, a nurse's ID badge, a wet clump of white-gray cat fur, and a scarf with old brown staining no one wanted to name in front of me. Mara Walsh was still missing. Derek was alive. The Vosses were not arrested that night. Rachel did not meet my eyes when they loaded her into the ambulance. Murray survived the roof with bruised ribs, a sprained foreleg, and torn nails. And me, I had stitches, a strained shoulder, a limp that lasted weeks, and the permanent knowledge that rules can be written for 2 reasons: to keep you safe, or to keep you from looking where someone else is afraid you'll see. The emergency room at Heritage Valley smelled like antiseptic, wet coats, and vending machine coffee. That is what I remember first. Not the pain, though there was plenty of that. Not the questions from police, or the way my hands wouldn't stop trembling when the nurse tried to cut the ruined sock off my foot. It was the coffee smell, burnt and bitter, drifting from a machine near the waiting area, while rainwater dripped from the hems of everyone's pants. Normal things kept happening around us. A man in a Steelers hoodie argued with the front desk about his insurance card. A toddler cried because she wanted the purple chair, not the green one. Someone's phone played a video too loudly. until a nurse told him to turn it down. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead like insects trapped in glass. And I sat on a paper-covered exam bed with my left foot unwrapped, my palm packed with gauze, my shoulders strapped in a sling, and roof grit still in my hair. The doctor who stitched my hand was Dr. Anita Patel, 42, female, calm in a way that made me both grateful and embarrassed. She didn't ask me to explain the whole story. She only asked practical questions. Can you feel this? Wiggle your fingers. Any numbness? Did you hit your head? How many times did you fall? Depends what counts as falling, I said. She looked up over her mask. 3, I said, maybe 4. Let's count 4. I laughed once, and it turned into something too close to crying, so I stopped. My foot needed 5 stitches. My palm needed 7. The shoulder was strained, not torn, though she warned me it would feel worse the next morning, and she was right. My knee was bruised purple by midnight. My ribs had long red scrapes from the oak bark. The cut inside my lip kept reopening whenever I tried to talk. A nurse bagged my muddy clothes and gave me a pair of paper pants that made a faint ripping sound every time I shifted. That detail feels unfair now. After everything, you should at least be allowed to look dignified. Instead, I looked like a patient in a low-budget hospital commercial. Officer Carla Ruiz came in while Dr. Patel was wrapping my foot. Officer Ruiz had changed into a dry police jacket, but her boots were still muddy around the soles. She carried a notebook and had that careful expression people use when they are about to ask you to relive something and don't want to seem cruel. "Hannah," she said, "can you give me a few minutes?" Dr. Patel glanced at me. "Only if she's up to it." "I'm up," I said I was, but I was afraid that if I stopped talking, the night would settle inside me permanently. So I told Officer Ruiz everything again. The bowl, the rules, Rachel arriving, the power going out, the basement light, the phone calls, voice that sounded like Martin, the cat, Derek Walsh, the roof, the gate. She wrote without interrupting much. When she did interrupt, it was for exact details. Did Mr. Walsh identify himself before Rachel said his name? No. Did he threaten you directly with the cutter? Yes. He stepped toward me with it. He also held my keys. Did Dr. Voss ever instruct you not to call police? No. She just gave rules. Then texted warnings. Did Rachel Marsh attempt to stop you from leaving? No, she helped us. Did she attempt to enter the basement? No. Officer Ruiz looked up at that. She didn't, I said. Elaine warned me not to let her near it, but Rachel never tried. She wanted to leave. Ruiz nodded and kept writing. When she closed the notebook, she didn't soften the ending. The basement bathroom wall did contain personal items belonging to Mara Walsh, she said. That does not mean we know how they got there. It does mean the investigation has expanded. Expanded to the Vosses. Yes. Are they arrested? Not at this time. That phrase had a cold little door inside it. Not at this time. What about Derek? Hospital first, then charges. What charges? Burglary, assault, unlawful restraint, criminal mischief, making terroristic threats, possibly more. That will be up to the district attorney. I looked at my bandaged hand. He thought he was proving something. He hurt people while doing it. I know. Both things sat there together, uncomfortable and true. In the next curtained bay, someone laughed at something on television. A sitcom laugh track answered. I hated that more than I expected. Before Officer Ruiz left, I asked about Murray. Her face changed, just slightly. He's at the emergency vet. Bruised ribs, sprained foreleg, torn nails. No fractures on the first X-rays. The officer who drove him said he growled at the automatic doors, then tried to climb into the receptionist's lap. That sounded like Murray. My eyes burned. Can I see him? Not tonight. The Vosses are there. Of course they were. I didn't know how to feel about that. Elaine had written the rules. Martin had known more than he told me. Their basement wall had held a missing woman's things. And yet, Murray was theirs. And when Elaine arrived at the house, his name was the first thing out of her mouth. People are not clean shapes. That is one of the things I learned from the Voss house. A person can love a dog and hide a terrible thing behind drywall. A person can commit violence because they are grieving. A person can help you survive and still have lied by omission for a year. Rachel was in a room down the hall. I saw her after midnight, both of us waiting for discharge papers. Her wrist was fractured. She had a split eyebrow from where Derek's fall yanked her against the roofline. Her burgundy raincoat was gone, replaced by a hospital blanket around her shoulders. For a while we sat without speaking. Then she said, "I should have told you." Yes. No polite dodge came out of me. I didn't have the energy to make her feel better. Rachel looked at the vending machine across from us. Its motor buzzed, then clicked off. Mara came to my door twice. Last January. First time she asked if I'd heard screaming from the Voss basement. I thought she meant an animal. Second time, she was crying and holding that white cat. Said the cat had gotten out through the cellar steps and come back smelling like bleach. I waited. I called Elaine, Rachel said. Not police, Elaine. I thought I was being responsible. Mara seemed unwell. She was shaking, talking fast. Elaine said Mara had been harassing them, that Martin had fired Derek because Derek stole tools, that the whole family was unstable. Did you believe her? Rachel closed her eyes. That was answer enough. After Mara disappeared, she said, I asked Martin if he'd heard from her. He said Derek told them she went to Ohio. Derek told me the Vosses said she went to Philadelphia. I should have noticed that. Maybe, she flinched, but I couldn't give her absolution. Not then. My husband died 6 years ago, she said suddenly. Heart attack in the garage. I was home. I heard something fall and told myself it was a shelf. 10 minutes. That's how long I waited before I checked. Since then, I either overreact or underreact. There's no middle. I looked at her splinted wrist, the dried blood near her eyebrow, the way she kept staring at nothing. I get that, I said, and I did. That didn't fix anything. It only made the silence less sharp. My sister Lee arrived at 12:48 a.m. after driving from Ohio like the road had personally offended her. Lee Keene, 32, female, burst through the ER doors in leggings, a giant sweatshirt, and sneakers with no socks, carrying a diaper bag instead of a purse because she had left in such a rush she'd grabbed the wrong thing. She saw my sling and bandages and started crying before she reached me. I'm fine, I said. You are absolutely not fine. I'm mostly fine. You look like you fought a roof. The roof fought dirty. He hugged me carefully, then pulled back and held my face between both hands, inspecting me like she could count every place the night had touched. I saw your location jumping behind the house, she said. I called you 8 times. I know. I called 911 from Columbus. Do you know how useless that feels? Calling Pennsylvania dispatch from another state while your little sister's blue dot is glitching around some rich people's murder basement. It wasn't a murder basement. Lee stared at me. Probably, I added. She made a sound halfway between a sob and a laugh and hugged me again. I went home with her that night because my apartment had stairs and because she did not trust me to be alone. I slept on my own couch anyway, with Lee in the chair beside it under a blanket, refusing to leave the room. Every time I woke, she was awake too, looking at her phone or at me. The story became local news by morning. Not the full story. News never gets the texture right. The first headline said intruder arrested after incident SEWICKLEY HEIGHTS home. By afternoon, it became missing woman-esque belongings found during break in investigation. Derek's mugshot appeared online before I had even washed the hospital tape residue from my arm. The Vosses' names were not in the earliest articles. Then they were. Then their lawyer issued a statement saying they were cooperating fully and had no involvement in Ms. Walsh's disappearance. Derek's lawyer, once he had one, claimed emotional distress and said he had acted out of desperation after authorities failed his family. Rachel gave a short statement to police, but refused reporters. I gave no statement at all. For 3 weeks, detectives called me every few days. They asked if Elaine seemed nervous when explaining the rules. They asked exactly how Martin reacted at the basement door. They asked whether I smelled bleach before or after the power failed. They asked if I had touched the yellow folder after it was damp. They asked if Derek had mentioned Mara by name before Rachel did. They asked if Murray could have opened a basement door latch. No, I said, not that latch. They searched the Voss property for 2 days. Cadaver dogs came. Ground-penetrating radar came. A team dug behind the cellar steps where drainage work had been done the previous year. They took sections of the basement bathroom wall, the old utility sink, the pump system, and pieces of stained subfloor. Mara Walsh was not found. That is the part people hated most when I told it later, the part that made their faces tighten, because stories are supposed to trade fear for answers. They wanted a body, an arrest, a confession written neatly across the final page. Real life is rude that way. The official version, months later, was this. Mara had entered the Voss basement during a period of mental distress. A confrontation happened. Blood evidence belonging to Mara was found behind the basement bathroom wall and under old caulk near the utility sink. It was not enough by itself to prove homicide. Elaine and Martin admitted they found Mara's belongings in the basement after she disappeared, but claimed they panicked, hid them, and convinced themselves she had left alive. Their lawyer called it a catastrophic moral failure, not murder. That phrase made me so angry I stopped reading the article. Catastrophic moral failure. A polished way to say someone chose drywall over a missing woman. Martin took a plea deal related to evidence tampering and obstruction. Elaine's medical license was suspended during investigation, then later revoked after the board hearing. Derek pled guilty to several charges from the night at the house, though his sentence took into account what the basement search uncovered. Rachel testified. So did I in court. Derek looked smaller without the mask and rein. He never looked at me until after I spoke. When he did, he mouthed something I couldn't read. Maybe sorry, maybe see. I didn't try to figure it out. Murray recovered better than any of us. The Vosses surrendered him before the case got ugly, probably on advice from their lawyer. Maybe because they knew they couldn't keep him after what happened. For 2 weeks, he stayed with a foster family connected to the emergency vet. Then Rachel called me. "I'm adopting him," she said. I was sitting at my kitchen table, flexing my stitched palm the way the physical therapist had shown me. If you think that's wrong, say so." I pictured Rachel's face on the roof, wet and terrified, one arm around Murray's chest, refusing to let him slide. I pictured her in the ER, telling me the worst thing she had done because she could no longer afford not to. "I think he already knows you," I said. "That isn't an answer. It's the only honest one." She let out a breath that sounded like it hurt. First time I visited him at Rachel's house, he met me at the door wearing a blue harness and a cone of shame because he would not stop licking one torn nail. He shoved his whole body into my legs and nearly knocked me into the umbrella stand. "Careful," Rachel said. "She's breakable." "I'm less breakable now," I said. Murray sneezed on my jeans. Rachel's house was smaller than the Voss place, cluttered in a lived-in way. Mail on the side table, muddy boots near the mat, a mug ring on the coffee table. Murray's new bed sat in the living room beside a basket of toys. No basement door in sight. "He won't go near my laundry room," Rachel said. "It's downstairs. I don't force him." "Good. He sleeps by the front door." "Also good." Rachel hesitated. "The white cat comes around." I looked at her. "What? The one from the office?" Animal control couldn't catch her. "I leave food on the back porch. She won't come inside." "What do you call her?" Rachel gave a tired little smile. "Mara." I didn't know whether that was sweet or awful. Maybe both. The cat appeared near the hemlocks while I was there, thin but cleaner, gray ears twitching. Murray saw her through the window and did not bark. He only stood up, walked to the glass, and watched. The cat watched back. Then she slipped into the wet leaves and disappeared. My life went ordinary again, but not smoothly. For a while, I stopped taking overnight jobs. I told clients I was recovering from an injury, which was true and not true enough. I still worked day visits. I fed golden retrievers, walked anxious terriers, cleaned litter boxes, watered plants, checked locks twice, then 3 times. I startled whenever a furnace clicked on. I hated basement doors. I hated laminated instructions more. Lee wanted me to quit entirely. "Dog sitting is not supposed to involve hostage situations," she said. "That's why I can charge more now." "Hannah, I'm joking." "Are you?" "Mostly." First overnight job I accepted afterward was for the retired teacher with the spaniels, Mrs. Albright, who had referred me to Elaine in the first place and cried when she heard what happened. She lived in a modest house in Ben Avon with floral wallpaper, a noisy furnace, and 2 dogs too old to do anything dramatic except fart in their sleep. Before she left, she handed me a single sheet of instructions. I stared at it too long. Mrs. Albright noticed. "Oh, honey, it's just feeding times." "I know, you don't have to stay. I know, but I did stay." I slept badly with the hallway light on and my phone under my pillow. At 2:00 a.m., one of the spaniels wandered into the kitchen and knocked over his water bowl. The sound jolted me upright so fast I pulled my shoulder. I found him standing in a puddle, looking guilty and ancient. "Really?" I whispered. He wagged his tail. I cleaned it up. Then I laughed, very quietly, because for once the bowl was just a bowl. A month after the trial, Officer Ruiz called. "Not officially," she said, though I could hear office noise behind her. "I thought you'd want to know," she said. "The Voss house sold. Already, cash buyer, property company. It'll probably be renovated. Of course it will. They disclosed the investigation. That's comforting. She paused. How are you? People ask that like there is an answer. I'm functioning. That counts. Does it? Some days, yes. Before we hung up, I asked if they had ever found where Derek got Martin's voice. Yes, Ruiz said. Old conference videos online. Martin had given lectures. Derek pulled audio and played clips through a Bluetooth speaker. The speaker was in the basement, in the hallway wall cavity near the basement door. Battery powered. He must have placed it before you arrived, possibly through the exterior access. That explained the voice. Did not explain why the bowl had moved before the power went out, before Derek should have been upstairs, before any of us knew the night had started. I didn't say that to Ruiz. I knew how it would sound. A dog nosed it. A cat pushed it. The floor sloped. Memory shifts under fear. All reasonable. All likely. Still, that detail stayed with me. Not because it suggested anything impossible. It didn't. I promised you that, and I mean it. It stayed because of how small it was. A bowl nudged to a door. A dog refusing to eat. A rule written too specifically. Most warnings do not arrive as sirens. They arrive as ordinary things in the wrong place, asking whether you trust yourself enough to notice. I keep a copy of the basement rules folded in a plastic sleeve in my desk drawer. Officer Ruiz returned it after evidence processing, along with my keys, which still have faint scratches from Derek's glove or the roof, or whatever else touched them that night. I don't take the rules out often. I don't need to. I remember them, especially number 5. Do not use the basement bathroom. A few weeks ago, I drove through Sewickley Heights after a client visit, not because I meant to pass the Voss house, but because GPS routed me that way and I didn't feel like arguing with a machine. The house looked different. A dumpster sat in the driveway. The black shutters had been removed. Workers in hoodies carried boards through the front door. The security gate stood open. The porch roof had fresh shingles where we'd crawled across it. The oak tree had been cut back from the mudroom roof, leaving pale raw circles on its branches. I slowed down despite myself. At the curb near the stone pillar, a worker had stacked old debris, warped baseboards, broken cabinets, a cracked bathroom sink from the basement. Rain had filled the sink basin with brown water and leaves. Beside it sat a metal dog bowl. I pulled over. For 10 seconds, maybe 20, I watched it through the windshield. It was probably nothing. A worker's dog, trash from the house, some leftover thing dragged up during renovation. Ordinary metal, ordinary road, ordinary wet leaves stuck to the rim. Then my phone buzzed in the cup holder, and I jumped hard enough to hit my knee on the steering wheel. It was Rachel. A photo. Murray asleep on her living room rug, cone gone, paws twitching mid-dream. The white cat sat in the window behind him like a small judge. Under it, Rachel had written, "He finally napped away from the door today." I looked from the message to the bowl by the curb. Then I drove away. I didn't stop to move it. I didn't need to know why it was there. Some doors are closed for a reason. Some are closed because someone put a wall over the truth. And some, even after the locks are changed and the house is sold and the rules are thrown into a dumpster, still know how to make a dog remember. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going.